The regions that are sure to rebel against you when you proclaim yourself Duke are the counties of Kärnten, Crane, and Kussenland. In other words, the southern regions of Austria. The counts of those regions are greatly repulsed by your rapid ascension to power and consider you nothing more than a jumped-up baron. Aside from Kärnten, the other two counties did not personally witness the might of your forces in battle, and as such genuinely believe they might have a chance to stand against you. While he heard this, Berenger smiled wickedly as he broached the subject with Eckhard, who was standing nearby silently listening to the report. "Tell me, Field Marshal, how would you handle the situation?" Eckhard scratched his beard for a few moments while he pondered about the information he had received before coming up with a solution. "If I were you, I would deploy a few thousand troops to the southern counties under the guise of internal security. After all, since the Bavarian withdrawal, there has been a severe problem with brigands and highwaymen throughout South Austria. The local lords may be unhappy about it, but you are the regent of Austria, and as far as they know, Conrad is still alive. By showing overwhelming force and occupying the regions in the name of internal security, you can squash any form of rebellion before it even begins. The advantage we have is that nobody outside of Kufstein Castle is aware of Conrad's death, and before you reveal this card, they cannot do anything to rebel. When you finally announce Conrad's death and that you will be usurping the position of Duke, they will not have the means to fight you, as you will already have occupied their cities and ports, ensuring your rule over the regions. They might try to foster an insurgency among the local population, but this can be counteracted by introducing your agricultural and industrial reforms. In doing so, the common population will see their daily lives improve and will be less likely to rebel in favor of the local nobility who treat them as slaves. There will be some bloodshed, but it will be minimal, and your reign as Duke over all of Austria will be secured." Hearing this, Berenger began to tap his fingers on his desk repeatedly for a few moments. This was plausible and was a great way to prevent unnecessary bloodshed in his ascension to the status of a duke. However, this action plan failed to remove the counts in power, who would surely continue to scheme against him. Thus Berenger asked the question on his mind. "If we do this, we will not be able to eliminate the disgruntled noblemen who will do their best to resist my reforms for years to come. How do you suggest we deal with them?" Before Eckhard could speak up, Linda immediately voiced her opinion on the matter. "You do not need to worry about this. I have a plan in mind that would allow us to be rid of their treachery permanently while making your ascension of power seem legitimate. As you know, my family is the major cadet branch of the main Habsburg line. With Conrad's death, my brother Liutbert is the next in line to inherit the duchy. By luring the rebellious lords to Innsbruck under the guise of a mutiny against your regency, we can gather every nobleman who seeks to defy your rule in one place, where my brother will raise an army against you. After a small battle, he will concede defeat and surrender his claim to the Duchy of Austria in favor of you. In doing so, the mutinous lords will be rounded up and executed for their treasonous activities. My brother will be spared as a benevolent action on your part and will be removed from the position of chancellor as punishment for his alleged betrayal, but still allowed to rule over Innsbruck. As for the rebellious lord's successors, they can be persuaded to toe the line." Linda made sure to emphasize the word persuaded. It would not be done civilly. Bribery, skullduggery, even threats could all be used to make sure the successors of these noblemen would do as they were told. Was it corrupt? Sure, however, sometimes underhanded tactics were necessary to achieve his goals, and Berenger understood this. Hearing his lover come up with such a dastardly plot, a wicked grin spread across Berenger's lips as he nodded his head with approval. He took another sip from his tea before revealing the thoughts on his mind. "All right, I approve of this plan. I want all critical areas of the potentially rebellious counties secure before I reveal the news. You two have your work cut out for you, and I expect it accomplished promptly." Eckhard saluted Berenger and responded in the affirmative. "Yes, Your Excellency. As for Linda, she put on a sultry smile before seductively responding to Berenger. Anything for you, lover. After hearing his two subordinates agree to this plan of action, Berenger leaned back in his chair and gave one more order. Dismissed. Hearing this, Linda quickly got to the task, while Eckhard stayed behind. Noticing that his field marshal was still in the room, Berenger asked the man for his reasoning. Is something the matter? Eckhard had a complicated expression on his face. He did not know the whole truth of Conrad's death, but he suspected it was not a suicide as Berenger had proclaimed to the castle staff. As such, he closed the door before approaching Berenger, who was sitting calmly in his leather seat. Your Excellency, I would like to know the truth about what happened with Conrad. I suspect there is more to the story than a simple suicide, and if you did have a hand in this, it completely goes against the long-term plan that you had in place. Hearing Eckhard's concerns, Berenger quickly placed his head in the palm of his hand and sighed before revealing the truth of the matter to his loyal field marshal, albeit with some exaggeration. The boy targeted Linda. He killed her pets in an attempt to cause her mental anguish. Not only did he kill them, but he mounted their heads on sticks outside of their home. If he was so wicked that he would murder 3 innocent cats to harm Linda, what about Hans? Would the brat target my son next? I do not believe he had not thought of such a thing, and as such, I could not take the risk. So I threw him out his window. Eckhard was shocked about hearing this news. He had no idea that Conrad had become so vile during his stay in Kufstein. As such, he let out a large sigh before speaking his thoughts on the matter. If I were in your position, I too would have done such a thing. To think the little brat was so far gone. It is good that he is finally dead. Now we can make some real progress in Austria. All right, I understand the reasoning for your actions now. I had thought you might have become impatient and rushed your rise to power, and for my assumption, I apologize. After all, it is a man's responsibility to protect his family from all threats. You are correct to assume he would try to harm your family next. Even if he did not have such thoughts at the time, he was working up to it. Thank you for being honest with me. Berenger smiled when Eckhard agreed with his actions. After the brief argument they had over the act of poisoning the boy, he was beginning to suspect that Eckhard might be too soft for the path that Berenger trod upon. Yet, Eckhard's response had alleviated his concerns for the time being. As such, Berenger stood up and clasped the man's shoulder while looking into his eyes before speaking the words on his mind. It is no problem, my friend. Now go forth and set the army to the task. Eckhard nodded and smiled at Berenger's response shortly after he departed and began to fulfill his plan to secure the title of Duke for Berenger. With this strategy in mind, Berenger's transition to power would be stable, and his enemies within his domain would be dealt with accordingly. Chapter 221. 220. The Brigand Act. The following day Berenger proclaimed the realm of Austria as he passed a controversial law into effect within the entirety of the domain. This law was known as the Brigand Act, and by the time the southern lords realized it was nothing more than a ruse, it would be too late. I, Count Berenger von Kufstein, Regent of the Duchy of Austria, hereby declare the signing of the Brigand Act into law. Under this act, the soldiers of the Austrian army, currently comprised of the various units from Tyrol, will be stationed throughout the counties of Austria to ensure that the plethora of brigands, bandits, highwaymen, and other ruffians who have appeared within our realm since the destruction brought upon it by the Bavarian occupation shall be brought to justice. With that said, the Austrian army, which was simply the Tyrolean army rebranded under Berenger's regency, was immediately deployed to the regions most afflicted with brigands, that being the counties most likely to rebel against Berenger's transition to power. Wilhelm Krieger stared at the notice in his hands as he rode on horseback towards the region known as Kussenland. This region, which was also known as the Austrian littoral, was critical to Berenger's plans to develop a grand navy. Wilhelm was a young man of common descent. his father was a man-at-arms like his father before him. He was one of the first men to join Varanger's army, back during the days when it was considered a militia. He was one of the few members of the officer class to come from common birth. Through his actions in Berniger's various campaigns, he had risen to the rank of captain and was currently leading an effort to eliminate out a group of brigands who had been occupying a village. The unit he was in command of was mounted infantry, and they had become at the forefront of the fight against the brigands in southern Austria. Due to their rapid mobility and exceptional firepower, mounted infantry was one of the most deployed units to combat the ruffians who had been causing trouble for the south. As for the rest of the infantry, cavalry, and artillery units, they occupied the cities, towns, and ports of southern Austria. Their total numbers were within the thousands. Wilhelm and his company of soldiers approached the village and noticed that a crude barrier had been set up around it. The brigands who had taken over the town had been using it as their hideout. Seeing that they were still a safe distance away, the troops dismounted before proceeding on foot. At the moment, an extensive fog filled the air, making it very difficult to see a few yards in front of one's location. Thus they went unnoticed by the brigands who were currently enjoying the dawn by drinking, feasting, and abusing the women and girls of the village that they had occupied. The few men stationed in the poorly constructed watchtowers had no idea that a company of soldiers was advancing onto their position. The mounted infantry got on top of a hill overlooking the settlement, where a soldier took out his spyglass and surveyed the area. He quickly noticed that there were only half a dozen men on guard. As for the others, it was impossible to know their numbers. However, these ruffians were poorly equipped and could easily be handled. Thus the soldiers began to load their rifled muskets before approaching the palisade on the north side. After approaching the area, the sappers embedded with the company began to place TNT along with 3 positions, where they quickly fell back to a safe distance before detonating the explosive compound. A booming echo went off, and the north side of the barrier was turned into shrapnel. As such, Wilhelm gave the order to fire upon the dizzy and confused ruffians who acted as guards. Immediately dozens of rifled muskets went off at the 6 targets, and the mini-ball projectiles quickly penetrated through the flesh of the brigands. Large holes appeared in their chests and abdomens as blood sprayed in the air and onto the ground below. Those who had fired their muskets quickly began to reload, and due to the use of the quick-loading tubes they had been provided with, it was a much swifter process than it had been previously. As such, the company of soldiers was fully loaded in a matter of seconds. Hearing the explosive blast and the sound of firearms being shot off, the brigands who hid within the settlement quickly began to flee from the buildings they were in. They knew their lives were in peril because the Austrian army was here to deal with them, and they had no intention of sticking around to fight it out. However, the moment they got into the open, Wilhelm gave another order to his soldiers. Pick your targets and fire at will. Thus, while perched on the hill above, the company of soldiers fired their rifled muskets into the village below, targeting any man who wielded a weapon in their hands. Before long, those cowardly enough to flee the town were all gunned down, and Wilhelm blew his whistle signaling the men to fix bayonets and charge into the settlement. While the Austrian soldiers charged into the village with bayonets affixed, they immediately came into contact with another wave of brigands and unleashed their fire upon them before running them through with their bayonets. After a brief and bloody scene, most of the bandits were killed and the brigand leader revealed himself. He had a young woman as a hostage and held a blade to her throat as he began to make his demands to the Austrian soldiers who had encircled him. "Not a step closer. I'm warning you. I will cut this bitch's throat." Seeing the brigand so close to killing the hostage, Wilhelm quickly gave a command to his forces. "Halt!" As the soldiers surrounded the man, Wilhelm began to negotiate. "Surrender willingly. Do not pointlessly shed any more blood." However, the man began to laugh and chastise Wilhelm for his bold words. "Surrender? Fuck off. You will just execute me. I want a horse and enough food and water for 3 days. If you don't hand it over to me, I will kill this cunt here, and now I swear to God." Seeing that this situation had turned sour, Wilhelm immediately backed off and ordered his troops to fulfill the request. Do what he says. Quickly. However, as he did so, he gave a stern look to the soldier who rushed by and grabbed a hold of him before whispering in the man's ear, "Bring my horse." The man quickly nodded, and as such ran off to the directions where the horses were hitched. Moments later, the soldier returned with Wilhelm's horse and handed it off to the captain. Captain Wilhelm immediately took control of the reins, and behind the cover of the horse, reached into the holster that lay on the horse's saddle and grabbed a hold of his flintlock pistol, where he quietly cocked the lever. After doing so, he brought the horse over to the brigand leader and handed the man the reins, where the man began to laugh and mock Wilhelm for his submissive attitude. Good. Good. Be a good little soldier. As the man hopped onto the horse, he quickly dragged the woman up into his lap, despite her kicking and screaming, and grinned at Captain Wilhelm while doing so. "You have helped me a lot. I'll make sure to free the lass after I have had fun with her." Right before the man could snap the reins and ride off into the dawn, the sound of gunfire echoed, and a musket ball pierced through the back of the brigand leader's skull and out the other side. His corpse immediately fell off the horse and onto the ground, where Captain Wilhelm could be seen with a smoking pistol a few feet away. Luckily for him, his gun was rifled, and such a shot was easy enough to make without harming the women. Afterward, he gave another command. "Clean up the village and make sure any other brigands who are hiding in the area are killed on the spot. There is no mercy for such villains." With that said, the company of soldiers got to task and investigated the village, where they found a few more brigands hiding among the peasants. After discovering these men, they were arrested, lined up against the wall, and summarily executed. This was only one village, but scenes like this displayed themselves throughout the entire southern portion of Austria. These actions were merely a cover Berenger used to hide his true intent. Only a tiny portion of the troops sent to the south was used for hunting down the brigands. In reality, Berenger needed less than 1,000 men to accomplish these tasks. Yet instead, he had sent thousands of soldiers into the southern counties, where he began to house his troops within his enemy's borders. The vast majority of the soldiers occupied the cities, towns, and ports where Berenger intended to use these forces to instantly squash any rebellion that might take place. When the counts of southern Austria realized that Conrad was dead, they would already be fully occupied by a large armed force, preventing them from revolting against Berenger's rule. Of course, Berenger had other plans in mind for those who resisted his authority, and while the Brigand Act was underway, Berenger began to plot against those who would resist his ascension to power. Chapter 222-221. Setting a trap. While the Brigand Act was ongoing in the southern counties of Austria, Berenger began to make a move against the rebellious counts and their villainous vassals. At the moment, Lietbert was sitting on the seat of his power in Innsbruck, reading a letter. The letter was addressed to him by his devious little sister, who just so happened to be the lover of Count Berenger. The contents of the letters were a villainous plot devised to eliminate the potential enemies of Berenger while securing the legitimacy needed to ascend to the position of Duke. Lietbert held a unique position in the feudal hierarchy of Austria. With the main Habsburg line destroyed, he was the closest living male heir to the title of Duke. As such, he presented a unique obstacle in Berenger's rise to power. Lietbert was deathly afraid of Berenger. After all, he had witnessed the impeccable might of the man's army and knew he had no chance contending for the ducal throne. On top of that, he was pretty confident his sister would poison him if he dared to act rebelliously against the upstart from Kufstein. Thus he had taken a largely obedient position in regards to Berenger and his rule over Tyrol. The hope was that the man could gain some benefits for himself and his family by being loyal. So far, it had proven to be a lucrative course of action, with Innsbruck becoming the second industrial city of Tyrol. The wealth generated from such a massive business essentially went into his pocket. In contrast, the remainder was paid in tax to Berenger. Not only that, but the man had been appointed as chancellor, essentially making him the second ruler over the region, at least in theory. Most of his work was just being delegated tasks Berenger felt he was capable of performing competently. Considering all of these things, Lietbert let out a large sigh before voicing his concerns aloud. This is going to be exceptionally difficult to pull off. After reading his sister's letter, he lit it aflame by using a candle. After doing so, he blew the candle out before getting to work on the task he had been instructed with. Lietbert immediately began to write letters to the noblemen of Austria who were more likely to rebel against Berenger. This included the ones in Tyrol who were upset with Berenger's reforms. The letters were a request for a meeting in Innsbruck to discuss the future of the realm. These letters contained sensitive information leaked to the Lietbert by his sister Linda to persuade the disgruntled nobleman to appear in the city. The letter asserted Berenger was a murderer and a usurper who conspired to seize the ducal throne of Austria, and that with Conrad's passing, Lietbert was the legitimate successor. For the other noblemen, especially the ones upset by Berenger's rapid rise to power and his political reforms, which limited their feudal powers, Lietbert was a far better alternative for the position of duke. After sending out the letters, Lietbert waited for the response, and within a matter of weeks, a date was settled for a meeting of the disgruntled noblemen, where they would arrive in Innsbruck. During this time, Berenger's armies successfully occupied the rebellious regions with his armies under the guise of the Brigand Act, thus preventing them from rising in rebellion. Their only path forward to war would be gathering in Innsbruck and using the forces seemingly designated to the Chancellor's control to resist Berenger's tyranny. In reality, these were just mercenaries that Lietbert had purchased with Berenger's backing. The actual garrison of the region would never dare to fight against Berenger's rule, as they had been thoroughly indoctrinated by the time they graduated from basic training. As the weeks passed, the extraordinary meeting was held within Innsbruck, and Lietbert was sitting in his great hall surrounded by the lords and ladies who were naturally resilient to Berenger's ascension and the reforms that came with it. Most of the noblemen and women were of the older generation, as the young lords and ladies of Austria were more inclined to believe in Berenger's reforms. An elderly count who presided over the county of Cussenland was the first to voice his concerns. He was obese, bald, and had a puffy white beard. He instantly began to speak as he strutted around the great hall floor with a cane in his hand. If the news is accurate and Conrad is dead, then that means that Berenger has already stationed his troops in our lands to prevent a rebellion. Such a devious plot could only be devised by such a low-born member of the nobility. What is worse, he has seized control of the land on my coastal regions so that he may begin the construction of his shipyards. Does he seek to challenge the Venetians and Genoans at sea? Bah, he is merely asking for trouble. It has become increasingly apparent that if we do not stand against Berenger now when his armies are stretched thin, then we will never have a chance to remove him from power. I do not know about all of you, but I refuse to go quietly into the night. There must be war. Hearing the old count's speech, many other noblemen nodded their heads in agreement. Berenger was a threat to their power. If Conrad was genuinely dead and the man was making a ploy to become duke, it was better to fight against him now before he indeed secured his reign. Lietbert played the part of a puppet perfectly and began to stoke the ire of noblemen and divert attention away from his loyalties. Berenger has seized my rightful position as Count of Tyrol. In doing so, he has enacted many reforms throughout the region which have consistently eaten away at the powers and rights of the nobility. If left unchecked, who is to say when there is nothing to distinguish our noble bloodlines from the filthy commoners? I have been given authority over the forces here in Innsbruck, Berenger has foolishly placed his trust in me, believing myself to be a whipdog at his command. We will use these forces to march on Kufstein, and in doing so, force his armies that occupy your lands to withdraw, allowing us to raise our forces in rebellion further. The question is, who here will pledge their loyalty to me and take up arms against Berenger the usurper? With this said, the hall immediately resounded in uproar as the rebellious noblemen stumbled over one another to proclaim their loyalty to the man they considered the rightful Duke of Austria. The old fat man was the loudest of the noblemen who were gathered. I, Count Bertolf von Trieste, hereby declare my support and loyalty to the one true Duke of Austria, Liutbert von Habsburg. What followed were the cries of several other essential noblemen. I, Count Edelstein von Klagenfurt, hereby pledge my life and loyalty to Liutbert von Habsburg, the Duke of Austria. I, Count Friedbrat von Laibach, hereby offer my support to the Duke of Austria, Liutbert von Habsburg. With the three counts of the South declaring their open support for Liutbert, the other lords who had gathered quickly pledged their loyalty to Liutbert and his rebellion. In doing so, they had sealed their fates, for they never expected that this gathering was nothing more than a ruse set up by Berenger and his lover to gather his political rivals into one location. After the lords gathered in Innsbruck declared their loyalty to Liutbert and their intent to rebel against Berenger and his regency, Liutbert made a proclamation. I accept all of your loyalty, and upon my honor, I promise to lead a force together with the rest of you onto Kufstein. We will strike while Berenger the usurper is unprepared and quickly put an end to his illegitimate reign. With this said, cheers began to erupt in the crowd. The nobles who had gathered swore that they would follow Liutbert into battle with the forces stationed in Innsbruck. They felt that they would be fully capable of deposing Berenger and his tyranny, utterly unaware that they were walking into a trap. As such, the following days were spent preparing for war, with Innsbruck's industrial output focused to a small degree on creating arms and armor for the nobles who had gathered, considering they were unable to bring their equipment with them. Of course, they were delighted with the advanced designs of the full-plate armor that Innsbruck's factories were capable of producing, and, while equipped with such fierce armor, felt as if they were invincible in their quest to overthrow a tyrant. Thus all of the plans were in place for a decisive showdown that would eliminate Berenger's enemies and make it appear as if the transfer of power was legitimate. Soon enough, the two armies would clash in the fields outside Kufstein, the result of which was yet to be seen. Chapter 222, Running away from home while Berenger was preparing for war in an attempt to crush the rebellious nobles of Austria and solidify his power, the Byzantine emperor was throwing a banquet. The feast had been prepared for the French prince. The latter had elected to stay within the borders of the empire for the time being. It was now his 17th birthday, and as such, Emperor Vatronis had prepared a massive celebration for his future son-in-law. Despite Honoria's protests, she had been dragged from her room and forced to sit beside her effeminate fiancé. However, she refused to interact with the young man and pouted silently as she dug into her meal with a distressed expression. Despite Aubrey's best efforts to win Honoria's favor, the young woman refused to associate with him remotely. This had begun to make things complicated for the Byzantine emperor and the French host. After all, this young couple was set to wed in a few months, and they were not even on speaking terms. Ultimately, Aubrey had given up on being friendly to Honoria and had begun to flirt with one of her brothers. The man in question he was trying to get on more familiar terms with was roughly Berenger's age. Like Berenger, he had proven himself a capable commander despite his young age and was an officer in Aretha's army. The man's name was Decentius. He had short chocolate hair and deep emerald eyes. Unlike Honoria, his skin had an olive complexion. He was also reasonably tall, at least according to the standards of his people, and had an athletic frame, which was stacked with muscles. One could see the outline of his muscle from his purple and gold tunic that wrapped itself around his torso. His exceptionally masculine appearance was something that Aubrey greatly admired, and as such, he was more than happy to charm the man or attempt to do so. Thus, while Anuria ignored her fiancé, the boy flirted with another man in the middle of her presence. "What's your name, handsome?" At the moment, Aubrey was resting his feminine face on his dainty hand while wearing a pretty smile, one that should not usually belong to a young man such as himself. The sight immediately made Dissentious uncomfortable. As such, he looked away from the pretty boy before responding. Dissentious. Immediately a look of joy appeared on Aubrey's face as he tried to advance the conversation further. "That is a strong name, truly worthy of a sturdy man such as yourself. Tell me, Dissentious, are you a soldier?" Hearing this compliment, Dissentious began to have a look of pride on his face as he boldly declared his feats. "I am not just a mere soldier, but tour marches, second only to the great strategos Aretha's maniacs." Aubrey had no idea what a tourmaches was, but he knew it was some form of a high-ranking officer. In the army of strategos, the tourmaches was the next level of command directly below the position of strategos. Thus Dissentious had quite the position and had served extensively in the war for Egypt, which had made its way to Alexandria at this point. Aubrey pretended to care about his exploits and covered his mouth, gaping in feigned shock before complimenting Dissentious further. "I had no idea you were such a strong and capable commander. Do you mind giving me some advice later, in private perhaps?" Anuria was forced to witness the sight of her elder brother openly flirting with another man, and it made her stomach churn. It was pretty obvious to her what Aubrey wanted. However, men often fell for a pretty face, even if it was attached to a boy, and thus Dissentious was foolishly walking right into a trap. Anuria could no longer withstand the sight and instantly began to chastise Dissentious. "Brother, please restrain yourself. It is okay if you want to flirt with men in private, but this is a public occasion, and I am quite embarrassed to be your sister at this moment." The moment Anuria made her comment, Dissentious realized what angle Aubrey was playing and immediately freed himself from the boy's charm. In doing so, he coughed before saying, "It is not like that, Anuria, right, Aubrey?" Aubrey glared at Anuria as he pouted. The girl just had to ruin his fun. He was beginning to understand why the previous men he had been in a relationship with preferred his company over their wives. As such, he immediately began to respond to Anuria, now that he believed he had her attention. "Are you perhaps jealous that I am giving your brother more attention than you?" However, Anuria merely scoffed and began to ignore the boy once more. The sight of Aubrey with his second oldest son and Anuria blatantly pointing it out greatly enraged Emperor Vetranes. Truthfully, he did not want to engage his daughter with a young man like Aubrey, but at this point, he had little choice. France would prove to be a powerful ally, and it was not like there was a man his little princess would approve of. She was far too picky when choosing a man, and Vetranes was well aware of her extensive criteria. In his eyes, it was unrealistic to find a man who met the conditions of being ambitious, strong, and domineering while still being kind, compassionate, and gentle, let alone the standards for physical appearance the girl had. If such a man existed where he could bridge the duality of overwhelming strength and benevolence, Vetranes believed he most certainly wouldn't be single. Thus he felt Anuria was living in a fantasy if she thought she could find such a man to marry. As such, Vetranes decided to put his foot down and instantly began to bark at Anuria's improper behavior. "Anuria, if you can't behave yourself at this banquet, then why don't you remove yourself and go back to your room where you can reflect on your actions? As punishment for your unbecoming attitude, you will go hungry for the night." Anuria immediately began to protest this decision. In her mind, she had done nothing wrong. As such, she pounded her dainty fists on the table with a furious expression on her face. But however, before she could finish her train of thought, Vetranes stood up from his chair and pointed towards the exit. "No buts. Go to your room and stay in there until you can decide to stop acting like a spoiled brat and behave in a manner of a woman fitting of your position. Getting scolded so harshly, especially while in public, immediately made Honoria's mint green eyes fill with tears, and as such, she rushed to her room. She could not comprehend why she was being punished in such a manner. She merely pointed out the illicit behavior between her foolish brother and her queer fiancé. Why was she the bad guy? As such, she quickly entered her room and slammed the door behind her before latching it shut. She spent half an hour crying in her bed before wiping the tears from her eyes and gritting her teeth. If this is what her future entailed, to the point where she would be wed off to a feminine boy who engaged in carnal relations with other men while she had to watch from the side in disgust, then she would prefer to run away from it all. But where would she go? She had no money, no supplies, and no allies to speak of. Hell, she had never even been outside the palace before. The girl quickly tossed aside the scrolls on her desk in a fit of fury, and in doing so, a map rolled itself across the surface, revealing the contents within. The map of Europe was remarkably detailed, showing the duchies and the individual counties that comprised them. The moment the map sprawled open, it caught her attention. Looking at the Duchy of Austria on the map in front of her instantly reminded the young woman of the image of Berenger that she had conjured in her head some time ago, giving her a brief bit of hope amid the despair that had consumed her heart. This suddenly gave her an idea. Maybe, just maybe, if she traveled to Austria and met with Count Berenger, she could prevent her horrible fate. However, she only had a vague idea of where Berenger lived, as Aretha's had not explicitly stated where Berenger was count. Luckily for her, there was a hint in his full name. She quickly placed her finger on the map of Austria before speaking her thoughts aloud. If I remember correctly, the surnames of German nobles are named after the area their rule originated from. If so, that means Berenger is from Kufstein? But where is such a location? Curiosity had overwhelmed the young woman at this point, and she quickly went to her unique bookcases, where she promptly retrieved her atlas. It contained a variety of maps comprising of the known world, and as such, she scoured through her resources to find the location of Kufstein. Though the information in the atlas was largely outdated, it was enough to give her a rough estimate of the journey she had in mind. One thing was sure, if she stayed in Constantinople, she would indeed be forced to marry Aubrey. After all, her 16th birthday was just around the corner, and as such, she had very little time before she was sold off like a common mule. After mapping out her journey, Honoria decided her route. She would hire a ship to take her from the Bosphorus to the Black Sea, where she would then take a riverboat across the Danube and into the borders of Austria. She would continue her journey across the Danube and into the river in where she would enter Kufstein. It was a long journey, and she knew it would be dangerous. However, she refused to stay in Constantinople and awaited her miserable fate. The only concern she had was what she would use for payment. However, after searching around for something of value, she noticed her jewelry bin, which contained many precious stones and metals. As such, she grabbed a hold of her jewelry box and stuffed it into a sack where she placed spare clothes and other necessities. Heraclius, her pet eagle, noticed her actions and quickly approached the girl with a curious expression. Seeing the curious gaze of her best and only friend, Honoria quickly announced the decision she had come to. "We are running away, Heraclius. I can't stay in this palace any longer. I would rather die than marry a twink like Aubrey." The eagle was smart enough to understand her words and nodded his head in response, climbing atop the girl's shoulder. The eagle would watch over her throughout her voyage like a guardian angel, ensuring no harm came to her throughout the perilous journey she was about to embark upon. After seeing the eagle follow her, Honoria smiled and petted its head with a single finger. "I can always count on you, Heraclius." After saying that, the eagle screeched in response, and Anuria finished packing her luggage. After doing so, she decided to make a rope out of her bed sheets and curtains. She proceeded to tie the rope from her bed frame, where she carefully climbed out of her window. Before climbing out of the window, Anuria had managed to toss her luggage into the bushes below. After finding solid footing, she dashed off out of the palace's grounds and towards the harbor of the city. Hopefully, the young princess could charter a voyage before her family found out about her disappearance. Chapter 224, 223. Crushing the rebellion. Weeks had passed since the meeting in Innsbruck and the establishment of the rebellion against Berenger's regency. Letters had been constructed and sent across the realm making accusations of Conrad's death and Berenger's attempt to usurp the position of duke from the rightful claimant Liutbert. As Berenger had anticipated, his allies immediately began to back his claims. As for the regions of Upper and Lower Austria, one was technically the crownland ruled by Conrad, who was deceased and thus under Berenger's control. The other was led by a count who was smart enough not to get involved in this conflict. His realm had already bled too much under Bavarian occupation. Thus Austria was officially at war once more. However, despite the advance of the rebellion's army into Kufstein, Berenger did not pull his forces from the rebellious territories. Instead, he used the troops there to establish control over the region and take hold of the successors of the rebellious noblemen. When the rebel army finally made its way into Kufstein, Berenger met it in the field with his own. The mercenaries used to fight Berenger were roughly 5,000 in total and had been a substantial expense for Liutbert. Most came from the Swiss Confederacy and were battle-hardened warriors. They did not fear the fabled might of the Tyrolean army, mainly due to their ignorance of the weapons and tactics employed by Berenger's forces. As for Berenger, he brought a force of 5,000 men of his own. As far as the enemy could see, there was no cavalry in sight. Instead, it was comprised of various infantry and artillery units. The artillery was a mixture of his 14, 17, 12-pound cannons and his Schmidt guns. Enough of the new weapons had been built since their invention that Berenger could field an entire battery with such weapons. This would be the first major battle that demonstrated the effectiveness of his Schmidt guns and the quick-loading tubes that his forces were now equipped with. The moment the rebellious armies entered the fray, Berenger ordered his artillery to fire off a few light barrages and for his infantry to wait to fire their muskets until the enemy was within the 100-yard range. The reason for this was simple. He wanted an overwhelming victory, and the best way to achieve this was to allow his 6 puckle guns to fire their canister shot at the enemy and quickly wipe the floor with the army. For that they needed to be within the 75-yard range in order to be most effective. As such, his cannons fired shells into the mix of the enemy, but they had great resolve and discipline. Thus, they marched through the artillery fire and towards Berenger's army, who had held their position near the puckle guns placed between their ranks. Despite the explosive shells ravaging the enemy's ranks, they were few. Thus the Swiss mercenaries Liutbert had paid for parade to God above as they marched within formation directly into the oncoming fire. When the archers finally reached engagement distance, they began to fire a volley of arrows upon the Tyrolean soldiers, and yet despite this, the Tyroleans stood firm. Their superior armor deflected many of the oncoming blows. There were no mortal wounds inflicted upon them as they merely stood still with determination. While the Swiss mercenaries marched, the old and fat Count of Kussenland twirled his beard between his fingers as he laughed at the sight of the battlefield. It appears the effectiveness of Berenger's weapons has been greatly exaggerated. I feel confident that the armies of Innsbruck will be fully capable of defeating the armies of that tyrant Berenger. Hearing this, several of the nearby lords agreed with the Count's comments. As for Liutbert, he merely smiled bitterly while thinking to himself, "These fools have no idea what they've gotten themselves into." Shortly after the Count's remarks, the Swiss mercenaries advanced into engagement distance, and this is where Berenger's armies displayed their full might. The moment the rebels' ranks moved beyond the 100-yard point, the Tyrolean infantry formed ranks and began to fire a volley into the formations of the Swiss mercenaries. The moment they did so, thousands of mini balls flew forth and pierced through the mighty brigandine and plate armor of the Swiss mercenaries and tore apart their flesh beneath it. Blood splattered into the field, and limbs were scattered from the impact. Blood-curdling screams immediately filled the air, and the Swiss began to fear the results of these strange thunderous weapons. However, before they could even think of retreating, a second volley had been fired by the Tyrolean infantrymen, who had rapidly reloaded their rifled muskets with their quick-loading tubes. Yet that was not the worst of it. The first round of shots fired from the 6 Schmidt guns instantly found their way through the iron and steel armor of the Swiss mercenaries and into their torsos and limbs, further adding to the carnage. A total of 96 musket balls were fired from the first volley of the Schmidt guns alongside the thousands of mine balls fired from the muskets. Yet that was not the end of it, as the muskets were rapidly reloaded, and the Schmidt guns had quickly fired their next round of shot into the enemy lines. Over 20,000 rounds had been fired downrange within a matter of minutes. This was the result of the combined use of the rifled muskets, quick tubes, and the Schmidt guns, thoroughly shredding the lines of the Swiss mercenaries and the archers behind them. Not a single man had survived the onslaught of the Tyrolean forces. Before the enemy could even reach melee distance, they had been thoroughly shredded by Berenger's armies. Even Berenger himself was surprised by the slaughter that had unfolded. The bodies of the Swiss mercenaries looked as if they were steel sieves filled with blood. Each body contained multiple projectiles. It was an absolute massacre, the likes that even Berenger had not expected. As for the rebel lord, they gazed at the carnage inflicted upon their forces in such a short period with overwhelming dread. Just like this, their army had been so thoroughly defeated. They could not imagine what would happen to their troops if they could unite with the forces in their lands. The fat count dropped his riding crop before instantly screaming in terror, "Retreat! We can't allow Berenger's forces to capture us." However, before any of the lords could do so, they noticed cavalry appear from within the tree line that surrounded the battlefield. Berenger had kept a company of cuirassiers nearby to quickly encircle the rebellious lords the moment the battle had turned in Berenger's favor. As such, the enemy lords promptly found themselves surrounded. The fat count immediately tried to negotiate with the cavalry, "We surrender." However, before he could finish the words, the cuirassiers raised their pistols and fired them into the formation of encircled lords, shredding every last rebel in the act. Their bodies quickly fell off their horses, turned into the same bloody sieves as the mercenaries in the fields below. As for Lietbert, he had silently moved out of the way and merged into the ranks of the cuirassiers without the other lords being aware. Thus he was spared their fate. Shortly after, Berenger's forces began to mop up the battlefield, and Lietbert was brought to Berenger. As the official leader of this rebellion, he had to surrender, and as such, he quickly found himself kneeling before Berenger, who gazed at him with a degree of arrogance in his sapphire eye. Lietbert promptly tossed out the words he was expected to say. "I, Viscount Lietbert von Habsburg, hereby declare my unconditional surrender to Count Berenger von Kufstein. In doing so, I relinquish my claims to the title of Duke of Austria in favor of His Grace Berenger von Kufstein. Long may he reign." With this said, Berenger smiled before tapping Lietbert on the shoulder. In doing so, he voiced his first command as the official Duke of Austria. "Rise." With this, Lietbert rose to his feet, where Berenger quickly reprimanded him. "Viscount Lietbert von Habsburg, as Chancellor of my realm, you have incited a rebellion against me, and for that, there is a strict punishment. I hereby relieve you of your position as Chancellor and order you to return to Innsbruck, where you will continue to rule over the area as Viscount." From the start of this plot, Liutbert was aware that he would lose his position as chancellor, but to be honest, he was pretty relieved. The job comprised entirely of him being delegated a massive amount of work from Berenger. It had begun to stockpile to an unreasonable degree. Now that Berenger was the Duke of Austria, he could not imagine the sheer amount of paperwork he would be forced to do. Thus, retiring to Innsbruck and living out the rest of his days as a pampered noble was a far better option to him. As such, he responded with a warm smile on his face. "Yes, Your Grace." With this, the most rebellious of the lords of Austria was defeated in a single battle. Their deaths allowed their successors to take charge, who would be strong-armed by Berenger's forces that occupied their lands into obeying his rule. Berenger was now the undisputed Duke of Austria, and with it, had gained a considerable amount of power and prestige. Yet to an ambitious man like Berenger, this was not enough. As for his immediate concerns, his goal was to consolidate his power and work through diplomacy to elevate the status of Austria from a duchy into a kingdom, allowing Berenger to proclaim himself king. This would take a while to accomplish, and Berenger was in no hurry. Thus, after defeating the rebellious lords in battle, Berenger returned to Kufstein to stabilize Austria and, by extension, his rule. Chapter 225 224. Honoria's Journey Part 1. After absconding into the night, Honoria quickly proceeded towards the harbor with the intent to charter a ship through the Bosphorus and into the Black Sea. However, as she walked through the streets, it became increasingly apparent that all kinds of eyes were drawn to her figure. She failed to remain inconspicuous despite her best efforts to cover up her identity by wearing a mint green face veil that had golden embroidery. There were 4 reasons for this. For starters, she was an exceptional beauty, and the mystique of the veil only added to that. Secondly, she wore extraordinarily lavish mint green clothing that was embroidered in gold. Such attire was uncommon, even among the aristocracy. Thirdly, she had an Eastern imperial eagle perched on her shoulder, and lastly, she gazed upon every sight with a sense of wonder, as if she had been locked up her entire life, never being able to see the city herself. Because of these factors, she attracted a great deal of attention, so much so that it would be easy to discover her whereabouts when her family noticed her absence. However, Honoria seemed blissfully unaware of the attention she was gathering and thus continued to prance about throughout the city of Constantinople. As Honoria was walking through the city, the girl quickly got lost and found herself in a dark alley where a group of street rats approached her. These men were impoverished and wore lustful gazes as they saw the beautiful noblewoman approach them. Seeing a group of strangers in front of her, with hostile glances, Honoria tried to evade them, but as she passed by, one of them grabbed a hold of her arm and forced her to stop. "Hey, pretty lady, how about you stay here with us? I promise that we will show you a good time." Honoria's first instinct was to call the guards, but as she was about to do so, she realized that such an action would only reveal her identity. Surely once the guards realized she was the princess, they would force her to return to the palace, which was a result she could not allow. As such, she began to pull her arm away, in doing so alerting Heraclius to the danger. Before she could make a sound, Heraclius jumped off of her shoulder and dug his talons into the eyes of the man who held onto her wrist. The majestic eagle could quickly tell these men meant to do his master harm and thus leapt to her defense. Talons instantly sunk into the thug's eyes, blinding him in the act. The man screamed in pain as he tried to wrestle the eagle off of his head, but that only made it worse. Eventually, the man's eyeballs were ripped entirely out of his head. His comrades immediately took off in fear. After all, the eagle had given them a glance that stated its intentions. If they stayed around, they too would be maimed. After pecking the man's skull a few times with his mighty beak, Heraclius left the man to wallow in pain on the ground, forever blinded due to his actions. Seeing Heraclius leap to her defense in such a heroic manner, Anuria praised her pet. "Good boy, Heraclius." Upon hearing this, the eagle merely screeched and cleaned off his talons with his tongue before hopping back onto her shoulder. Afterward, Anuria and Heraclius quickly fled the scene, eventually finding their way down the streets. She was truly lost within the confines of the city of Constantinople. Her escape was not going as brilliantly as she had planned. After walking around in circles for a while, Anuria noticed a rundown building in front of her that had a lot of people surrounding it. Realizing she needed to ask for directions, the princess quickly approached the building, and when Anuria entered the building, she quickly found it filled with women and men dressed in skimpy attire. One of the nearly half-naked women approached Anuria and quickly greeted her. She was rather average-looking, but due to her excessive makeup, she could pass as attractive. "Welcome to the Jewel of Constantinople, where all your fantasies can come true for a price. Tell me, do you prefer men or women?" Anuria had no idea that she had just walked into a brothel and was greatly confused by the question. As such, she attempted to figure out where she was. "I am sorry, I don't quite understand. I'm looking for the harbor. Can you help point me in the right direction?" The prostitute gazed at Anuria up and down for a few moments while examining the strange girl before her. The woman had a sharp sense of intuition and could almost immediately tell that Anuria was an aristocratic girl who had run away from home. Thus the prostitute took pity and gave her some advice. "Girl, you should return home. The city of Constantinople can be a dangerous place at night. I suggest running back to your villa before your parents send a search party for you." Anuria was shocked. She could not fathom how this woman had known she ran away from home, but she instantly began to plead with her to keep it a secret. "Please don't tell anyone. If father finds out I ran away from home, I will never be able to escape from the palace again." The prostitute was greatly shocked when she heard this. She had assumed that Anuria was just a regular noblewoman, but using the word palace meant there was only one identity of the young woman before her. As such, she blurted out in great surprise, "Princess Anuria." The moment she did so, the attention of everyone within earshot quickly gathered towards Anuria's direction. Anuria, of course, acted out of instinct and covered the prostitute's mouth with her hands. "Shh! Quiet!" After a few moments, Anuria released her hands, and the woman made an awkward laugh. "Oh, of course, you aren't Princess Anuria. How could the princess leave the palace? Everyone knows the emperor keeps her locked up for protection." After making such a laughable excuse, the nearby gazes lost interest and drifted away, leaving the woman to sigh in relief. She made sure nobody was paying attention to the two of them before she grabbed a hold of Anuria's wrist and led her to a secluded area. "Come with me." After arriving in a room reserved for illicit activities, the prostitute shut the door and began to question Anuria instantly. "Are you really Princess Anuria?" Though Anuria's expression could not be seen beneath her veil, it was apparent she was in a rather depressed state. Eventually, she nodded her head in agreement. As such, the prostitute sighed before asking another question that was on her mind. "What on God's green earth possessed you into running away from home?" Anuria shuffled around for a few moments with an embarrassed expression before explaining her situation. After nearly half an hour of telling her story, the prostitute sighed once more before scolding her. "So let me get this straight. You're engaged to the French crown prince. Still, because he is queer, you want to run away from home and flee to Austria so that you can hide in the region, hoping that this Count Berenger, who I've never met before and who has 2 women by his side already, is enough of a playboy that he would not mind insulting the Byzantine and French royal families by taking you into his little harem? Do you have any idea how insane that is?" Anuria merely pouted when the prostitute chastised her. She did not expect the woman to question her sanity. Thus Anuria began to pout like a small child who had been caught with her hand in the cookie jar before muttering under her breath, It is the best option I could think of. The prostitute began to sigh once more as she tried to understand Honoria's thoughts. Apparently being locked up in your home with no contact with the outside world was enough to rid one of their common sense. After thinking about it for a few moments, she felt sympathy for the foolish girl and decided to give her a helping hand. Are you sure you would rather kill yourself than marry that prince? Honoria had not left out the lengths she would go to avoid marrying Aubrey when she spun her tale. As such, she nodded her head with firm determination in her eyes, which caused the prostitute to further feel pity for the girl. It was as if she were a caged bird finally figuring out she could fly, and as such, something compelled the woman to help Honoria. I am probably going to regret this, but my brother owns a merchant's vessel. He has been bringing goods through the Black Sea and into the Danube for some time now. Though he has never gone as far as Austria, he will take you to your destination for the right price. We haven't talked in a while. You could say he disapproves of my line of work. However, I can lead you to him and help you secure passage. Come with me. I will make sure you make it to the harbor safely. After saying that, Honoria felt tears stream down her eyes. This was the first time someone had helped her without wanting anything in return, and as such, she thanked the woman from the bottom of her heart. Thank you. You have no idea how much this means to me. The prostitute merely shook her head and patted Honoria on her shoulder. Just pray that this Count Berenger is foolish enough to take you in. If he has even the slightest amount of common sense, he will ship you back to Constantinople the moment you arrive in his court. Hearing this, Honoria's heart nearly faltered. However, she quickly got a hold of her resolve. She had already come this far. She might as well see this through. She prayed in her heart that Berenger was the man she believed him to be. Thus the prostitute and the princess left the brothel and headed towards the harbor where they would meet up with a merchant's vessel and the captain of it in the hopes that the princess could escape the cage her family had built for her. Chapter 226, 225. Balancing the budget with the rebellion crushed, Berenger had secured his rise to power. As the official Duke of Austria, Berenger now set his armies to protect the borders from possible incursion and, of course, assist with internal security. With this, Berenger had established an era of peace and stability in Austria where he could successfully implement his reforms with little resistance. As such, the young Duke was currently sitting in his office reviewing expense reports drafted by his House of Lords. At the moment, the greatest matter of his military expenses was the expansion of the navy. As for the army, Berenger had halted its conscription and maintained its current size. In a time of peace, he allowed for voluntary recruitment only. As such, it required far fewer funds than it previously had. As for the expenses that were delegated to conscription in the army, they were now set to fuel his agricultural reforms across all of Austria. At the moment, the agricultural and educational sectors were the two most significant portions of his newly established peacetime budget. By focusing on creating a self-sustaining, mechanized agricultural system across the land and increasing the education of the standard population, Berenger would theoretically be able to drastically improve his workforce and the draftable portion of his society. At the moment, Berenger's focus was to implement the four-field system, irrigation piping, and phosphate fertilizer across the realm. Though Tyrol had begun to develop such strategies to a wide margin, the rest of Austria undoubtedly lacked agricultural reform. Thus, Berenger started with the most simple focus. Mass implementation of mechanization would have to wait a few years for the system to catch up. While Berenger was hard at work, he heard a knock on his door, and as such, he quickly responded. Come in. To nobody's surprise, the person who had visited Berenger during his work was none other than Linda. As usual, she was ravishing, and at the moment, she was wearing a sky blue dress with white embroidery. This dress was in the typical fashion style that Berenger had introduced to the realm. It was primarily based on Tudor and Elizabethan-style dresses from his previous life. However, the curious part about all of this was Linda's extravagant jewelry. It was white gold with sky blue diamonds embellished within it. White gold was not a naturally occurring material. It had to be created by mixing yellow gold and other materials like nickel, silver, or palladium. As such, Berenger had introduced the lavish substance into his jewelry industry as a way to replace silver and increase the demand. After all, such luxuries could only be found in Austria at the moment. As for the magnificent jewels, they were the exceptionally rare blue diamonds, and Berenger had paid a significant expense to import these precious gemstones from India via his Byzantine trade contacts in order to provide Linda with a set of jewels fitting for an empress. The dress and the gems paired with her sky blue eyes and strawberry blonde hair perfectly. As such, Berenger was quite shocked at her appearance when she arrived in his room, so much so that his jaw dropped. This was the first time she had shown the new set of jewels since she had received them, and Berenger was more than impressed. He had every desire to get out of his seat and make love to the woman then and there, but he was not an animal who lived on pure base instinct, and thus he calmed himself before putting such notions aside. "Love, is there something on your mind?" Linda did not answer. Instead, she slowly approached the desk where she sat upon it. After enticing Berenger by showing off her mighty cleavage, she slapped his head with a file in her hands that he had not noticed before teasing him. "Darling, where are you looking?" "My eyes are up here." Seeing that the girl was toying with him, Berenger began to chuckle before grabbing a hold of the file and reading into it. The document requested an increase in funding towards foreign aid. However, both Berenger and Linda knew what this request was really for. Foreign aid was the expenditure report that Berenger filed for all of his intelligence expenditures. The reason for this was simple: his spy network officially did not exist, even though everyone knew he had one. To fund this network, he needed a front. Otherwise, there would be a giant gap in the accounting of his government spending, which would immediately draw suspicion by any potential onlookers. Thus, Berenger opted to allocate a particular portion of the national budget into foreign aid. Of course, all of these resources went to funding the recruitment, training, deployment, and other resources Berenger's intelligence agents needed. Berenger quickly signed the request for funds before handing it back to Linda with a smile on his face. After doing so, he made a request of his beautiful young lover while giving her a document of his own. "Sweetheart, I need you to do something for me. It is time to reform the crude spy network we have developed into a full-scale intelligence department. This is a list of the basic structure that shall be established, and you can make any changes to it that you see fit." The structure was loosely based on a diagram he had once seen online of the CIA's basic system in his previous life. Linda's official rank and title would be Director of Intelligence, and she could fill the ranks with anyone she saw fit for the positions available. The other important feature of this structural overhaul was the establishment of a training facility for new agents. Linda looked at the design and nodded her head before agreeing to Berenger's request. "It might take a while, but I assure you, it will be done in at most 2 years." Berenger smiled and nodded at this. The overhaul he was asking for was to create a semi-modern intelligence agency in the medieval era. It was not an easy task to accomplish. However, he trusted Linda was competent enough to fulfill the mission and merely pet her head before responding. "I know you can do it." Linda immediately had ideas to modify the structure to allow for 2 subdepartments, internal and external intelligence, and adjust the system so these 2 groups can regularly communicate. Linda was a prodigy when it came to intrigue, and thus Berenger left the complete product to her imagination. After all, this area of governance was not Berenger's strong point. He had an outline from his previous life, and that was it. With that said, Linda was about to leave the room and get to work when Berenger held her up. "Oh, by the way, I have a present for you." Linda quickly turned around and looked at Berenger with a hint of suspicion in her eyes. However, when she saw Berenger grab the present from beneath the table, her sky-blue eyes grew wide with excitement, and tears instantly began to form within them. In Berenger's hand was a tiny black kitten with golden eyes. It was precious, and Berenger brought it over to Linda before placing it in her hands. "I found this little girl on the street side and figured it was about time you got yourself another pet. I hope you don't mind. I promise this time I will allow no harm to come to it." Linda immediately began to pet the little kitten with tears flooding down her cheeks and a broad smile on her face as she hugged it dearly before speaking to it in a soft tone. "Hey, there, little pretty kitty. What should I name you?" Berenger thought about it for a moment before coming up with a name he felt was appropriate. "How about Nightshade?" Linda gave him a stern look before commenting on his naming proclivities after the poison. "Seriously? You are terrible at picking out names." After gazing at the cat with affection and rubbing its chin, Linda came up with a name. "I am going to call you Midnight after your beautiful dark coat." Seeing that Linda was happy, Berenger smiled, and after doing so, his lover hugged him with the kitten placed on her shoulder. As Linda hugged Berenger tightly, she thanked him from the bottom of her heart. "Thank you." Berenger began to pet her glossy strawberry blonde hair as she thanked him and nodded his head. "Anything for you." After saying that, Linda released Berenger and took her new kitten out of his office. She had much work to get to. Aside from looking after Hans and her new pet, she also had to work on overhauling and expanding the intelligence network, and thus she had little time to spare. She would properly thank Berenger for this gift later at night when the couple had finished their daily work. As for Berenger, he returned to his desk, where he continued to approve the national budget. For the time being, he had many reforms to enact. While signing documents, all he could think of was how happy he was to be reincarnated into this alternate world. If he had not died in Afghanistan in his previous life, he likely would have spent the rest of his life alone and in the military. Yet now he had everything he could ever ask for, and yet it was not enough. The fires of his ambitions had been stoked, and there was no rest for a man such as himself. Thus he would work tirelessly in the upcoming days to advance the Duchy of Austria into a new era. The age of industry was on the horizon, and he had only just begun to breach its surface. However, before the Industrial Revolution could occur within his lands, the agricultural revolution had to take shape. Thus, for the time being, he was once more focused on agriculture. Chapter 227, 226. Anuria's Journey Part 2. During the night that Anuria had escaped, she had stumbled across a prostitute who had taken pity on her. Despite taking an enormous risk, the woman promised to lead Anuria to the harbor and help her fulfill her wish. That wish was to escape her marriage to the effeminate Prince of France and visit Austria, where she might finally get a chance to meet the man who could potentially be her destined partner. With the prostitute's guidance, it did not take long for the two to arrive at the harbor where a merchant's galley was docked. It was a decent-sized ship and was fully capable of crossing through rivers like the Danube. After boarding onto the vessel, the duo noticed a man resting on its bow, where he had a book placed over his head and a large jug of wine near his feet. However, as soon as Anuria and the prostitute saw the man sleeping on his ship beneath the starry sky above, the woman who had accompanied Anuria kicked the man in the shin and chastised him as she did so. "Agnellis, wake the fuck up." After receiving the impact from the woman's kick and hearing her shrill voice as she screamed at him, the man was instantly startled. As he awoke, the book fell from his face and onto the deck of the ship. The moment he looked over, he could see his little sister, whom he had not spoken to for some time, glaring at him as if he was some form of scum for simply resting during the night. The man struggled to break free from his intoxicated state and began to rub his temples before he fully realized what was going on. "Melissa? It has been some time. To what do I owe the displeasure?" At this moment, The man noticed the beautiful young girl next to Melissa, and a lecherous grin appeared on his face. However, after seeing the look on his face, Melissa snapped at him. "Wipe that disgusting expression off your ugly mug. She isn't some piece of street meat you can buy for the night. This is a noblewoman seeking passage to Austria, and you should show her some respect." When Agnellus heard that Anuria was a noblewoman, he quickly cleaned up his act and bowed his head while apologizing. "Apologies, my lady. It is just that with the company that Melissa tends to keep, I assumed you were in the same profession." Agnellus was smart enough to realize what would happen if he dared to lay his hands on a noblewoman and quickly got his act together. He might be a drunk and a lecher, but he wasn't a fool. Anuria merely nodded in response without saying anything. She was warned on the way over by Melissa that the less she said, the better. Agnellus just realized that Melissa said this young girl wanted to travel to Austria and immediately became suspicious. As such, he voiced his concerns. "Austria? That is a long journey. Even if you paid me to take you there, I would first have to know why. There is no way a noblewoman like yourself would hire a mere jewelry merchant like me to take you to a foreign country, especially without an escort. Just what kind of trouble have you brought to my doorstep, Melissa?" Melissa folded her arms before criticizing Agnellus once more. She knew the man would never risk smuggling the princess out of the empire. The risk was far too significant. Thus, she made up a half-truth about her identity. She comes from a minor noble household, and they want to marry her off to some queer. So she's running away. If you know what is good for you, you will keep your mouth shut. Hearing this, Agnellus began to scratch his bare chin. This was a complicated situation he found himself in. However, when Anuria reached into her satchel and pulled out a large gold bracelet encrusted with diamonds, the man's natural greed instantly took hold. Anuria struggled to find her voice amid her anxious state before speaking. I don't have any money, but I can pay you in fine jewelry. Is this enough?" Seeing such a high-quality piece of jewelry, the merchant immediately gazed back and forth between Anuria and his sister with a glance of suspicion before questioning Melissa's statement. "A minor noble household, huh? There is more going on here." Anuria had a worried look in her eyes as she stared at Melissa with a pleading gaze. After seeing how desperate the girl was, the merchant known as Agnellus sighed heavily before deciding. "Fine. I'll take her, but it is only because I am headed in that direction anyway. There is a lot of business to be had in that part of the world nowadays. Supposedly there is a booming jewelry market in Kufstein with designs that people have never seen before. Come aboard. You can stay in the captain's quarters. I guess I will live with the crew for the next couple of months." Anuria quickly thanked the man before stepping aboard. "Thank you." Afterward, she began to walk towards the captain's cabin. However, before she could do so, she ran back and grabbed a hold of Melissa where she hugged her as if she were a dear friend while thanking her. "Thank you, truly from the bottom of my heart. I thank you for everything you have done for me. I promise never to forget your kindness so long as I draw breath." Melissa's cheeks began to flush as she heard such appreciation, and she immediately pried the princess off of her before responding. "I am just helping out a kindred spirit. Go, get on the ship and make yourself ready for the voyage. One last piece of advice is to try to hide in the captain's quarters for as long as possible. The crew members are not to be trusted." Anuria looked at Melissa with a questioning gaze. She did not know what the woman meant by that. However, she quickly nodded and smiled before saying her farewells. "Goodbye, Melissa. I hope one day we may meet again." After doing so, Anuria entered the captain's cabin, where she laid down on the bed while Heraclius perched on the desk, keeping a watchful eye over his master. Outside of the house, Agnellus began to interrogate his sister for the truth. He had many suspicions and needed to know the level of risk he was taking by smuggling the girl out of the empire. "Who is she? What kind of shit have you gotten yourself into?" Melissa immediately tried to dodge the question. I told you she is a minor noble dash, however. Before she could finish her sentence, Agnellis cut her off. Bullshit. Did you forget that I am a merchant who specializes in trading fine jewelry? The bracelet that she showed me is worth a fortune. At the very least, she would have to be the daughter of a very wealthy strategos to afford such a thing. Tell me what I am dealing with and the level of risk I am taking for smuggling her out of the empire. After thinking about it for a few moments, Melissa sighed before revealing the truth. She's Princess Anuria, and she is trying to escape a marriage. That part was genuine. She has told me she would rather die than marry that pillow-biter of a prince she is engaged to. You have to protect her, Agnellis. At least so long as she is on your ship. She has no idea how the real world works. She ran away from home to flee to Austria, hoping to meet with the Count of Tyrol because she had heard a few good stories about him and thinks he is some kind of Prince Charming. She has never even met the man. Agnellis could instantly feel a headache forming in his head, and as such, he placed his forehead in the palm of his hands before quietly scolding his sister. Jesus fucking Christ. You want me to smuggle the fucking princess of the empire out of its borders? Have you gone mad? Do you have any idea what the palace guard will do to you when they find out you helped her escape? You will be lucky if all you get is a quick beheading. Why the hell would you help her? Melissa began to pout for a few moments before revealing her reasoning. Part of it is because I feel pity for her. Agnellis eyed his sister carefully before asking her for the remainder of her reasoning. And the other part? Melissa immediately stamped her feet in protest before blurting out her actual reason for helping Anuria. Just once, I would like to see a girl not get screwed over by her family. Is that too much to ask? Agnellis was conflicted when he heard this. He was well aware of the reasoning for why Melissa worked as a prostitute, and it essentially had to do with their parents. He rarely spoke to his sister, not because of her profession, but because he could not very well look her in the eye after knowing that he had done nothing to stop her fate. As such, he sighed heavily before acquiescing to the request of his little sister. Fine, I will take her to Kufstein, and as long as she is on my ship, you have my word I will protect her. However, once she is in Kufstein, she is on her own. I suggest you get the hell out of the city before people realize she is missing. She is not exactly inconspicuous. She is bound to have left a trail to your doorstep. Melissa nearly jumped for joy as she latched onto her elder brother and hugged him dearly. Shortly after realizing what she had done, she let go and coughed to avoid the awkward atmosphere that had taken place. Thanks. I'll owe you one. Agnellis, on the other hand, merely scoffed as he responded to her statement. You can repay me by staying safe. Seriously, get out of town. Go to Athens. Or Antioch, but whatever you do, do not stay in Constantinople. Melissa nodded her head and smiled before departing. After she left, Agnellis sighed before thinking to himself. Fuck me, I am too kind-hearted in my old age. By the standards of the medieval era, he was, in fact, reasonably old. He was currently in his mid-30s, and he had seen too much in this life to be considered young. Despite this, he still had a good nature and thus agreed to help Anuria. Partly because of the wealth he would gain from doing so, but more importantly, he too felt bad for the girl. As such, Agnellis quickly got to work rounding up his crew and preparing to set sail. After realizing who he was smuggling out of the city, he had no desire to stay within its borders longer than necessary. After an hour of preparation, the ship cast off, and for the time being, the crew was unaware that a beautiful young girl was staying in the captain's quarters. It would be a long journey to Kufstein, with many stops on the way. During this time, Anuria was bound to have some adventures of her own. When she finally reached Kufstein, she would be shocked to find out that Berenger had risen from the position of a count to that of a duke in such a short time. Perhaps Berenger would have elevated his title to a king by then. The future was uncertain. By the time the imperial family of the Byzantine Empire realized that Anuria was missing, she would be long gone, and their only clue, which was Melissa, would have long since disappeared. Where she ended up, nobody knew. However, one thing was sure, she would be better off there than if she had stayed in the confines of Constantinople. Chapter 228, 227. Introducing women's undergarments. The sun shone through the windows of Berenger's castle and into the dining room where Berenger, Linda, and Henrietta had gathered for breakfast. After sitting in their chairs and waiting for the food to arrive, Berenger noticed that Linda was rubbing her back, and out of concern for her health, he began to ask about it. "Are you all right?" Linda gazed up at Berenger and immediately responded with a forced smile on her face. "I am fine. It is just sometimes I get backaches. I wonder why." Berenger immediately noticed the two bulbous mounds protruding from her chest and the cleavage they presented in the dress she wore. It did not take long for him to understand his lover's plight, and as he did so, he slapped himself on the forehead before exclaiming, "Of course! I don't know why I didn't think of it before. Linda, you just gave me a wonderful idea." As such, Berenger immediately got up from the table and took off towards his study. Linda knew better than to interrupt her man when he had acquired inspiration. She smiled as Berenger ran away and rested her exquisite face in the palm of her hand as she gazed at Berenger from afar. Several hours passed since then, and despite not having breakfast, Berenger was fully satisfied with himself. In this time, he had devised an entire sketchbook filled with various designs for women's undergarments. He did not know why he had not thought of such a thing earlier. Not only did modern underwear provide ample support to women's breasts, but it also looked incredibly sexy, and Berenger had greatly desired to see Linda in his new designs. Of course, there was also profit to be made, but deep down, all Berenger cared about was seeing Linda dressed in modern underwear. After completing his designs, he rushed them down to the garment district, where he presented the schematics to the head of his women's fashion sector. As per most decent fashion designers, the director of development for women's fashion in Kufstein was a man. After flipping through the sketchbook with a stoic expression, the man finally placed the book down and gazed at Berenger with a curious expression. Seeing this, Berenger thought he might have gone a little too far with some of the designs and asked nervously, "Well, what do you think?" The man finally broke out into a wide smile before complimenting Berenger. "Your Grace, you are a genius." Hearing the man compliment him in such a manner made Berenger far more confident in the designs he had construed. Because he was a virgin in his past life, Berenger had not seen too many women in their underwear, at least not in person. He was mainly going off of his knowledge from hentai, pornography, and of course, internet searches from pure curiosity. However, now that he had been reincarnated into a new world with a gorgeous lover by his side, he could finally realize his dreams of having a beautiful girl wear such erotic finery for his pleasure. In the end, is that not what all men desired? By now, his mind had long since given up on the idea of these creations being created for the sole purpose of helping women and instead had embraced its inner pervert. Of course, he would never let this show on his face, and instead, he smiled at the man he had tasked to create women's clothing. "I see that you are a man of culture as well." The man instantly laughed at Berenger's comment. Despite being a fashion designer, he was 100% heterosexual and a bit of a playboy. He could not wait until he could get every woman in the city dressed in such undergarments. However, he quickly got to the task at hand. "So I am guessing you will need some of these for the voluptuous lover of yours, and you will want them quickly, am I right?" Berenger had felt a sense of kinship with this man since he first introduced his takes on Berenger's initial designs of Tudor and Elizabethan-style clothing. The man had a penchant for aesthetics just like himself and knew what made women look good as such. Berenger nodded with a smile on his face. That was all the signal the fashion designer needed before flipping through Berenger's sketchbook, where he landed on a particular design. It was a push-up bra made of black silk and had a golden floral lace pattern. The panties matched in style and color. After placing his finger above the design, he exclaimed his honest opinion out loud. "I believe your woman will look fantastic in these. Just give me her measurements, and I will have them made by the end of the day." Berenger smiled as he boldly proclaimed Linda's measurements with a hint of pride on his face. 33D-22-33. The man's jaw nearly dropped when he heard this. The only thing he was capable of saying in response to such a thing was the phrase, "Goddamn." After daydreaming for a bit, he snapped out of it and gave Berenger a quick salute. "I will have it done in a few hours, where I will deliver it to your castle." Hearing this, Berenger smiled and began to chat with the man about the finer points of fashion for some time. It was not until evening where the garments were entirely crafted, and he was able to return to the castle with his new gift for Linda in hand. As such, he returned to the court, eager to see what Linda would look like in elegant underwear. After arriving in the castle, Berenger immediately began to search for Linda. It took him a while due to the size of the place. He began to wonder how difficult it would be to locate his family when they finally moved into his grand palace. Linda was currently breastfeeding Hans, and when Berenger witnesses the sight, he gazed at her with an envious expression. Seeing Berenger standing in the doorway looking at her with a jealous gaze, Linda began to giggle before taunting the father of her child. "When he is finished, you can have your fill if you want." Hearing such a bold suggestion, even Berenger felt embarrassed, and as such, his cheeks began to flush and Linda noticed it. However, he quickly calmed himself and fired back at her shameless suggestion with a naughty retort. "If you're offering, then don't blame me for partaking." Hearing Berenger's response caused Linda to flush with embarrassment. Every time she played these word games with Berenger, it usually resulted in her being defeated. She was quick-witted, bold, and sometimes shameless. However, when compared to Berenger and his dirty mind, she could never compete. After a few moments, she finished up what she was doing and put Hans back in his crib before walking over to Berenger with a sultry smile on her face. "So tell me, what has gotten you so riled up today?" Berenger had a smile on his face as he pulled out a paper bag that contained his gift to Linda. He dangled it in front of her as bait before whispering in her ear, "Let's go back to our room. I have a gift for you." Linda could tell that it was something personal, and as such, she quietly nodded before holding onto Berenger's hand and following him back to the bedroom. After the door was shut and the curtains were closed, he revealed the contents of the bag. Linda stared at it for a few moments with a vague idea of what it was for, but she had never seen such flashy undergarments before. As such, Berenger sat back on the side of the bed with his legs crossed and his head is resting on his fist while smiling. "Go ahead, try them on." Linda blushed, but considering they were in private and this was a command from her master, she had no choice but to obey. As such, she slowly began to strip off her clothing until only her bare skin remained. Seeing how excited Berenger was, she showed off her divine physique in all its glory before slowly putting on the new panties made of the softest silk. After dressing in the bottoms, she tried to attach the bra but had difficulty with the hooks on the back. As such, she swiped her hair to the side before asking Berenger to assist her. "A little help?" Berenger never thought he would be able to do such a thing, and as such, he leaped at the opportunity. Unfortunately for him, he struggled a little bit before he finally got them in place. After Linda's undergarments were fully attached, he asked her the question on his mind. "So, how does it feel?" Linda moved around a little bit to get a feel for the design before smiling. "Much better." As such, she walked over to Berenger and began to kiss him passionately, which only further increased his arousal. However, before they got down to business, he moved her over to the bedroom mirror and displayed her beauty to herself. "You truly are the most beautiful woman I have ever met. You know that?" Hearing such sweet words, Linda could no longer hold herself back and pushed Berenger on the bed where the two began to make love. By the time they had finished, it was late into the night. Thus this was the ending to the day that Berenger introduced modern women's undergarments to the population of Austria. Chapter 229, 228, developing the hand cannon. While Berenger was taking advantage of this era of peace and stability that he had established to implement his agricultural and educational reforms, his enemies were on the move. In the county of Caernarfonshire within Wales, a group of knights was gathered. They were covered head to toe in Cherbourg pattern plate armor and wore a white and green tabard with a red Maltese cross emblazoned upon it. These knights were recently established as one of the new military orders of the Catholic Church. They were known as the Order of the Red Dragon. The Order of the Red Dragon made Caernarfonshire their home and began constructing a mighty castle near the coastline. With near unlimited funding by the Catholic Church to raise their forces, the Order of the Red Dragon had spared no expense in building their fortress. Currently, an exceptionally tall man who stood well over 6 feet and 6 inches was standing next to a man of average height. In doing so, he appeared to dwarf him. This tall man was clad in iron plate armor from head to toe, in the style that was popular in the region. This man was none other than the Grand Master Gwyd Bawel. He was standing next to a relatively talented blacksmith who was introducing him to the progress he had made to the task he was assigned. The blacksmith was eager to show off what he had accomplished and led the tall knight into his workshop, where he had 2 long poles, each of which had a long metal tube at the end. This tube acted as the barrel of the weapon. It was an exceptionally crude and primitive firearm, but it was a firearm nonetheless. As such, the Grand Master picked up one of the weapons and observed it for a few moments before asking the question on his mind. "This is the legendary hand cannon?" The blacksmith nodded his head with an excited expression on his face. "I purchased one from a trader who claimed he acquired it from a group in Bohemia. Afterward, I reverse-engineered it and manufactured a few of them on my own. Would you like to see how it functions?" The Grand Master had a stoic expression on his sturdy and scarred face. He merely nodded silently, indicating to the blacksmith to present the weapon. After doing so, the man grabbed a spare sheet of iron that had the same thickness as a common breastplate and dragged it out to the courtyard. The blacksmith placed the iron sheet in front of a hay bale before walking away 10 steps, where he began the loading procedure of the hand cannon. The loading of a hand cannon was similar to any other muzzle-loading firearm, albeit far less streamlined. One would load the powder into the small tube at the end of the stick that acted as a barrel with their powder flask, where they would then add the projectile followed by some form of cloth wadding. After doing so, they would pack it down with a stick. Yes, a stick, not a ramrod. These weapons had yet to develop a self-contained ramrod, so they used a separate stick to pack down the powder and projectile. The firing sequence was completely different from later designs, though. Similar to the flintlock and earlier firearm designs, one would put a bit of powder on the pan. However, that is where the similarities ended. On this weapon, there was no such thing as a trigger, so what the handgunner would have to do is hold the stick under their armpit and use their free hand to light the powder with a slow-burning match. That would then ignite the powder in the weapon and send the projectile flying. As such, this sequence took a significant amount of time, nearly a minute, to do so. The projectile that was used was nothing more than small rock instead of a lead or iron ball. Because of this, it did not achieve as much accuracy as the weapon was capable of, not that it was capable of much. After firing the weapon, the projectile completely missed the target, where the blacksmith began to curse under his breath. "Motherfucker." After venting his frustrations, the blacksmith began the reloading process once more, where he missed his target for a second time. It was only after firing a total of 3 times that the stone projectile hit its target and burst through the iron plate. The moment it did so, the blacksmith began to cheer aloud. Haha. Witnessing the lackluster performance of the fabled hand cannon that Berenger's forces had used to triumph over the Teutonic Order, the Grand Master immediately felt something was amiss. Even in large numbers, such a pathetic weapon could not possibly turn the tides of war. Its reload speed was too long, its accuracy was terrible, and its effective range was laughable. As such, he immediately interrogated the blacksmith about his concerns. "Are you certain that this is a hand cannon?" The blacksmith could tell the Grand Master was not pleased, and as such he nodded his head with a certain expression. "Yes, this is a hand cannon. Supposedly there are similar designs across all of Europe, but nothing too different. If you field it in large numbers, it can be effective even at close range. The largest problem with such a tactic is acquiring the saltpeter necessary to create gunpowder. The Byzantines are able to get it for cheap from India, but unless you can establish a trade route all the way to the empire, good luck maintaining a large force of handgunners." Hearing this, the man was even more uncertain of how his enemy had acquired so many of these weapons and was able to maintain the necessary gunpowder to supply his armies. He had no way of knowing that a large portion of Berenger's supply of saltpeter came from his own nitraries. As for the rest, it was now purchased from the Byzantines with the relationship he had set up with the empire. At the behest of the Catholic Church, the various military orders were required to begin experimentation with hand cannons, but creating something more effective than the current technology would take years, maybe even decades to achieve. Reflecting upon his orders, GWIDHYR sighed in response to the information he had received. Either the reports of Berenger's weapons were inaccurate, or Berenger had a completely different design of firearms altogether. If it were not for the Vatican's support, there would be no way for the Order of the Red Dragon to field these primitive hand cannons, let alone something greater. GWIDHYR coldly looked into the blacksmith's eyes and spoke in a stern tone, in doing so intimidating the man, who began to shake. "I want at least 100 of these built as quickly as you are able. As for the gunpowder, we will use the Church's influence to procure it." The blacksmith slowly nodded his head as he responded to the Grand Master's request. "I promise you that I will have them done in a few months' worths of time." If Grand Master GWIDHYR knew the amount of muskets Berenger could produce within a few months, he would genuinely lose all hope of winning the upcoming crusade that the Catholic Church had planned for the German Reformation, or the Berenger heresy as they continued to refer to it as. With that said, the Grand Master quickly got back to work to oversee the construction of their order's first castle. As for the production of hand cannons, it was not only the Catholic Church interested in researching and developing such weapons. After Berenger's overwhelming victory against the Bavarians who invaded Austria, all of Europe had begun to spend as many resources as possible on the research and development of handheld firearms. Even to the more stubborn kingdoms like France, it had become increasingly apparent that the era of knights was coming to an end. If they could not adapt to the circumstances they found themselves in, they would no longer maintain their power. Berenger had inadvertently sparked a new arms race among all of the European powers. The notions of who could build the best handheld firearm and who could field the most of them had begun to consume the minds of the European monarchs and feudal lords as they rushed whatever asinine design they could develop into production in an attempt to have the slightest advantage over their competitors. Even if Berenger were aware of such a thing, it would be centuries before the people of this world were capable of developing anything remotely similar to what his troops currently fielded. Despite the fact that there were exceptional geniuses in every era, Berenger's technology was too advanced for the early 15th century to compete with. Nevertheless, the rapid development of hand cannons in this timeline as a result of Berenger's interference could prove some difficulty to his armed forces. At the very least, it could make sieges more difficult for Berenger to win with minimal casualties. When he finally learned of this arms race that he had inspired, Berenger would be forced to do something about it. Chapter 230, 229, Advancements in Medicine in the Chemistry Department of Kufstein. The lead chemist Aldo von Passau had just made a significant discovery. Something that Berenger had previously hinted to but in no way explained in detail. Upon discovering such a thing, the man began to question how Berenger could know this reality. He was starting to believe that God sent Berenger to lead humanity into a new golden age. This significant discovery was basic germ theory. As part of Berenger's chemistry department, which the young Duke had spent a considerable sum to construct, microscopes were included within the facility's tools. In Berenger's past life, he was an engineer, not a biologist or a chemist. However, to graduate from university, he had to have a fundamental knowledge of these subjects. Because of this, he had taught the men in his current chemistry department the basic level of knowledge that pertained to chemistry. However, these men, especially Aldo, were exceptionally brilliant and eager to learn. As such, they quickly adapted to Berenger's teachings and tested them to see themselves if what Berenger had taught them was pure truth. Of course, Berenger had also taught them the basics of science, such as the scientific method. While Berenger insisted on creating certain chemicals for medical production like disinfectant alcohol and certain antibiotics used in what was considered over-the-counter antibiotic cream in his previous life, he did not explain how these things functioned. Instead, he said with a wry smile on his face, "You're the chemist. Figure it out." The arrogant expression on the young Duke's face, as if he knew more about the subject than a man who had spent a lifetime studying the mysteries of the world like Aldo, so thoroughly outraged the chemist that he sought to prove Berenger wrong by using his methods against him. In the end, Aldo had made a particular discovery by using a microscope on a sample of blood from an infected cattle, and that was the existence of bacteria and how some bacteria can cause disease. This discovery caused a great deal of shock within Aldo's mind, and he immediately wanted to replicate this infection on some of the field mice he had gathered. As such, Aldo would spend the next few weeks cultivating harmful bacteria and infected field mice, where he would use the antibacterial cream on one group while not using it on another to see if he had discovered the function of Berenger's so-called antibacterial cream. In the meantime, Aldo would begin to draft a report on his findings, where he would then hand it to Berenger personally and see the reaction on the man's face. Thus Aldo spent hours writing his conclusions into a somewhat scholarly thesis. After finishing it and allowing it to dry, it was late at night, and as such, Aldo waited until morning to report his findings. While Aldo was advancing his knowledge on chemistry and basic germ theory, Ewald, who was Berenger's court physician, was permitted by Berenger to study basic anatomy. As such, he had been granted the ability to conduct research on the corpses of several of the dead enemy soldiers Berenger had brought back from the battlefield. Every time Ewald cut into a cadaver and examined not only the anatomy that a human was comprised of, but also the cause of death of the enemy soldier, the man, he was shocked to find his discoveries. It was not just anatomy that the physician was allowed to practice. He too experimented with microscopes on the blood of humans, both alive and dead, and that of animals. Berenger was more than happy to point the man in the direction that he was most needed in. As such, the man began to make progress in the fields of surgery and blood transfusions. Through the continued experimentation of both life and deceased human blood, and with proper direction from Berenger and his knowledge from his past life, Ewald had also made a breakthrough in one of the fields he was studying. That breakthrough was the existence of different blood types. He had determined that there were a total of 3 blood types, A, B, and C, as he labeled them. However, he could not rule out the possibility of a 4th. As such, he would continue in his research endeavors in the future, but for now, he wanted to report his findings to Berenger as quickly as possible. If the young Duke was impressed by his performance, he might get more funding and staff to continue his research. As such, after cleaning up his laboratory, he headed towards Berenger's office with great haste. Interestingly enough, he would arrive at Berenger's study at the same time as Aldo. When Berenger's court physician and the head of his chemistry department burst into his door unannounced, he could tell something significant had happened. When he saw the two men clambering among one another to report their findings first, Berenger raised a hand, signaling them to calm themselves before speaking. "Aldo, you go first." With this, the man smugly smirked at Ewald before reporting his findings. "Your Grace, I believe you will be pleased to know that I finally solved the question I asked you long ago." Berenger smiled upon hearing this, as he was well aware of what Aldo had been studying for some time, and thus motioned for the man to continue, as he set down his report upon Berenger's desk that pertained to his understanding of basic germ theory. And as Berenger read through it, his smile became even broader. While Berenger was reading through his report, Aldo began to speak the results of his experiments aloud. "Your Grace, I do not know how you are aware of this, but it has become clear to me that you know far more than you let on. The more I experimented with the blood of infected beings, the more I found proof of these so-called bacteria and the ability for them to cause sickness in humans and animals. I am currently experimenting on a few field mice as to the effectiveness of the antibacterial cream you have ordered me to make, and I promise we will see results shortly. However, I have a feeling you already know how the results will turn out. Thus I decided to report my findings before that study was completed." Berenger merely smiled at Aldo before complimenting the man. "You truly are a genius, Aldo. I am beyond impressed with your results in so little time. Continue your good work, and I might be able to give you a few new chemical compounds soon for you to work with. I will also reward you for your findings. Name what it is you desire, and so long as it is within my ability, I will grant it to you." Aldo bowed respectfully to Berenger before making his request. "If it is not too much trouble, I would like you to send me a fresh batch of young and educated minds so I can help mold them into future chemists." Berenger thought about it for a few moments before responding. "As soon as I have a group of potential candidates, I will send them your way. You have my word." With this, Aldo smiled before thanking Berenger. "Thank you, Your Grace." With that, Berenger turned his attention to Ewald, where he began to ask the man what was on his mind. "Did you have something to report to me as well, Ewald?" The physician smiled before announcing his results. "I, too, have made a significant discovery. By experimenting with human blood, I have found several different blood types. They are determined by the presence or lack thereof of specific antigens in the blood. I currently have seen 3 of these so-called blood types, A, B, and C. A has the A antigen in the red blood cell and the B antibody in the plasma. B has the B antigen in the red blood cell and the A antibody in the plasma. C has neither A nor B antigens in the blood cells, but both A and B antibodies in the plasma." After hearing this, Berenger immediately understood C to the O blood group from his previous life, and thus he decided to declare it as such. Should C be called O because there are 0 antigens in the blood cells? The man thought about it for a few moments before nodding his head in agreement. That makes sense. As with Aldo, all of these scientific terms that the man used were presented by Berenger when he aided them in their studies. Without it, they would have no idea what to look for. Under Berenger's guidance, these 2 men had made significant breakthroughs in the areas of medicine, and Berenger could not be more proud. As such, Berenger's smile was about as large as it could be when he praised Ewald. "Well done, Ewald. I too shall grant you a reward for your efforts. Tell me what it is you desire." The man nodded his head in excitement upon hearing this and made his terms known. "As with Aldo, I too desire more staffing, but I would also ask for more funding as well." Berenger nodded his head in agreement when he heard this and accepted the request. "Done. I will approve of more funding to the scientific fields and split it between your 2 departments. As for the request for additional staff, I will make the same promise I made with Aldo. As soon as proper candidates present themselves, I will send them your way immediately." With this, the two men were exceptionally thankful to Berenger and bowed their heads with respect before departing. After they were long gone from Berniger's presence, the young Duke pulled out a glass and poured some of the distilled spirits he had been manufacturing into it, where he took a sip before sighing heavily. As Berenger did so, he expressed the thoughts on his mind aloud. Everything is progressing smoothly. These scientific breakthroughs were just the beginning. He could not wait until the days people had proper medical care that was not reliant on the backward ways of medieval understanding. This was a significant first step into establishing an era of scientific thinking, especially in medicine. Chapter 231, 230, Selecting a Deputy Director within the city of Kufstein. Linda was currently sitting in her favorite tea shop. This time she was sitting alongside a specific female agent who had been instrumental in the victories of Marin and Vienna during Berenger's past campaigns. Since Berenger had ordered Linda to restructure the intelligence agency into something more modern instead of the primitive method they had been using, she needed a proper deputy director. And there was nobody better in her mind than the young woman sitting before her. Linda had a brilliant mind and was a natural prodigy when it came to intrigue, but there was one area she severely lacked in regards to, and that was field experience. The woman before her had proven capable in not only the art of assassination, but sabotage as well. She had a quick mind and could think critically even while under stress. She had proven fully capable of escaping volatile situations and establishing a proper replacement without the need to go up the ladder of command. Without her efforts in the field, Berenger's campaigns might have slowed down. Despite the fact that his army's firepower was overwhelming, the removal of specific vital figures and the sabotage of enemy supplies, equipment, and fortification were needed for a swift victory. This woman's name was Hema, and she was a Kufstein native. She had grown up in the area as an orphan roaming the streets. The skills she gained in surviving her childhood allowed her to be a capable field agent. Now she would be tasked with helping Linda preside over an appropriate intelligence agency instead of a meager medieval spy network. The two young women sitting across from one another was quite the sight to behold. The female field agent was considered beautiful by most men's standards. However, when sitting next to Linda, who was considered one of the three heavenly beauties of Austria, even she felt discouraged in her looks. While sipping from her tea, Linda noticed that Hema had a dissatisfied expression on her face, and she was not afraid to inquire about the reasoning. As such, she put on a pretty smile that successfully managed to charm the young woman before asking the question on her mind. "Is something the matter?" Hema was by no means a lesbian, but even she could not help but admire Linda's natural beauty and charming personality. As such, she merely sighed before admitting defeat. "It is nothing serious. I just realized I can't compete with you." It took Linda a moment to realize what the woman was talking about. When she did notice, she merely giggled before responding. "Oh, sweetheart, there is no reason to compare yourself with me. You are beautiful in your own way." Hema instantly began to blush when she heard the compliment. As such, she quickly distracted herself by throwing herself into her work. It was a common habit of hers to do so when she felt uncomfortable. "So why am I here? Is there something you need from me?" Seeing that the young woman had broached the subject, Linda pulled out a luxurious purse that she carried along with her. The bag was made out of fine black leather and utilized gold fastenings. The latch itself was gold and studded with diamonds in the shape of a heart, and the strap that it was carried by was a golden chain. The leather purse had a delicate diamond pattern embossed atop the surface. Seeing such an elegant handbag, Hema immediately gazed upon it with envy. However, after retrieving a few documents, Linda stashed the purse away below the table before handing the young woman the papers. The woman quickly glanced at the title, which read as follows: Austrian Intelligence Agency. Seeing such words written on the paper, the woman immediately asked Linda what the documents pertained to. "What is this?" Linda merely smiled with a charming appearance before announcing Berenger's plan. We are going under a restructure in an attempt to make things more efficient. These documents contain the details. I want you to read through them thoroughly and then burn them. I will be forward with you, Hema. I need a talented field agent with a quick mind to act as my second in command. You have proven yourself among the greatest of my field agents, and I think it is about time you receive a promotion worthy of your efforts. What do you say? Will you be my deputy director? Hema quickly glanced through the documents, trying to understand the duties of her position. The new job was much more demanding, but it was also far less dangerous and had much higher pay and accommodations. As such, she was quickly enticed by the offer presented to her. However, she honestly did not believe she was qualified for such a position and, as such, asked the question on her mind. Why me? Surely others are more qualified, who have more leadership experience. Upon hearing this, Linda raised 2 fingers before answering the woman's question with a serious expression. I have 2 reasons. First and foremost, I need someone who is acquainted with the field and who can properly direct the field agents in their endeavors. It is an area I am severely lacking. As far as leadership experience goes, others are more qualified in that regard, but lack your knowledge of the conditions of the field. After saying this, Linda allowed Hema to respond, and as such, the young woman asked the question on her mind. And your second reason? After hearing this, Linda sighed and rested her pretty face in the palm of her head while staring out the window before answering. I needed a woman to fulfill the role. If I spent most of my day in the company of another man, Berenger is likely to have him lined up against the wall and shot out of jealousy. Hearing this, Hema assumed Linda was joking and began to giggle. However, the cold gaze Linda gave her before responding sent chills down the woman's spine. I'm not joking. After saying this, there was a long and awkward silence. That is, of course, until Linda began to stretch her back while yawning. After doing so, she revealed the rest of her thoughts. Seeing as how that is the case, you are by far the most qualified to fulfill the position. If anyone has the gall to complain, send them to me, and I will explain why you have the position in full detail. It would be entertaining to see the look on their faces when I ask them how they feel about being executed due to Berenger's jealous nature. Saying this, Linda immediately began to giggle with a charming smile on her face, to the point where Hema was concerned about Linda's state of mind considering that she could find something so horrible to be entertaining. After joking around for a few minutes, Linda asked Hema about her decision. So what do you say? Do you want the position or not? Hema thought about it clearly for a few moments, nodding her head in agreement before formally declaring her intent. I accept. With that said, Linda smiled once more before taking a sip from her tea. After doing so, she responded to Hema. Good. Take those documents home and read them thoroughly. After doing so, burn them. I don't want any evidence of our department existing. As such, Linda began to get up from her seat and grabbed a hold of her luxurious handbag where she picked out a few silver coins and placed them on the table as compensation for the tea and cookies. After doing so, she closed the purse and slung it around her shoulder. The black and gold bag matched perfectly with her exquisite dress that was in the same color scheme, so much so that every man in the shop had their eyes on Linda throughout the entirety of her conversation with Hema. She was like a goddess to the men of Kufstein, and just like a goddess, she was utterly untouchable. After all, she was the Duke's woman, and everyone knew it. Seeing as Linda was about to leave, Hema called out to her and asked the question on her mind. What do you intend to do now? Linda thought about it for a few moments before putting on a sultry smile and boldly announcing in front of the entire tea shop, I am going to go satisfy my man. The moment Hema heard this, she nearly dropped her jaw. She could not comprehend how Linda could say something so shameless in a public setting like this. Nor could she understand how Linda got so much work done while living in the castle with Berenger. If this is how they spent their days, it was a wonder that the spy network had grown to its current extent. It was at this moment she had a sudden realization. Was this position she had just gained nothing more than a way to relieve some of the pressure on Linda so that the young enchantress could spend more time with Berenger? Hema immediately began to lament her decision, but it was too late now. She was unofficially the deputy director of the Austrian intelligence agency, which officially did not exist. With that said, Linda returned to the castle where she made good on her promise, immediately distracting Berenger from his ongoing work and dragging him to the bedroom for a little bit of mutual stress relief. As usual, the young couple was going at it like rabbits. By now, Berenger had learned his lesson and was smart enough to play it safe and not knock up Linda for a second time. Chapter 232, 231, Anuria's Journey Part 3. It had been close to a week since Anuria and the galley she was on first departed from Constantinople. They quickly passed through the Bosphorus and into the Black Sea. During this time, she stayed entirely in the captain's quarters, where she was allotted as her personal space by Agnellus. The man commonly brought her and her pet eagle, Heraclius, food and water to sustain themselves. Anuria did not have much to do during this time, so she merely entertained herself by daydreaming about what it would be like when she finally arrived in Kufstein and met with Berenger face to face. She was like a young girl who had her first crush. Though she never met the man, she could already envision what he looked like. She imagined Berenger to have blonde hair and blue eyes, as she mistakenly believed that all Germans had. However, the image in her head was slightly different from the real Berenger. Her imagination of Berenger was not scarred from battle and lacked the eye patch. He also had shoulder-length hair that was center-parted and was not quite as handsome as the actual man. She would be greatly surprised when she finally met the real Berenger and realized he was even better looking than she thought he would be. Nevertheless, in her mind, she imagined all kinds of scenarios. Maybe he would leave his 2 women and marry her instead. Or perhaps he would do something scandalous like add her to his harem. She began to blush as she imagined the thought of a lowly count keeping an imperial princess like her in his harem. It was simply too outrageous for her inexperienced mind to handle. As such, she quickly shook her head and stuffed it face first into her pillow. Heraclius merely gazed at the girl like she were an idiot and screeched in response. Hearing his voice made Anuria look out from above her pillow and glared at the bird. It was clear that she had taken offense to whatever the bird had said. Whether Anuria understood the eagle's words or simply was so well accustomed with the bird that she knew his general intent by the pitch of his screech, the fact remained that she was not pleased with what Heraclius had said, and as such, she chastised him. "I am not. You should mind your words, Heraclius." However, her fun was quickly interrupted by a knock on the door and the voice of Agnellus behind it. "Can I come in?" Anuria rushed over to the door and slightly cracked it open while peering outside. Seeing the friendly gaze of Agnellus, she let out a sigh of relief before asking the question on her mind. "What is it?" Agnellus instantly began to scratch his chin as he informed the princess of the journey's current progress. "We are about to pass through the Empire's borders at the Black Sea and enter the Danube. When we reach the first major town in Wallachia, we will be stopping for supplies and trade. If you wish, you can stretch your legs then and get some fresh air. If you do want to wander into the town, I suggest you stay close by my side. You never know who is out to harm you." Agnellus's sister had reminded him to watch out for Anuria, and as such, he did not intend to let any harm befall the naive and innocent young girl. If something happened to her on his watch, the Byzantine imperial family would massacre his entire family in the act of vengeance if they were ever to find out. After hearing this, a pretty smile formed itself on Anuria's pink lips. She was excited to get out of this cabin and see the world. As such, she quickly nodded her head and expressed her desire to get off the ship when they arrived. "I look forward to it. I promise I won't cause any trouble." Having heard this, Agnellus sighed before muttering beneath his breath, "Don't make promises you can't keep." Of course, Anuria did not hear what he said, and as such, Agnellus departed without incident. Agnellus was a practical man, and having Anuria on the ship was already an enormous risk, but bringing her into a town in Wallachia, she was bound to cause trouble. Nevertheless, he couldn't just keep her locked up for the entire journey. That would be inhumane. Anuria quickly closed the door after Agnellus left and had a broad smile on her face. She could finally see what the world looked like. She could hardly contain her excitement and instantly began to tell Heraclius of the good news. Of course, as an eagle, he had excellent hearing and had already figured out the details from the conversation at the doorway. That did not prevent Anuria from repeating it, though. "Heraclius, we are finally going to get to some solid ground. I can't wait to mingle with the local Wallachians. I wonder what they are like." Heraclius merely rolled his eyes at the naive girl. He could already feel a headache taking over. He would be forced to protect her from wicked men once more, or so the proud eagle thought within its mind. An hour later, the ship docked in a medium-sized river town along the Danube in Wallachia. This town was called Burila and was the main harbor of Wallachia. After docking on the ship, Agnellus knocked on the cabin's door, where Anuria quickly opened it with a wide grin on her face. Seeing the young princess was so pretty and naive, Agnellus threw a set of less luxurious clothing in her direction that featured a shawl. After doing so, he said in a severe tone, "Wear this and keep your face covered at all times. I don't want any trouble to occur because of your appearance." Hearing this, Anuria was perplexed. After all, she was completely unaware of the degree of beauty she naturally possessed. If she were to walk around uncovered, it would surely attract attention. Despite the question in her heart, she was obedient and shut the door, where she quickly changed out of her lavish attire and into something much more modest. She quickly covered her head and face with a shawl before revealing herself outside the cabin's entrance. The shawl resembled that of a Catholic headscarf, and when combined with a face veil, perfectly covered up the girl's natural beauty, aside from her glimmering mint-green eyes. Seeing she was covered correctly, Agnellus began to escort her off the ship. In doing so, the rest of the crew gazed upon Anuria with curious expressions. They knew there was a VIP staying within the captain's cabin, but they had no idea it was a woman. Some of them had more wicked thoughts in their heads, and others were merely curious, but the way Agnellus glared at his crew immediately halted any inappropriate ideas that the men might be scheming. As they entered the town, Heraclius took off into the air, watching Anuria from above like a guardian angel. He felt cramped within the cabin since they left Constantinople and needed to spread his wings for a bit. However, he never let Anuria out of his vigilant gaze. As for Agnellus, he made sure the young girl stayed close by so that she didn't get herself into any trouble. While his crew was out purchasing the necessary supplies for the journey, and others were paying a visit to the local brothels, Agnellus was stuck babysitting the young princess. Eventually, the young princess spotted a store that caught her interest. It was a local tailor. She had a great interest in seeing the local designs that Wallachian women wore. She was so excited she ran ahead from Agnellus. Upon seeing this, the man almost called out to her before realizing that he did not know what to call her. He very well couldn't call her by her first name, but if he used her honorific, it would immediately alert people to her position. Thus all he could do was chase after Anuria as she rushed towards the tailors. However, before Anuria could enter the building, she ran into a well-dressed man and fell onto her, but as she looked up, she saw a young man with shoulder-length jet-black hair and amber eyes glare at her with a sense of fury in his eyes. However, when he noticed Anuria's flawless mint-green eyes beneath her headdress, his furious gaze disappeared. and a wicked smile appeared on his face. This young man was a mighty boyar of Wallachia, a high-ranking nobleman, and he was quite the handsome individual. Because of this, he was particularly lecherous, and he had enough experience to instantly realize the excellent shape of Anuria's body hidden beneath her clothing. Seeing how she was dressed as a peasant woman, the boyar began to take advantage of the situation and scolded the girl in front of him. "Do you have any idea who I am? How dare you ruin my expensive coat? I demand payment." It was only then that Anuria realized that the mud from the streets had splashed onto the man's coat, and seeing as how she had no money, she did not know how to react to this. As such, she lowered her head and apologized. "I am sorry, but I don't have any money to repay you for the damage I have caused." Hearing this, the boyar was even more confident that the girl was an impoverished peasant, and thus he began to lick his lips as he imagined what form of beauty this girl was hiding behind her veil. The boyar instantly wrapped his arm around the woman's neck and dragged her close while squeezing her chest before whispering in her ear, "I know a way you can repay me." Feeling the man grab at her chest, Anuria immediately flinched and slapped the man in the face before making some distance between herself and the mighty boyar. The moment she did, so she cursed at him. "How dare you touch me?" After being slapped by the woman he believed to be a peasant, the man felt his inner fury rising, and thus he pulled out his sword on his belt and began screaming at Anuria. "You filthy peasant whore! You dare to lay a hand on my flawless face. I will have your head." The moment he charged at Anuria, Hercules swept down from the sky above with a screech of fury. He had looked away for no more than a minute to catch a nearby rabbit, and yet Anuria had already gotten herself into trouble. The eagle bravely rushed towards the defense of the princess, where his talons dug into the young man's sword hand, tearing through flesh and bone alike, forcing the man to drop the blade. Coincidentally, this also happened to be the hand the man had used to assault Anuria. The young man screamed in agony as he tried to shake Heraclius away, but the more he did, the more damage was dealt with his hand. In this day and age, the damage done to the muscles and hand was enough to make sure that the boyar never again wielded a sword. As such, the blood quickly flowed onto the ground before Heraclius released the man's hand, where he flew back onto Anuria's shoulder and screeched fearsomely at the wounded boyar. The fury in Heraclius' gaze was enough to intimidate the fool who began to soil his pants. If Heraclius wanted to, he could have claimed the young man's life. The crowd that had gathered stood in shock as they witnessed a member of the local nobility get so thoroughly defeated by the eagle. Even Agnellus was amazed at the lengths the bird would go to protect the girl. Though he immediately snapped out of his shock, he quickly arrived before dragging Anuria and the bird away. After such an incident with a member of the local nobility, it was best to get out of Dodge as quickly as possible. Thus, Anuria was led back to the ship while Agnellus scolded her along the way. "God damn it. I fucking told you to stay nearby. This was exactly the kind of shit I was trying to prevent." On the other hand, Anuria was pouting. She was shocked and dismayed over the sexual assault that the local nobleman had done to her out of nowhere and instantly became bitter about it. If she were still within the borders of the Byzantine Empire, she would have revealed her identity to have the man executed for such a heinous act. She made a mental note of this and vowed never to suffer such humiliation again in the future. After returning to the ship, Anuria lay down upon her bed with a depressed expression on her face. She thought a great deal as to what had happened and immediately asked a question to Heraclius. "Count Berengar won't be such a scandalous individual, will he?" The proud eagle merely gazed at Anuria with a frustrated expression. This girl could not help but get into trouble, and once more, he had risked his life to help her out. As such, he merely squawked at Anuria before shifting his head away as if he were ignoring her, causing the young girl to sink further into depression. As for Agnellus, he made sure nobody had seen them enter the ship and tried to round up his men as quickly as possible. Because of this incident, they would have to finish their resupply at the next town. Thus, before the boyar could retaliate, the galley had departed and traveled further down the Danube. Hopefully, they would not have to deal with the consequences of the scene that had just transpired. Chapter 232. Blessed with an exceptional child. While Berniger's agricultural reforms were slowly but surely being implemented across the realm, the man was presented with a great sense of difficulty. Soon it would be Adela's 14th birthday, and he had no idea what to get the girl. Though the betrothed couple did not live together, that did not mean that Berenger did not shower his little fiancée with presents. He would send her dresses, shoes, jewelry, and fashionable accessories that were fit for an empress every chance he got. Of course, Adela's birthday was not the only one Berenger had to prepare for. Linda's birthday was shortly after hers, and just like Adela, he showered her with lavish gifts whenever he got the chance. He truly spoiled his two women to a degree that a normal duke was incapable of. Adela's birthday was on September 9th, while Linda's was on October 15th. They were a little over a month apart. As for Berenger, his birthday was December 21st. However, he frankly did not care about his birthday. It just became another day of the year after a certain point. Until he could get his hands on the precious substance known as chocolate, Berenger was quite disappointed with his birthday, as he could not continue his yearly tradition of eating triple-layered German chocolate cake, which to him was a disaster. However, that was not important at the moment. What was important was getting Adela a proper gift for her birthday. He could easily shop for Linda. He would simply have his tailor make her a luxurious, and more importantly, sexy lingerie set. However, for someone like Adela, that was not exactly something he could do without feeling like a creep. As such, he was in a serious debate with his mind while sitting in his chair drinking from his gold chalice that was filled with beer. He was pretty troubled over the issue. He could not just give her some more meaningless jewelry or clothing. It had to be something exceptional, something the girl did not usually receive from him. It was at this moment he thought of something interesting, something he had not considered before. What if he bought her a new horse? Something exotic that cost a fortune to import. What if he bought her a white Arabian? To him, this idea was perfect. He never bought either of his women horses, and he knew that Adela was fond of the creatures. Linda loved cats, but Adela loved horses. Upon thinking about such a brilliant, he immediately got to task writing a letter to his old friend Arethusa from the Byzantine Empire. If there were anyone Berenger knew that could get him a white Arabian in time for Adela's birthday, it would be the strategos of Ionia. After drafting the letter, he quickly had it sent out with a proper messenger party. It was times like this that Berenger seriously missed the modern world and its advanced communication methods. After sending out his request, Berenger returned to his office, where he let out a heavy sigh before breaking out the distilled spirits. When it came to hard liquor, Berenger had opted for making whiskey, and though this batch was not aged to any serious extent, it was enough to help calm his nerves. Berenger began to reflect upon the past year and a half of his life. So much had happened in this time that he rarely had a moment like this to relax. He was fortunate to be alive, let alone making it as far as he had. He still had no idea how he had reincarnated into this world, but he began to consider that perhaps it was some form of deity's work. Yet if that were so, what could be their motive in doing so? These were the ideas that Berenger stressed about within his spare time. He was so busy thinking all day long that he did not know how to shut it off, so to calm down, he thought about things that could not be proven and merely speculated about them as a mental exercise. At the very least, it kept his mind healthy. Berenger had spent so much time in his study lately that it had become second nature to come to this room and sit down, even if he had nothing to do. Linda had begun to joke around about how he spent more time with his study's leather-bound chair than he did with her. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. The moment Berenger thought about his lover, he heard a knock on his door, where he quickly answered it. Come in. After doing so, Linda appeared dressed in another sky blue dress. When she was not wearing the colors of his house, she tended to enjoy dressing in sky blue and white, as it brought out her beautiful eyes. Seeing his handsome lover standing in front of him with a happy smile on her face, Berenger was confused. Thus he asked about it. What has got you so happy? Linda approached Berenger and grabbed a hold of his hands and began to drag him away without explanation. Curious as to what had gotten the woman so excited, he allowed her to do so before long. He was swiftly dragged to Hans' room by the woman he loved, where she opened the door to reveal the small child standing on his two legs and walking over to Henrietta, who was nearby and smiling. Berenger was not too surprised when he saw this. After all, it was about time for the child to walk. However, what came next greatly surprised him. The baby boy saw his father enter the room and ran over to him as fast as he could while saying, "Dada." "Mama." This stunned Berenger. The child still had some ways to go before they should naturally be able to form words. Yet, he clearly stated the terms that were usually a child's first words at around 12 months old. Seeing such a strange occurrence, Berenger could not contain his thoughts and let them slip from his tongue. Holy shit! Linda immediately glared at Berenger when he used profanity in front of their infant son, and he instantly shut his trap. Hans was close to 9 months old at this point. After all, he had been born at the very end of the last year, and it was not yet September. Despite this, he was walking quite effortlessly and already talking to some degree. Berenger could not help but believe the kid was some form of genius, and he quickly stared at Linda with confusion. The way he looked at Linda made her uncomfortable, and she awkwardly inquired about his gaze. What? Why are you staring at me like that? Berenger did not hide what he was thinking and quickly revealed his thoughts. What kind of super genes does your family have? Linda, of course, had no idea what genetics was and thus was deeply perplexed by Berenger's question. As such, she expressed her confusion. Genes? Berenger merely shook his head and dismissed the idea. Never mind, it is not important. He knew the kid did not get the intelligence from his family. While his family was above average in intelligence, with some just breaking the barrier to enter Mensa, there were no legitimate geniuses in his family, at least in the classical sense. Of course, the moment he thought about that, he realized this body did not have the same genetic composition as his original body. While pondering about such things, Berenger had to admit that he did not know much about the von Kufstein lineage aside from the fact that they were a house of warriors. The kid might have got his intellect from Berenger's genes. Truthfully, he did not know the answer. But if the child turned out to be as intelligent as Berenger thought he would be based upon the signs available to him at present, then it was a good indicator that Hans might be an exemplary candidate for succeeding himself in the future. The kid eventually ran over to Berenger, where the young duke picked the boy up and tousled his strawberry blonde hair. Berenger stared lovingly at his child before looking him into the eyes and saying something profound. My child, one day you will be a greater man than I. The way Hans looked at Berenger seemed like he understood what Berenger meant. However, Berenger merely hugged his son before giving him back to his mother. It would still be a long time before Hans was able to show off his true potential, but Berenger had great faith in the child. It was nice to know that if nurtured properly, the empire Berenger believed he would forge one day would be in good hands after his passing. Even if one of his other children turned out to be a better fit for the monarch's position, Hans could still play a pivotal role in the advancement and development of the empire. This was something Berenger sincerely believed, and he was glad that he had been blessed with such an exceptional child. Whether it was his genes or Linda's that produced such a child did not matter. After all, the two of them were bound to have several more children over the upcoming years. If it did turn out to be his own, then maybe his kids with Adela would inherit such traits as well. Only time would tell. Chapter 234, 233. The Hussite representatives arrive after a long journey from Bohemia to Kufstein. A group of men dressed in common clothing approached the city gates of Kufstein. From afar, these men gazed upon the mighty star-shaped walls of Kufstein with awe. Such fortifications proved that their leaders had made the right choice in contacting the man behind the German Reformation. Within the Kingdom of Bohemia, civil conflict was brewing, inspired by the great reformer Jan Hus. Both the nobility and common people within the region were up in arms against the Catholic Church for many of the same reasons that southern Germany was. With the unjust execution of Jan Hus in 1415, a group of his followers referred to by the term Hussites had begun to grow violent in the wake of his death. In Berenger's previous life, a war broke out in the Kingdom of Bohemia between the Hussites and the Catholic Church in the year 1420. However, Berenger's intervention in this timeline and the rise of his German Reformation had sparked more significant conflict from the Hussites. The latter had grown emboldened by Berenger's success in his battles against the Catholic forces. By now, Bohemia was on the verge of civil war. Thus these men, acting as representatives of the Hussite movement, had come to Kufstein, the center of the German Reformation, seeking aid from the mighty Duke Berenger. As such, these men waited in the long line that had gathered to enter the city of Kufstein. Berenger had implemented strict security measures to avoid infiltration by potentially hostile groups and individuals. Because of this, every man, woman, and child that sought to enter the city had to undergo an inspection. All arms were required to be deposited with the garrison and would only be returned once the visitors left the town. After waiting for some time, the men were hailed by the guards signaling that they may approach. The guard observed the men, who were garbed in relatively common attire, and immediately assumed they were refugees. If you wish to seek refuge within the city of Kufstein, you must fill out an application. I can give you a pass that will allow you to enter the city, where you will be led to the Department of Immigration. They will determine if you meet the criteria to migrate to Austria. However, the man in charge of the group of diplomats immediately shook his head upon hearing this and declared his actual intent for entering the city. We are not here to seek refuge. Instead, we seek an audience with the Duke. We come from the Kingdom of Bohemia and have important matters to discuss with the man known as Duke Berenger the Reformer. The city guard immediately sighed heavily before giving the standard response to everyone who sought to meet with the Duke. There is currently a 3-month wait for an audience with the Duke. Unless you represent a powerful foreign interest, the most I can do is allow you access to the city so that you may wait your turn. Web audio channel announcement. Thank you for listening. If you want to listen to the full series and hundreds of audiobooks similar to this, please join our Discord or join our Patreon on patreon.com/webaudio. The link will be in the description and also pinned in the comment section. Thank you. Patiently. Due to Berenger's position and popularity, many people from all walks of life wanted to meet with him. So much so that a waiting list had been established. At the moment, it was backlogged up to 3 months in total. Berenger was an incredibly busy man, and he could not afford to compromise his work to meet with every person who desired an audience with him. Unless it were some powerful foreign entity, then they would be forced to wait until Berenger's schedule was free. Upon hearing this, the Hussite diplomats frowned. They had not intended to reveal their identity until they met with Berenger. However, it would appear they were forced to do so early in order to meet with the young Duke in a timely manner. Thus the man who led these diplomats removed his hood and revealed his entire appearance before speaking his thoughts. I am Ludek Klavacek. I represent the interests of the Hussite Reformation within the Kingdom of Bohemia. As a fellow reformist, I believe your Duke will want to hear what we have to say. I would greatly appreciate it if you could relay our message to the man. Hearing that the man was a representative of another Christian reformist movement, the guard immediately asked for verification of their identities. Do you have anything that can prove your claims? If not, you will be forced to wait like the rest of the visitors. Ludek immediately pulled out a letter that contained the seal of a lord from Bohemia known as Alexej Kasper as proof of his identity. Alexej Kasper was a man known far and wide as a leader of the Hussite movement, or one of the many groups it comprised of. After observing this, the guard recognized its validity and parted ways for the diplomats to enter the city. Before doing so, he said his piece. I will inform His Grace, Berenger von Kufstein, of your arrival. You can wait within the city until someone leads you towards the castle. The Hussite diplomats immediately bowed their heads respectfully and thanked the guard. You have our thanks. With this, they were moved into the city, where they awaited their meeting with Berenger. Berenger was sitting on his ducal throne, openly playing with Linda in a rather inappropriate manner. He tended to grope the woman of his desires in public every so often to establish his dominance. It was quite honestly one of the more primitive instincts of his mind, but it played an important part in letting his subjects know not to covet what was his. By now, Linda was flushed with embarrassment, but this public display of affection while sitting on Berenger's lap had made her dreadfully excited. She was starting to exhibit traits of an exhibitionist due to Berenger's thorough training. Even though nobody was around to see her, the idea that someone could walk in on them during their intimate acts was enough to get her aroused. Of course, it was at this moment one of Berenger's guards walked in and saw that Berenger had reached through Linda's dress and was firmly grasping a hold of one of her bountiful breasts with his left hand. Seeing that someone had intruded upon his fun, Berenger sighed before expressing his annoyance. What is it? Can't you see that I am busy? Hearing this, Linda looked around and saw that the guard was trying his best not to stare at the lascivious act. She immediately began to blush heavily, but Berenger did not stop groping her, which caused a slight moan to escape her lips. This only caused her to be further embarrassed. The guard pretending like he had not seen anything. After all, Linda was still fully clothed. It was just that Berenger's left hand had reached through the upper portion of her dress. After looking away from the two lovers, the guard announced his reason for stopping by. Your Grace, there are a group of people who have arrived that claim to represent the Hussite movement from Bohemia. They are requesting an audience with you. They say it is a matter of dire importance. Hearing this, Berenger's left hand immediately retracted Linda's bosom, where he licked the milk off of his fingers. One might call Berenger a pervert for his tastes, but since Linda began to develop breast milk, he had greatly enjoyed drinking the substance, typically directly from the source. After all, in his mind, there were few better sources of protein and calcium than his lover's breast milk. After doing such a lewd act, he responded with an authoritative tone as if he was completely unfazed by his own actions. Bring them here. I very much desire to meet with these men. After giving his commands, the guard saluted before leaving the area to fetch the diplomats. Even though Berenger and Linda were alone again, he did not resume his lecherous acts and instead addressed his lover with a gentle tone. Looks like we will have to wait a bit longer before we can finish what we started. You can take care of yourself in the meantime, right? Linda immediately blushed upon hearing this and nodded while looking away in embarrassment as she departed from the great hall and returned to the bedroom, where she would play with herself for the time being. As for Berenger, he had guests to entertain, and as such, sat in a manner that hid his excitement. There was nothing worse in his mind than getting cock-blocked right when things were about to get interesting. Berenger waited for some time for the Hussite diplomats to arrive. He was rather intrigued by this. Though he figured sooner or later they would come to greet him, he assumed it would be after the war had already begun. Yet, they were already present in his court, which meant that clearly he had an impact on this timeline. His intelligence that pertained to Bohemia was rather slim. Still, he would make sure to take advantage of the Hussite wars and annex the German-speaking regions into his territory. After all, the Sudetenland was in Berenger's mind rightful German clay, and if he were to unify the German Empire in the future, he would need these lands as his own. Thus he began to hatch a scheme on how best to take advantage of the war in Bohemia for his personal gains, without directly getting involved in the war itself. After all, now that he had an era of peace to establish his hegemony, he intended to take full advantage of it. Chapter 235, 234, Negotiations with the Hussites. After some time, the Hussite representatives arrived in Berenger's great hall and kneeled before him with great respect. Not only was Berenger a mighty duke, but in the eyes of the Hussites, he was a man inspired by the teachings of Jan Hus, and as such, a brother in arms against the oppression of the Catholic Church. The man in charge of the diplomats quickly introduced himself as not to keep Berenger waiting. I am Ludek Hlavacek, a humble servant of the Count Alexej Kasper, leader of the Kasparian sect of the Hussite movement. Berenger had not heard of the Kasparian sect from his previous life. Then again, as far as he was aware, few important figures of the era from his past life existed in this timeline, so it was only natural for some things to be changed. Ludek was a relatively short man. Despite this, he was solidly built and had a set of long brown hair with a matching beard. His eyes were the color of amber, and he had a scar across his left cheek, adding some notion that the man was battle-tested. The other two men who flanked Ludek wore their hoods and concealed their identities, though Berenger did not challenge them to reveal themselves. After all, they were a religious movement wanted by the church as heretics. He could sympathize with their desire to hide their faces. Berenger quickly addressed the men who had entered his great hall. I am Duke Berenger von Kufstein. As one of the founders of the German Reformation, I welcome you as brothers in arms. Though I am curious as to why you have made the journey from Bohemia to my humble abode. Berenger had a rough idea of what they were here for, but if what they desired was what he thought it would be, he would, unfortunately, have to decline them. However, he made it appear as if he was genuinely confused, thus giving them the ability to explain themselves. Ludek did not shy from the topic at hand and quickly addressed his reason for being in Kufstein. Bohemia is on the brink of war. Just recently in Prague, 7 members of the city council were defenestrated. The King of Bohemia has sided with the Vatican and seeks to suppress our movement. We have come asking for assistance from the man who so thoroughly defeated the mighty Teutonic Order. Berenger was slightly surprised. It was only 1418, yet Prague's first defenestration was moved up by roughly a year. This meant that what the delegate had said was likely to be true. It would not be long before Bohemia plunged into civil war, and the Hussite wars had fully begun. However, Berenger began to rest his head on his right fist as he made his stance clear. If you seek for me to invade Bohemia with my forces, I am afraid I am going to have to disappoint you. After saying this, Ludek's face turned grim, and he immediately asked about the concerns on his mind. Why not? Did you not just say we are brothers in arms? Will you truly abandon us in our time of need? Berenger knew this would be brought up, and as such, he immediately replied with his reasoning. I have spent the last year at war with my enemies. The Bavarians have ravaged the lands that are now under my authority during their occupation. Now that I am Duke and have established a sense of peace and stability within Austria, I cannot afford to march off to war once more so quickly. During this era of peace, I need to take advantage of this time to stabilize my reign and rebuild what has been destroyed. I cannot spare the troops while there is an ongoing war just outside my borders that could invade my lands at any moment. You are like brothers to me, but my people are like my children, and thus I need to look after them first. I hope you can understand. Hearing this reasoning, Ludek bowed his head. What Berenger said made sense. The rest of Germany was embroiled in a bloody civil war, with only Austria maintaining a peaceful existence, and it had cost them dearly to do so. Berenger's land lay in ruins in many areas, and he needed time and effort to rebuild after the Bavarian occupation. However, before the man could admit his defeat, Berenger's serious expression turned to a warm smile and revealed some degree of hope to the Hussite representative. However, just because I cannot spare troops does not mean I can't send you some form of military aid. After hearing this, the three men who had gathered looked up at Berenger with surprise. They did not know what form of assistance Berenger could aid them with. Before they could ask, Berenger continued on his train of thought. I can supply you with firearms, cannons, gunpowder, and military advisors. It is the most aid I can afford to give you at the moment. Berenger's plan was simple. He would provide the weapons and training to the Hussites to overcome the Bohemian crown and their Catholic supporters. However, Berenger had no plans to arm the Hussites with arquebuses or 12-pound steel cannons. Instead, he planned to open up a separate production line in Vienna to make primitive cast-iron cannons and provide hand cannons to the Hussites. Though Berenger had sold the far more advanced arquebus to the Byzantines, his reasoning for doing was simply because his allies' interests to the east would not clash with his own for some time. Thus he did not have to worry about fighting a war with them. However, if he armed the Hussites with arquebuses and more advanced cannons when then the time came for him to demand compensation in the form of the Sudetenland, and they refused to do so, he would be facing a force of pike and shot, rather than a late medieval army, which itself could pose some difficulties to overcome. Of course, the Hussites had no idea what he would demand in compensation for his military aid, and thus were rather excited by the prospect of being armed by Berenger's factories. However, Ludek was a cautious man and knew such exceptional assistance would not come without a price. Thus, he asked Berenger to clarify what he desired. That is more than enough to help us win this upcoming war, but I fear we will not be able to repay you for your kindness adequately. So I must ask, what is it that you desire in return for such gracious support? Berenger was a shrewd diplomat and knew that the more the Hussites were in debt to him, the more likely they would be to acquiesce to his demands peacefully. As such, he responded to this question by essentially kicking the can down the road. Do not fret, my friend. We can discuss payment for the military aid I provide you after you win your war and are in a better position to repay me for my kindness. For now, know that you have my support so long as it remains within the boundaries of the terms that I have provided. Though Ludek was not happy with this answer, he did not press the issue. Right now, the Hussites needed to worry about obtaining Berenger's aid, and any form of payment that Berenger might demand could always be done in installments within the future. Or so he hoped. He never would have thought that Berenger would demand the annexation of the regions referred to as the Sudetenland. Thus the representative accepted Berenger's terms. I thank you for your support. When can we expect your aid, if you don't mind me asking? Berenger was quick to reply to this, as he had already calculated the time needed in his head. If I wish to send aid to your forces rapidly, then I will need to establish an industrial district in one of the cities closer to the Bohemian border. For that, I will need time. Give me 3 months at the maximum, and I promise you shall receive your first shipment of arms. As for the military advisors, I can send them immediately to aid you in your preparations for the war. Ludek smiled when he heard this news and bowed his head with respect once more. I thank you on behalf of all Hussites, Your Grace. With this, negotiations with the Hussites over support for their upcoming war were secured. For the time being, Berenger gained an ally to take the attention off of himself and the German Reformation. By starting the Hussite Wars, the Catholic Church and its military orders would have one more war to fight before calling for a crusade against the German Reformation. In doing so, Berenger allowed himself time to prepare for the eventual day where he would be forced to fight the European armies at his doorsteps. A crusade was no laughing matter, and Berenger fully intended to expand his defenses, troops, and even his navy by that such an event occurred. Luckily for him, he happened to be reborn in the era where the Hussite Wars were about to transpire. Chapter 236, 235. The search for the missing princess. After Honoria's disappearance, the imperial family of the Byzantine Empire was in a state of panic. Especially the emperor, with his daughter missing, it meant that his alliance to France was in shambles. The French king held Emperor Vatronis responsible for his daughter's disappearance. He stated that if she were not found within a specific time, the de Valois dynasty would consider the betrothal broken. Emperor Vatronis was currently sitting on his throne nibbling at his fingernails, a bad habit he had picked up during his youth that he commonly resorted to when he was anxious. His daughter was missing, without the slightest clue as to her whereabouts. The French Prince Aubry had returned home bringing news of the reason for her disappearance, thus causing the French monarchy to make excessive demands of the emperor as compensation. If the emperor could not find his daughter soon, the betrothal would be broken, and so too would the military and economic alliance between the two countries. As such, he was in a complete and total state of panic. Vatronis let out his frustration by cursing his daughter in the middle of his throne room. "You fucking bitch. You better be alive and unspoiled, or I swear to God I will march through the gates of hell to discipline you." It was at that moment Honoria's older brother Decentius entered the room. He held on to a prostitute from the same brothel that Melissa had previously worked at. The investigation into Honoria's disappearance had led to the brothel, and this woman had seen Melissa leaving with the girl. From the looks of it, she had been roughed up by Decentius and his soldiers. There were many bruises on her face and across her body. Decentius tossed the woman to the floor as he began to yell at her. "Tell the emperor what you told me." Hearing the screaming voice of Decentius, the woman instinctively flinched before stumbling over her words. "Basilia. The princess." The princess came into the brothel and then left with Basilia. "That is all I know." Emperor Vatronis immediately pounded the armrest of his throne before raising his voice at the woman. "Who is this Basilia? Where is she from? Does she have any family in the city? Where can I find her?" The woman began to curl back in fear. However, she was swiftly kicked by Decentius repeatedly until she begged for mercy. "I don't know. I don't even know if Basilia is her real name. Lots of girls at the brothel use false names. She never talked about herself or her family. I honestly don't know anything about her other than she worked at the brothel. Maybe some of her clients might know the truth, but I don't." This Basilia was none other than Melissa. Melissa was a bright young woman, at least in the streetwise ways. She changed her name for work and even wore a wig, thus her actual appearance was unknown. Now that she had left the city, it would be impossible to find out about her real identity. The emperor and his goons were completely back to square one. The intelligence that the prostitute had provided was practically useless. All they knew was that Honoria entered a brothel and left with a lady of the night. Vatronis was furious that his daughter was missing, and he had no viable information about her whereabouts. Thus he quickly lashed out at the woman kneeling beneath him. "Get this whore out of my sight." With that, the guards dragged the woman out of the room and kicked her out of the palace. As for Decentius, he kneeled before his father and made a solemn vow. "I promise I will find the bitch and bring her back to you." Hearing this, Emperor Vatronis tossed his goblet at his son, which smacked the young prince in the face and poured wine all over his body. After doing so, the emperor quickly chastised his son. "Don't you talk about your sister that way. She may have run away and caused us immense trouble, but she is still your sister and a member of this imperial dynasty." Decentius had heard his father call Honoria the same term not long before, and yet he was being so thoroughly humiliated for repeating the emperor's words. Decentius gritted his teeth in rage. Despite this, he choked back the vile words he had planned for his father and forced himself to be calm. He realized that nobody in his family was thinking straight at the moment. Thus, despite the emperor's outburst, the second prince of the empire accepted the punishment. While this was ongoing, Arethusa had walked into the room. He was fully garbed in his grand armor and knelt before the emperor next to Decentius. After doing so, he quickly announced his reason for visiting. Your Majesty, I know these are hard times, and I do not wish to add to your concerns, but I have dire news from the city of Alexandria. The Mamluks have retaken the city and driven our forces out past the Suez. I know your daughter is missing, and you grieve for her absence. Yet, if you do not send aid to our forces in Egypt, all of our work from these past few years will go to waste. Hearing this news, Vetranes nearly chipped a tooth from the intense grinding he had begun. After listening to Aretha's words, he knew he had no choice. Aretha, you have been a good friend, and I greatly value the assistance you have provided in the search for Anuria. I understand your desire to stay behind in Constantinople and continue the search for my missing daughter. Yet, I am afraid only you and your army, which is now equipped with the weapons you have purchased from the West, can change the tides of war. Thus it is with a heavy heart I must order you to sail your army south and crush the Mamluk Sultanate once and for all. Hearing this, Aretha was dismayed. He genuinely wanted to find Anuria as quickly as possible before something horrible happened to her. Yet, at the same time, he understood the emperor's reasoning and did not protest. He merely nodded silently before standing up and cupping his hands with a silent prayer. After doing so, he began to address the emperor. I pray to God in heaven that you can find the princess before she gets herself into trouble. I swear on my life and honor that I will do everything in my power to retake what we have lost in North Africa and send the Saracens back to hell where they were birthed. Hearing this, a bitter smile formed on Vetranes' face. Without his excellent friend Aretha to aid him during this crisis, he did not know how he would manage to hold on. Yet, he knew only Aretha's army would be able to crush the enemy in Egypt. Thus it was with a heavy heart that he sent his greatest friend and ally off to war once more. I pray for your victory, good Aretha. Go with haste and reclaim the long-lost lands of our mighty empire. After hearing this, Aretha saluted the emperor with a grim expression on his face. After doing so, he turned and walked out of the building. Seeing that his commanding officer was just ordered to war, Decentius quickly followed in pursuit. However, he stopped at the entrance, where Aretha placed a hand on his shoulder. Decentius, you must stay here with your father. Decentius immediately felt taken aback and began to question Aretha's orders. What? Why? Am I not your termarches? Aretha sighed heavily before comforting the youth. You are and are by far the greatest of the officers beneath my command. However, you are also your father's son, and the emperor needs you and your assistance now more than ever. I fear what will become of him if he does not find your sister soon. God forbid something horrible happens to the poor girl. Decentius wanted to protest this decision, but he could see that Aretha had made up his mind, and as such, he removed the mighty stratego's hand from his shoulders before looking him in the eye with a serious gaze as he made a solemn vow. I promise, whether my sister is alive or dead, I will find her, and I will bring her home. Hearing this, Aretha smiled. He knew that under Decentius' command, the search for Anuria would be under competent leadership. In doing so, he could worry less as he focused on his conquest of North Africa. After hearing this, the man turned away from the second prince and marched towards the harbor. He had a long journey ahead and a war to win. It would not be easy, but with the advantage of the arquebus and combined with the pike and shot strategy he had devised, in large part due to Berenger's assistance, he would be able to overcome the tremendous odds before him. As such, the search for the missing princess would continue. Despite having no leads towards her whereabouts, the Byzantine imperial family would spend a significant expense and effort looking for Anuria. They would never guess that she was on her way to a distant country solely because she had heard good things about a certain Austrian nobleman. Chapter 236, Anuria's Journey Part 4. After the debacle in the main harbor of Wallachia in the town known as Brila, Anuria had confined herself to her room. After being touched inappropriately by one of the local boyars who threatened to take her life for resisting, The young and naive girl had much to think about. As such, she was stuck in her room with nobody for company except for Heraclius, who until recently had been ignoring her as punishment for her actions. The galley traveled at roughly 3 knots during cruising speed, in other words, approximately 3.5 miles per hour. As such, it was a long and slow journey to Austria. The distance between Brela and Kufstein itself was roughly 1,008 miles. Assuming the crew rode for 12 hours a day, it would take them approximately 24 days to arrive in Kufstein. Anuria had been trapped in the cabin for a total of 7 days at this point, and the crew had just begun to leave the borders of Wallachia and enter Hungary. She was greatly vexed by the boredom she had to suffer in the room. However, she never complained. After all, Agnellis was nice enough to help her out, despite knowing her position, for which she was thankful. Heraclius was commonly let out from the cabin so that he could fly about and catch prey. As such, he was in a perfect mood. After all, he flew at a speed of roughly 50 miles per hour. No matter how long it took him to catch prey, he could easily catch up with the ship. While Heraclius was enjoying himself, Anuria honestly had nothing to do except think about her life and daydream about what it would be like when she arrived in Kufstein. After encountering the boyar, she realized that there were people in this world were not good-natured. As the princess thought about this, she realized that there was a possibility that Berenger was also a wicked man. However, she instantly put such thoughts aside because Arethes had assured her that Berenger was benevolent and kind to his loved ones, and that gave her hope for the future. Still, there was a nagging suspicion that she would merely be trading one cage for another once she arrived in Kufstein. Despite the horrible situation, she found herself in a while in Brela. The brief period she spent running about as free as an eagle was enough to fill her with wonder. She didn't want to be another caged bird. Now that she had spread her wings and learned to fly, she wanted to know more about life. The boyar's actions had spurred something inside Anuria, a belief that she should be self-sufficient. After all, if not for Heraclius' intervention, she could have been in danger back in Brela. However, to do such a thing in this world was not easy, especially for a woman. Thus she hoped that when she finally arrived in Kufstein, Berenger would provide her with the safety and security necessary to allow her to grow as a person. She did not wish to spend her life in Kufstein the way she had done while in Constantinople, which was confined inside the royal palace for her whole life as nothing more than a pretty face. Thinking about this, Anuria concluded that she could be utilizing her time aboard the ship in a more constructive manner. After all, there was much she could learn from these sailors. Thus the runaway princess exited the cabin after putting on her shawl and walked around the ship for a bit before making her way to the helm where Agnellis was currently located. Agnellis was currently steering the ship and noticed that the princess had arrived. Thus he put on a friendly smile as he began to chat with her. "Your Majesty, I was beginning to wonder when you would finally leave your seclusion. I hope nothing too serious happened back there in Brela." Anuria gazed into the night sky above for a few moments in silence before voicing the concerns on her mind. "I've had a long time to think, and I have decided I don't want to be a bird in a cage anymore. I want to be an eagle that soars in the sky. So there was something I was wondering that you might be able to help me with." Hearing this bold statement, Agnellis was uncertain where this was headed. However, since the princess had asked him for help, he could not very well turn her down. Thus he begrudgingly inquired what it was she needed help with. "Whatever you require of me, if I can fulfill it, I swear to do so." With this, a pretty smile formed on Anuria's luscious pink lips before she nodded her head in excitement. After doing so, her expression shifted to a pleading gaze as she made her request known. "Teach me to sail." This was not a request that Agnellis was expecting, and thus it took a while for it to register in his brain. When he finally realized what the princess was asking him, he broke out into laughter. This reaction was not what Anuria expected, and thus she began to pout. Seeing the cute look on Anuria's face, Agnellis eventually stopped laughing and agreed to her terms. If it is something so simple, I would be happy to teach you to sail. But we have less than 20 days to go over everything, so the most I can give you is a crash course. To Anuria, this was good enough, and thus a charming smile formed on her lips as she thanked the jewelry merchant. Thank you. With that said, Agnellis spent the remainder of the night on the Danube teaching the princess of the Byzantine Empire how to sail a galley. The galley was not much of a sailing ship, it was more like a massive rowboat, so there were not too many things he could teach her about sailing on such a vessel. Still, Anuria went to sleep when the dawn rose with a satisfied smile on her face. There was not much to do while on board the vessel, but at least she could learn some valuable skills on the way to Kufstein. She slept for a total of 8 hours before waking up. When she finally opened her eyes, she noticed that Heracles was sitting next to her, watching over her as she slept. As such, the princess rubbed her eyes before stroking the eagle's glistening feathers. "Good morning, Heraclius," the mighty eagle cawed in response to the treatment he received. Shortly after playing with the bird, Anuria heard a knock on the door, and a familiar voice followed. "Your Majesty, are you in there? You have been asleep for some time. I have something for you to eat." When Anuria heard this, she quickly rushed to the door and opened it to see Agnellis' smiling face. In his hand was a bowl of meat porridge. There was also a wineskin alongside it. Anuria happily took a hold of the meal and thanked the man for his kindness. "Thank you, Agnellis. I will make sure not to waste a drop." For whatever reason, seeing the princess happy made Agnellis happy. He had no way of knowing it, but he was starting to get attached to the beautiful young princess from the Empire. As for Anuria, she had no lingering feelings for the man. To her, he was at best a friend. After handing Anuria her food, Agnellis thought of something and spoke his mind. "We will be docking in Deer soon. Why don't I show you how we dock the ship?" Hearing this, a broad smile appeared on Anuria's face as she questioned the reality. "Really?" Agnellis merely smiled and nodded in silence. Hearing this news, Anuria had an excited expression on her face. She was eager to learn more about the functions of the ship, and thus she decided to devour her meal as quickly as possible so that she could learn the docking procedure. "I should eat this while it is still warm. I'll be out momentarily. Don't dock without me." Afterward, Anuria shut the door behind her, and Agnellis began to laugh at the girl's overeager nature. To him, it was just simple docking. There was not much to be excited about. However, to Anuria, the most mundane actions seemed to hold significant meaning, and thus she took joy in everything she learned how to do. It was refreshing to have such a level of optimism around. Anuria ate the beef porridge and drank from the wineskin. To her dismay, it was not filled with wine but with water instead. Because of this, she began to pout as she hastily ate her meal. Heraclius, noticing that there was food nearby, immediately jumped by Anuria's side and stole the piece of cooked beef that was on her fork before he gulped it down for himself. The act of which shocked Anuria. She was visibly outraged by the bird's actions, instantly began to chastise her pet eagle. "Heraclius, shoo! This is my food. Get your own." To this, Heraclius responded by snagging another piece of her meat from Anuria's bowl and quickly devoured it with a smug expression on his face. The look in his eyes was asking Anuria a simple question. Who is going to stop me? Thus the gauntlet had been laid, and a contest was held between a princess and an eagle to see who could eat the meat in the porridge-filled bowl the quickest. If anyone else were to witness the sight, they would either be greatly entertained or deeply confused. One thing was sure, this bird was brilliant. Chapter 238, 237, Revising Ship Designs. Berenger was currently within his study, sitting at his chair and drafting new blueprints for a series of vessels he wanted to construct for his navy. He had been at this for many hours and once more was what one would call sleep-deprived. While the Linda-class ship of the line was the pinnacle of naval vessels, at least in those powered by the sail, it was pretty frankly overkill and would require a lot of resources, particularly that of oak. Such vessels were an enormous expense, and he could only build a few of them before venturing to the Americas. To put it simply, he had realized that the construction of such vessels was a waste of his limited resources, at least until he had begun colonization. As a replacement, Berenger was currently drafting plans for a 38-gun fifth-rate frigate that would become the standard warship for his fleet in the Mediterranean. The frigate was a fast and maneuverable single-deck ship. In the Mediterranean with its little wind, at least when compared to the Atlantic, such ships would be far more helpful in securing his power. They would also be fully capable of traversing to the New World and protecting Berenger's interests abroad. These 38-gun fifth-rate frigates would be armed with a total of 38 32-pound cannons and a few Schmidt guns on their swivels. With a fleet of these ships, there would be nobody who could challenge his authority in the Mediterranean. However, it was not simply frigates that he was designing, but also a clipper for trade and transport. The clipper was a high-speed and long-range vessel. So much so that it did not even need to be armed because there was no ship in this world that could catch it in pursuit. Thus, they were the perfect design for merchant vessels and would allow him to rapidly exchange goods between his colonies and the fatherland in the future when he had a massive colonial empire. For the time being, these two ship designs would allow him to rule the Mediterranean and rapidly engage in trade with the various powers in the region. Berenger had shifted the design of the zinc-plated hull to that of galvanized steel and made it slightly thicker to protect against enemy cannon fire. These galvanized steel-plated hulls would be properly lacquered with a base layer of black paint and a white stripe over the gun deck. Overall, the ships would be highly effective in protecting against enemy fire and wood-eating parasites alike, thus increasing the vessel's lifespan and decreasing maintenance costs. As for his Linda-class ship of the line, it would be shelved until a time where he had the means to produce such mighty vessels in large numbers. Though it may disappoint Evio, the man was also practical, and as such, he would indeed be convinced to focus production on frigates and clippers. After finishing the blueprints for his new ships, Berenger quickly got to work on designing naval uniforms. As per usual, he focused on Renaissance-era designs for the clothing. In particular, he was inspired by the outfits worn by the Old English privateers known as sea dogs during the Elizabethan era from his past life. The uniforms were designed in the colors of black, charcoal, and gold. Now there was only one more thing to take care of, and this was of vital importance. A naval flag to fly would symbolize that his vessels were from the Duchy of Austria. At this point, the idea of naval and national flags were, for the most part, non-existent. Berenger had thought about this for quite some time and had a rudimentary idea in his head. Now that he was a duke, he thoroughly planned to change his coat of arms, and as such, he designed that first. Previously, his coat of arms was reasonably simple. It was per bend sinister with the colors of black and gold. There was also a white bend in the center separating the two factions. Now that he was a duke, he intended on making something more elaborate. Thus he created a white field with a black eagle in the center. This eagle wore a gold crown and had a golden beak with a red tongue and white eyes. The eagle's wingspan had a visible golden ridge, and in the center of its body was his family's old coat of arms. The eagle's feet and talons were also in gold. After designing the new coat of arms, Berenger designed his naval flag, which would one day be the basis for his national flag. It was a Prussianized flag with a white center and a thin black bar on the top and bottom. However, unlike the Prussian flag, there was also a thin gold layer below that. In the white center, there was his new coat of arms within it. In the future, every Austrian ship, whether it be a military vessel or a merchant's vessel, would fly this flag or some variant of it. It would symbolize that they were from the Duchy of Austria and were protected by its powerful navy. Any attack on an Austrian vessel would be considered by Berenger an act of war. With the ship designs finished, his naval uniforms, his new coat of arms, and his naval flag, Berenger had one primary task left. He had to think of a name for the frigate and its class. He thought deeply on this issue and decided to name the frigate after himself. The Berenger-class frigate. As for the Clippers, they were not a warship, and thus he did not feel the need to give them a class designation. After taking care of business, Berenger leaned back in his chair and stretched his upper body while yawning. He had been in the seat for quite some time, and as such, desired to stretch his legs. Thus he rose from his seat and began to send the new designs to their respective builders. The naval uniform designs would go to the garment district in Kufstein. At the same time, the ship blueprints would be sent to Trieste, where Evio was currently located and working on building Berenger's mighty shipyards. Berenger had already written a letter to the shipbuilder about his reasoning for why he would need to transition the work to the construction of frigates and clippers instead of the mighty ships of the line he had initially designed. He would attach this letter to the blueprints and send it with an armed caravan to Trieste so that his rivals could not intercept the critical schematics and steal it. He attached great importance to the construction of his navy and had no intentions of leaking his ship designs to other nations. After sending out the designs to the people responsible for making them a reality, Berenger entered his great hall, where he sat down on his ducal throne. It was at this moment that Linda entered the room with their young child in her arms. Hans was growing by the day, and not just in size, but brain capacity too. The boy, who was not even a year old yet, had begun to speak more words than just Mama and Dada, which thoroughly convinced Berenger that this child would be a genius. As Linda approached Berenger, their son reached out for his father and struggled within his mother's grasp. Seeing this, Berenger smiled and took the boy from his mother's arms before placing him on his lap. This caused Linda to pout in jealousy, as she always considered that to be her seat, especially while Berenger was on this ducal throne. Seeing the look on his lover's face, Berenger smiled wickedly before teasing her. "Why, Linda, my dear, are you perhaps jealous?" Linda, of course, looked the other way and pouted even further, refusing to acknowledge Berenger's words with a response. Hans looked at his mother and father and had a glimpse of understanding in his eyes. Thus he reached back out towards his mother and spoke to her. "Mama, Mama." With this, Linda grabbed a hold of Hans from Berenger's grasp and then sat on Berenger's lap herself with a satisfied expression. In doing so, she petted Hans' strawberry blonde hair, which matched her own, and praised her son. "My baby boy is so caring and understanding." Berenger smirked at this, but eyed the boy cautiously. This kid was too smart for his good. Somehow, he recognized that his mother was jealous that he was sitting on his father's lap and created a compromise. This degree of intelligence was terrifying when one considered that Hans was not even a year old yet. This just reinforced Berenger's belief that the boy was destined for great things. After sitting on his ducal throne for a while, Berenger grew tired. After all, he had burnt the midnight oil coming up with his designs and thus decided to get some rest. He made sure to kiss his lover and child on the cheek before sitting up, forcing them to stand with him. "I am going to go get some rest. I will see you two later." With that, Berenger departed to his bedchambers, where he fell asleep. As for Linda and Hans, they would continue their day as usual. Chapter 239, 238, Anuria's Journey Part 5. While the galley pulled into the town of Jur, Anuria assisted in docking as she helped tie the ship off to the dock. In doing so, she felt a great sense of accomplishment. It was a simple and mundane task, yet it was the first time she had done something like this. The pretty smile on her face as she assisted the crew in docking the ship brought an atmosphere of optimism and happiness to the people aboard the vessel that they had not felt in some time. After docking in the town, Agnellis approached Honoria and gave her instructions. This time, make sure to stay by my side. I don't want a repeat of what happened while we were in Wallachia. Honoria's smile faded, and she nodded her head with a solemn expression. After doing so, she followed Angelus into the town. Heraclius was flying overhead once more, watching over the girl. This time, the eagle made a mental note not to chase after prey while the princess was wandering about. Agnellis led Honoria into the town, where they began to shop for supplies. Throughout the time she had spent locked away in the captain's cabin, Honoria had time to think for herself. She realized if she immediately revealed her identity to Berenger, he would likely ship her back to Constantinople. The man might be a brilliant commander with a powerful army. However, he would not be able to face the pressure of the empire by himself. Thus she had opted to look for something to disguise her appearance and identity. While she and Agnellis were walking through the town, she noticed a little shop. This shop sold beauty products to women, and Honoria thought it would be an excellent place to check for something she could use to disguise her appearance. As such, she tugged a hold of Agnellis's arm and spoke to him. I want to check out that store. Maybe they have something useful for me. Seeing it was a woman's beauty store, Agnellis sighed before tagging along with Honoria. When Honoria entered the store, she was shocked to find the young woman who was selling the beauty products had sleek white hair that glistened as if it were oiled. She was pretty, but in no way compared to the natural beauty that Honoria had. Seeing the woman's hair, brows, and lashes as white as snow, Honoria quickly asked the woman how she managed to do such a thing. Excuse me? I was wondering, how did you get your hair like that? Hearing a pretty young girl like Honoria question her about the fashion trend she was trying to start, the woman smiled before answering Honoria's with a proud expression on her face. It is all thanks to this product right here. As she said that, the woman pulled out a can of pomade manufactured by Berenger's industry. Berenger had long since decided to sell the product for extra profit, and throughout the river trade on the Danube, some of his creations had made their way into Hungary. After showing off the fine wax-like substance, the woman continued her train of thought. I had a brilliant idea to mix the fine white powder with the wax-like substance, and in the end, it created the brilliant snow-white hair you see on my head. It is just a damn shame most women are not interested in this style. Though I would suggest giving it a try. With your natural pale skin and mint green eyes, I am sure it would enhance your beauty. Hearing this, Honoria quickly decided to buy a bit of both the fine white starch powder and the pomade. As such, she looked at Agnellis with puppy dog eyes signaling she wanted the items, and the man had no choice but to give in. Thus, he handed the woman the coins necessary to purchase the products. After doing so, the woman made another offer. If you want your hair to be as white as mine for 5 extra coins, I can help you through the process. Hearing this, Honoria instantly agreed, and thus she sat down in a chair where the woman walked her through how to treat her hair so that it was a snow-white color with a silky texture. By the time they had finished treating Honoria's hair, brow, and lashes, she looked like a different person. Though her face was the same, the vast difference between her previous chocolate-colored hair and her now snow-white hair was substantial. With her ashen skin and mint green eyes, the white hair complemented her natural features better than her natural hair color. After witnessing the transformation, Agnellis was shocked. He could not believe the young girl could be even more beautiful than she was prior. Though few people had seen Honoria in her life as a princess, it was still better to be safe than sorry, and thus her new disguise, while simple, had a significant effect. Honoria saw the expression on Agnellis's face and smiled with her pretty pink lips before asking the man the question on her mind. Well, how do I look? The traveling jewelry merchant and sailor struggled to find the words to compliment the young girl in front of him. However, after careful deliberation, he eventually came up with the phrase, Simply divine. Hearing such an incredible compliment, Anuria began to blush, her naturally pale skin flushed with a slight pinkish tone, complementing her new snow-white hair perfectly. The woman who had helped treat Anuria's hair began to pout. Her most recent customer had outshone her beauty by a wide margin. However, there was hope in her heart that Anuria could inspire her fashion trend, which should not naturally exist in this era. Without Berenger's interference by creating and selling pomade, powdering hair would not come into existence for some time. This was just another effect that Berenger unknowingly had on the timeline. After paying the woman for her help, Agnellis and Anuria left the shop and entered the streets. Now that Anuria had a disguise, she no longer cared about covering her appearance, and her beauty attracted many eyes. Despite this, nobody would ever guess that she was the princess of the Byzantine Empire. Despite the young beauty walking through the streets showing her stunning appearance, not a single man approached her. This was due to Agnellis' escort. He was a tall and strong man by nature and naturally intimidated anyone who thought to interact with the young beauty by his side. Thus she walked through the crowd with a gorgeous smile on her face, attracting the glances of all men and boys alike. Of course, Anuria herself was unaware of the lustful gazes that were cast her way and thus continued without a care in the world. Throughout the rest of the day at the town, Anuria followed Agnellis around, where he purchased the necessary supplies for the remainder of the journey. He even sold a few jewelry pieces to some of the local noblewomen, making a bit of a profit. Before long, he and Anuria returned to the ship. The crew was still busy venturing through the town going about their business. Well, aside from the many slaves who rowed the vessel, that is, they were bound to the ship. When Anuria was alone with Agnellis, she began to thank him for paying for her disguise. Thank you, Agnellis. Not just for paying for the products I wanted, but for everything you have done for me up until this point. Agents merely scratched the back of his head in embarrassment before responding to the princess. It is no problem. After all, you are the princess of the empire. It is what I should be doing. However, to this response, Anuria merely shook her head. She had decided to hide her identity, and thus she could no longer have Agnellis referring to her by her real name or her title. Therefore, she began to inform the man of her intent. I am no longer the princess of the empire. I ran away from home, and I have no plans on going back. From now on, you should refer to me as Valeria. I think it is best if I use a pseudonym in the future. Hearing this, Agnellis was shocked and immediately asked the question on his mind. What about Count Berenger? Are you not going to reveal your identity when you arrive in Kufstein? To this, Anuria responded with a wry smile on her face before revealing her plans for the future. If I reveal my identity to Count Berenger immediately, he will most certainly ship me back to Constantinople, or at the very least inform my family that I am in Kufstein and keep me there until they arrive to transport me back to the palace. Instead, I will let him believe I am Valeria Zanara, a noblewoman from Antioch. After I have managed to make him fall head over heels for me, I will reveal my true identity. After all, a relationship built upon lies cannot stand for long. Hearing this, Agnellis was surprised how much the young girl had thought through her future since they departed from Constantinople. He had to say that she was maturing emotionally with each passing day, and that was a good sign. He, too, feared Berenger's response when he found out the runaway princess had fled to his territory. As such, Agnellis patted the girl on the head and smiled at her before saying the words on his mind. I think that is a smart idea. I pray that your dreams come true. After saying that, Agnellis removed his hand and looked up at the moon in the sky before commenting once more. It is getting late. I think you should get some rest. We still have a long ways to go before we reach Kufstein. Hearing this, Anuria smiled and nodded before leaving towards the allotted quarters. While doing so, she made sure to thank Agnellis once more. Thanks again. I appreciate it. As she said this, Heraclius swept down from the sky and landed on her shoulder, where the two of them departed for their quarters. The eagle was not the least bit surprised that Anuria had changed her hair color and merely cawed at her while nodding his head in approval. The last thing Agnellis heard the princess say before entering the cabin was the young girl talking to her pet. "Thanks, Heraclius." With this, Agnellis merely shook his head and looked up at the moon once more before saying his thoughts aloud. That girl is just too cute. Chapter 240, 239. Lambert's official death. Since the death of Lambert, Berenger had hidden it from his family. The reason being he was afraid of the effect such news would have on his loved ones. More importantly, he did not want them to figure out that he had personally killed his brother in battle and claimed his skull as a drinking cup. This barbaric act was Berenger's final revenge on his little brother for the boy's wicked actions. However, he could not keep this secret forever, and thus Berenger had been hatching a scheme to inform his mother, father, and little sister of Lambert's death. He had just been too busy up until this point to do so. However, with his schedule free for the next few days, Berenger knew the time had come to announce Lambert's death and allow his family to have a good image of their lost loved one in their hearts and minds. As such, he had recently sent out a summons to his parents so that they may appear in Kufstein. It was on this day that they had finally arrived, and when they did so, they were amazed to see the changes that had occurred to their once humble barony. The last time they were in Kufstein, it was little more than an agricultural town. Now it was a thriving city, protected by mighty walls made of steel-reinforced concrete bricks. The sturdy star-shaped walls that bore dozens of cannons facing in all directions were an intimidating sight to the couple who had never thought that Kufstein would grow so rapidly in the year since their departure. Like all visitors, they had to wait in line until the city guards could vet them. Sieghard was quite impatient as he waited within his carriage. Eventually, he and his wife arrived at the city gates, where the guards flagged them down. The guard overseeing their arrival was a refugee from Saxony and had fled to Kufstein with his family during the initial outbreak of the war. Having no skills to speak of, he could only enlist in the army and hope for a spot in the garrison, which he was lucky to receive. Because of this, the man was entirely unfamiliar with Berenger's parents and did not immediately recognize them. Thus he uttered the words he had said 100 times on this day alone, as if he were speaking to any commoner who wished to enter the city. State your names and your purpose for visiting the city of Kufstein. While Sieghard had waited impatiently up to this point, he quickly began to scowl when the guards of the territory he once ruled did not even recognize his identity. Thus he proudly declared his position. I am Sieghard von Kufstein, father of Berenger von Kufstein. This is my wife Gisela von Kufstein, mother of Berenger von Kufstein. Hearing this, the guard's eyes opened with shock. He was not aware that Berenger's parents were still alive. His first instinct was to allow them to pass quickly. However, as a diligent guard, he knew he could not allow someone into the city just because they claimed to be related to the Duke. Therefore, he quickly gave them an order. Wait right here while I get someone to verify your identities. After saying that, he left the area. Shortly after that, he returned with a man equipped with brass-trimmed blackened plate armor. This man was an officer in the ranks of the garrison. The moment he arrived and noticed the former baron and baroness sitting in their carriage at the gates with an impatient expression, the man quickly slapped the grunt who had made Berenger's parents wait upside his helmet before bowing respectfully to Sieghard and Gisela. Apologies, Your Grace. Some of the members of the garrison are new to Kufstein and are unaware of your identities. You can quickly head to the castle. I will make sure you are unobstructed on your journey. This officer was a veteran of Kufstein's forces, dating back to when Sieghard ruled over the region. Thus he knew the appearance of his old liege like the back of his hand. On the other hand, Sieghard was greatly bewildered when he was referred to by the honorific, Your Grace, and quickly questioned the term as if his hearing had failed him. Your Grace. Sieghard and his wife were unaware of just how much progress Berenger had made in the past year. After all, they had retired to the countryside and maintained a peaceful life. They did not bother to check in on the current affairs of the realm. The officer looked befuddled. It took him a few moments to realize that the couple was unaware of the changes made to Kufstein and all of Austria during their seclusion, and thus he merely smiled before saying, "It appears your son has many things to inform you about. Welcome home." With that, Sieghard nodded in confusion before ordering the servant who drove his carriage to press forward. "To the castle, it appears there is much I have to speak about with my son." With this, the carriage rode forward and up to the castle, where Sieghard and his wife departed. At the gates, Berenger, Linda, Henrietta, and Hans were present to greet the couple. Gisela stiffened when she saw Berenger's appearance. The scar was above and below the eye patch that covered his right eye made her feel a sense of overwhelming dread. As such, Gisela quickly walked over to Berenger and grabbed his face into her hands. "My poor baby! Who did this to you?" Berenger felt awkward as he heard this and coughed as he released himself from his mother's grasp. "I was injured on the battlefield, but rest assured, I am fine." Though Gisela did not believe that Berenger was fine after being blinded in one eye, she accepted his words. For the time being, Berenger did not want to talk about it. Thus she quickly looked over at Henrietta, where she hugged her little daughter. "My sweet Henrietta, it has been so long, and you have grown so much during this time." Henrietta was sheepish as usual and was silent as her mother grabbed a hold of her. After embracing her darling little daughter for a while, Gisela turned her gaze to Linda, where she stared at her coldly. That is until she saw the child in her arms. At that moment, the former Baroness' icy demeanor immediately melted, and tears of joy began to form in her eyes as her maternal instincts took over. She quickly reached out to Hans, where Linda begrudgingly handed her son over to his grandmother. "Is this my grandson?" Linda nodded with a warm smile on her face before declaring her thoughts. "Yes, his name is Hans. He is an incredibly gifted child." Berenger smiled when he saw his father and mother for the first time in a year. The last time he had seen his father, the man was lean and worn. To put it simply, he was a husk of his former self. Yet during this past year, he had filled out his muscular body once more, and though he had aged quite a bit since Berenger first reincarnated into this world, the man had a healthy aura about him, as if he had recovered his lost vigor. Berenger approached his parents with a broad smile on his face. "Father, Mother, it is great to see you. I am glad to see that you are both healthy. I wish it were under better circumstances that I could summon you." Berenger had been deliberately vague about the reason for requesting their appearance in Kufstein, and when he said these words, a hint of worry flashed across his father's face. On the other hand, his mother was too enamored with her grandson to notice Berenger's words and had approached Linda, where she took Hans into her arms and spoiled the child. Having seen this Berenger sighed before leading his parents into the castle. "I am sure you are both tired and would like some rest. Please follow me to the dining hall. I will have some food prepared for you." Sieghard and Gisela nodded and followed Berenger and the rest of the family into the dining hall, where they shared a pleasant meal. After it was over, Berenger tapped Linda on the shoulder and spoke his mind. "Linda, why don't you take Henrietta, my mother, and Hans away for a bit? I am sure you all have some catching up to do." Linda immediately understood Berenger's intent. As such, she nodded politely before leading Gisela and the others to a different section of the castle. "If you will follow me." Though Gisela was hesitant to leave her husband and son, Sieghard silently nodded, signaling her to follow Linda and their daughter. Once they had disappeared from earshot, Berenger asked his father a simple question to break the ice. "Should I get you something to drink? We have made significant progress with alcoholic beverages. I am sure that you will love whiskey." Hearing this, Sieghard nodded, and Berenger brought out a pair of glasses where he poured the precious substance into them before handing one to his father. Berenger proceeded to take a sip before expressing his thoughts to his father. "I see you have a lot of questions on your mind. You don't need to be so hesitant. Ask away." Hearing this, Sieghard took a sip from the whiskey. In doing so, he began to cough up a storm. He had no idea that the liquid would have such a burning sensation. He had taken a big gulp and immediately began to regret it. After doing so, his cheeks began to flush and he could feel his head spinning. Berenger chuckled at sight, and after a few moments, Sieghard collected his thoughts before asking the first question on his mind. "I was referred to by the term, Your Grace, when entering the city. Since when do I hold such a prestigious position?" Berenger's joyful expression came to a halt, and a solemn gaze was cast upon his father before answering the question. Truthfully, it was not too long ago. To make a long story short, the Austrian armies were defeated in Bavaria, where Duke Wilmar died in battle. After crushing our armies, the Bavarian troops marched into our lands, where they raped, pillaged, and burned a large chunk of it. In the process, they successfully laid siege to Vienna, where they executed Wilmar's sons and married off his daughters to God knows who. Only Conrad escaped, where he fled to my lands. In the process, I was named regent and helped him take back the duchy from Bavarian control. However, shortly after, the boy fell into a deep depression and took his own life, leaving me to clean up the mess. Some nobles rebelled, which I put down with ease, and Lietbert, the closest male relative of the late Duke Wilmar, acquiesced his claim to the duchy onto me. After summarizing the recent events, Berenger took a sip from his whiskey once more while waiting for his father to register the news. Sieghard was in shock. All of these things had happened to Austria while he was living a peaceful life in seclusion. He had no idea how Berenger had so adeptly moved his way up the feudal hierarchy from Viscount to Duke in such a small time frame. For the first time in his long life, he began to fear his son. Chapter 241. 240. Lambert's official death. Sieghard stared at his son in silence for a few moments. During this time, all he did was slowly drink down the glass of whiskey. It was only after he had finished its contents that he began to speak the thoughts on his mind. "When you were but a child, I did not believe you would live to be an adult. After all, you were so sickly back then. Because of this fact, I had focused all of my efforts on raising Lambert to be my successor. I left you to the life of a lazy wastrel, and if I am honest, I did not care, because I was sure that you would die before reaching the age of majority. Despite this, you limped on for years, engaging in pointless frivolities and smearing my family name. Yet, I tolerated it because I kept telling myself soon enough you would be dead and Lambert would be my heir. When you fell ill a little over a year and a half ago, I assumed that was it, that you would be dead and in the grave and no longer be a black mark on my family's history. Yet once more, you surprised me. You crawled your way out of the grave and brought yourself back to life. In the days that followed, you became a completely different person, driven, intelligent, and capable. It was as if you were not even my son anymore. Within half a year, you had brought great wealth and success to Kufstein, the likes I had never anticipated. A year from then, you are now the Duke of Austria. To say that I was wrong about you is an understatement. While I thought Lambert was a worthy successor, it turned out that I was blind to his shortcomings. Rather than wait for you to naturally enter the grave, he poisoned you and made multiple other attempts on your life when you started showing yourself as a worthy member of this dynasty. The guilt I had for being a poor father to you and your brother forced me to concede my title and lands to you, and I now know that decision was the most excellent choice I have ever made in my life. With this in mind, I want you to be honest with me, for no matter what you tell me, I will be able to handle it. So allow me to ask you the question on my mind. Lambert is dead, isn't he? Having listened to this long-winded speech, Berenger felt his emotions fluctuate throughout the entirety of it. He had initially planned to tell his father that Lambert died gloriously in battle defending Christendom from its enemies. Still, after seeing the gaze in his father's blue eyes, he knew he could not lie to the man, and thus he opted to drink from his glass. Once he had finished the contents and had a mental buzz from the alcohol, he opened his mouth and revealed the truth. Lambert has been dead for some time now. The fool marched an army on our lands in an attempt to end my life and that of my family. So I marched an army of my own to meet him at Oberstdorf, where it turned into a chaotic slaughter. That knave took my eye from me, and in doing so, he paid the price with his life. Sieghard frowned when he heard this. However, his expression did not sink into despair, merely one of understanding. After sighing heavily, the man signaled for Berenger to fill up his glass, where Berenger proceeded to pour another round for himself and his father. The two men drank in silence for some time before Sieghard opened his mouth. "I'm sorry, Berenger." Hearing this, Berenger was stunned. He was not expecting such a reaction from his father to the news of his son's death. As such, Berenger decided to clarify his confusion. "About?" Sieghard had a grave expression as he continued his train of thought. "For everything. If I were a better father to the two of you, you would not have been forced into such a situation. It pains me to know that the grudge between you two brothers was so great that Lambert sought to kill you even after a chance at redemption. If I were a better man, I could have prevented everything bad that has happened to you." Berenger merely drank from his glass in silence for a few moments before responding. When he did so, he had a severe expression on his face. "You don't need to apologize. Everything that has transpired in my life has made me who I am. Without Lambert's attempts on my life, I would not be the man I am today. I fear to think about the life I would live if I had never awoken from my naivety." Berenger then pointed to his eye patch with a stern expression on his face and began to continue his speech. "This is a permanent reminder that I should never show mercy to my enemies. It is because I had a soft heart that I spared Lambert at my mother's request. I will never make that mistake again." Hearing this, Sieghard could tell that Berenger had been through a lot, and the extensive campaigns he had fought had hardened his resolve. The man before him was not the same son he knew a year ago when he left Kufstein to seek a life of leisure and seclusion. Sieghard could hardly recognize his son, but he was curious about what Berenger was thinking and how grand his ambitions were, and thus the former baron drank from his glass once more. Finishing its contents, he motioned for Berenger to fill it up, where the young duke poured more whiskey into both of their cups. After doing so, Sieghard asked the following question on his mind. "So is being duke enough for you? Or do you desire to be king?" When he heard this, Berenger decided to reveal some of his plans to his father. There were a few reasons for this. First and foremost, the man was family, and if Berenger's status was elevated, so too was his. Second, the older man had retired and given Berenger his realm. Thus, even if he was against Berenger's plans, there was nothing he could do. Thirdly, Berenger did not plan to reveal everything about his grand ambitions, only what would come next. With this in mind, Berenger responded to his father's question with a smug expression on his face. "For now, I will consolidate the gains that I have acquired throughout the past year. I will implement my reforms, expand the army, and establish a grand navy. When the time comes that Austria is capable of standing on its own, I will declare myself King of Austria. If the Emperor refuses to elevate my status from a lowly duke to a full-fledged king, I will wage war for my independence. No matter how many soldiers the Empire brings to battle, I will be victorious. In the end, I will be king, whether it is done peacefully or through bloodshed. It is inevitable." Hearing this, Sieghard was surprised that his son had such grand ambitions, to the point where he was willing to go to war for the right to call himself king. Then again, he understood that Berenger had the means to do so. After all, the man had retaken Austria from Bavarian occupation while at the same time preventing an invasion into Tyrol. A wide smile appeared on Sieghard's face as he thought about such a future. In doing so, he let his thoughts escape from his lips. "My son, the King of Austria, to think that you would reach such great heights in this life. Do not disappoint me, my boy." With this, the father and son broke out into laughter as they switched to beer. Berenger spent the night introducing his father to all kinds of alcohol that he had made, from fortified wine to heavy beers and distilled spirits. While drinking, Sieghard gave his son one final piece of advice. "My son, do not tell your mother or your sister the truth about Lambert's death. It would break their fragile hearts." Berenger nodded silently towards Sieghard's words. If it were not for his father being so forthright about the topic, he would have lied to him as well. With that said, Berenger drank more from the chalice in his hands. This golden chalice was not the usual skull chalice he drank from. He felt that it would be inappropriate to drink from Lambert's skull in front of his father. Thus he had prepared a different goblet. Later into the night, Berenger's other family members returned. By the looks on their faces, they had an exciting conversation, much like Berenger had with his father. However, the way Gisela and Linda were getting along was a good sign to Berenger. It would appear that they were able to hash out their difficulties. Thus, with his family's arrival, Berenger garnered their attention by clanging a spoon onto his golden chalice. After the others had turned their attention towards him, he began to speak the words he had prepared long ago. "Mother, Henrietta, I have an announcement to make. There is no easy way to say this, so I will just come out and say it. Lambert is dead. I have received word from the Grand Master of the Teutonic Order that he has died gloriously on the battlefield defending the East from the heathens of the Golden Horde." Gisela dropped the cup in her hands in shock upon hearing this, and Henrietta began to tear up. Sieghard grabbed a hold of his wife's hands to comfort her in this time. The two women broke out into tears as they mourned Lambert's death, leaving Berenger, Sieghard, and Linda as the only ones aware of the truth. Berenger had concocted this statement so that his mother and sister would still look fondly on Lambert, even though he had continued to tread upon the path of evil well until his death. In reality, there was no redemption for Lambert. He had died in an attempt to murder his brother and ex-fiancée. If there was an afterlife, only eternal hellfire awaited him. Then again, if hell really existed, the two brothers would surely be united one day. Chapter 242, 241. Salt and glass. Now that Berenger had complete control of Austria, he had access to the Mediterranean via Istria. This presented a valuable opportunity to expand his business into two major areas: glass and salt production. The man was hard at work drafting factory blueprints to create facilities in Istria to mass-produce such materials. The first object on his list of designs was what was once called the glass cone in his previous life, an invention used in England during the 18th century for making glass. Due to technological limitations, such as a lack of electricity, Berenger was incapable of using modern techniques like float glass to manufacture ample glass supplies. Thus, he had to dig back further into his memory to make a glass industry from scratch. If Berenger wanted to outcompete the Venetians in the glass trade, who at this point were the major glass producers of the world, then he needed a superior product. Luckily, he knew of an invention from the late 17th century that made England the world's top glass merchant. This invention was known as lead glass in the modern era, also known as crystal glass due to its superb clarity. This glass was invented by adding a minimum of 24% lead, oxide to the mixture. With this technique, Berenger could create a superior glass quality compared to the Venetians and slowly take over the market. However, drinking from lead glass could be harmful, and lead was a valuable resource in the production of munitions. Thus, Berenger had opted to replace the lead, oxide with zinc oxide instead. This created a similar level of clarity within the glass, but it was lighter weight and safe to drink from. Berenger had an overabundance of zinc due to its content within his mines and those of the lords underneath his rule. Thus he was more than happy to make glass this way. Berenger intended to produce such materials in glass cone factories, where after its production, it would be manufactured into various objects. A glass cone furnace was powered by coal and had a large central furnace surrounded by smaller furnaces to ensure that the glass did not cool off quickly. Within the center of this formation was a work area for the glass blowers to shape the glass into the final product. He intended to build a large factory containing several of these glass cone furnaces where he could produce a sufficient amount of glass. By doing this, Berenger planned to dominate the glass trade and add another industry to his portfolio. On the other hand, the saltworks would be much easier. All he needed to do was create a large salt evaporation pond, also known as a salt pan. Essentially, all that was required was to create a shallow area where seawater is trapped and left to evaporate in the sun. After the water was evaporated and the salt remained, laborers could quickly gather it, where it would then be treated and purified into proper edible salt. The byproducts left over would be valuable chemicals that can be used elsewhere in Berenger's industry. If he could set up several of these saltworks across Istria, he could gain access to a large amount of salt and thus help him gain access to the salt trade. Though he would not be able to dominate the industry like the others he had entered into, it would still add another means of revenue to his pockets, which would aid him in the long run. After spending half a day designing these things, Berenger ventured to the parliamentary building that contained the House of Lords. Though it was merely a formal procedure, he needed their approval to begin the production of the two trades he had in mind. The moment he entered the House of Lords, the various men he had assigned to the task or were voted in by other members of the nobility all stood up from their seats as a sign of respect. It was not every day Berenger ventured into Parliament. Usually, it was over something important that he wanted voted upon right away when he did so. Thus, when Berenger stood at the podium, all of the men gathered were waiting patiently for the words he began to speak. After getting his files in order, Berenger cleared his throat before addressing the members of the nobility. "My lords, I have come here today to introduce a set of the legislature that needs your approval. In essence, I will be entering our duchy into the glass and salt trades. I require your consent to construct various facilities within the province of Istria that will provide us with a large amount of the two materials. With my production methods, we can enter the glass trade and eventually dominate the market due to the clarity and quality of the glass produced. The wealth that is afforded to the Venetians via their stranglehold over the market shall shift to us." When the lords heard this, they began to debate among themselves. One of them raised a serious concern over the matter of getting into the glass trade, especially after hearing Berenger's ambitions to dominate the market. "With all due respect, Your Grace, do you think it is wise to steal the glass market from the Venetians? It will surely invoke their ire. We might even potentially be faced with war because of this." Berenger was calm and collected when he heard this information. The Venetians were not a threat to him. In this timeline, the Republic of Venice, much like the one in Genoa, were vassals of Italy's kingdom and, by extension, the Holy Roman Empire. They maintained a significant degree of autonomy, much like other larger states within the empire, such as Austria. Thus Berenger boldly declared his stance on the issue. "If the Venetians are bold enough to declare war on us over a bit of competition in the glass trade, then I will march on their capital with the full force of my army and force them into subjugation. As for their navy, when I have constructed my fleet, I will lay it to waste. However, I doubt they have the gall to declare war on us so rapidly. By the time they realize they have lost the market, we will already be in a dominant position. Thus we have nothing to fear from angering the Venetians." Berenger was not afraid of war or making enemies. After all, he had spit in the face of the Vatican and caused a reformation in Germany, which had made all of his neighbors except for Bohemia hostile towards him. The only thing keeping his enemies from invading Austria was the fear of a defeat. after Berenger crushed the Teutonic Order and the Bavarian army. Few were bold enough to venture into Austria until they could figure out countermeasures to his terrifying weapons. Hearing his bold stance on the issue, the other lords mainly were persuaded. After all, many of them had marched to war alongside Berenger and knew, though boastful, he was not arrogant. They did have the means to defeat Venice. As for his claims about the naval power they were creating, well, in their eyes, it was yet to be seen how effective Berenger's fleet would be. Thus, after some deliberation, the House of Lords unanimously approved of the measures. Gaining dominance in the glass market would bring an absurd degree of wealth to Austria, and thus the potential gains far outweighed the potential risks. With his plans approved, Berenger stayed around and discussed some of the other topics of interest. Though many minor things were discussed, ultimately, it was all relatively insignificant, and thus, Berenger returned to the castle in Kufstein after some time. Legislating laws was up to the House of Commons and the House of Lords, and Berenger would for the most part not get involved in such affairs until it was placed on his desk, where he could either sign it into law, revise the bill, and send it back to the House of Lords for approval, or veto it. A fairly streamlined process gave him significant control over the duchy while still taking the weight off of his shoulders of micromanaging every detail. After returning to his home, Berenger had a meal with his family and then took a bath with Linda before returning to his room. After closing the door, Linda quickly latched onto Berenger and began to kiss him passionately while the two began to undress. After doing so, Linda made a request of Berenger that he was not expecting. Would it be too much to ask to give Hans a little brother or sister? Hearing this, a wide smirk filled Berenger's immaculate visage as he responded by pressing Linda down on the bed and having his way with her. Initially, he planned to wait a while to produce more children, but he would not refuse his lover since she was asking for it. As such, Berenger spent a large portion of the night trying to impregnate his lover once more. Thus Berenger ended the day with a wide grin on his face. Whatever future troubles may appear, he would answer them with firm resolve. Chapter 243, 242. The princess arrives. Nearly a month had passed since Honoria first entered the Danube, and with it, she had finally arrived in Kufstein. Since her adventure in Hungary, she had spent much time on the ship learning to sail and going over the German language with the translator that Agnellus had brought with him. When she was not on the boat learning to sail, sleeping, or learning the German language, she was venturing through the villages they passed through, talking to locals and experiencing life. By now she was fairly proficient in the use of the German language, though she would still have a tough time holding an extended conversation without the translator. Despite this, she was fairly certain she could still communicate with Berenger when she arrived. After all, the two of them were nobility, and thus should know Latin. Now that she had finally arrived in Kufstein, she made sure to dress in her prestigious apparel before venturing towards the castle with Agnellus in tow. Over the past month, she had devised a plan to get on Berenger's good side and had discussed it at length with Agnellus. Her goal was simple. She would approach Berenger under the guise of being a noblewoman from Antioch named Valeria Zanara, seeking to establish trade with Berenger regarding jewelry. After all, Austrian jewelry was starting to become popular in the market due to its high quality and new materials such as white gold. It had become highly desirable for the nobility among the Danube River to purchase. This has initially been Agnellus' reason for coming to Kufstein. Thus, this little scheme of hers did not require anything extra of Agnellus other than for him to play along with her little ruse. The galley pulled into the river inn, which separated Kufstein city, and parked at a port designed for river merchants. The moment the ship came to a stop, Heraclius flew off from Honoria's shoulder and into the sky above. Where he was headed to, Honoria did not know. Regardless, he would sure to be back soon enough. Thus Agnellus and Honoria followed suit and stepped off the vessel, where Agnellus gave Honoria a stern warning. All right, I am going to go register with the dock worker. Stay here and don't get yourself into any trouble. The moment Agnella said this, Honoria rolled her eyes before backsassing him. I know the drill. We have done this a dozen times already. Agnellus merely laughed at Honoria's attitude before departing to do as he said he would. As for Heraclius, he had flown high into the sky well above the river where he landed on the pane of an open window. This window belonged to Berenger and was the window to his study within his castle where he was currently sitting. The moment the bird landed on his window, Berenger looked over and was shocked. He knew this bird to be an Eastern imperial eagle, yet they were not found in Austria. Kufstein was well out of the bird's range. He could understand if it was a golden eagle, but this bird from the Eastern Mediterranean should not be here in the Alps. As such, Berenger's natural curiosity came over him, and he slowly approached the majestic eagle, where he lifted out his hand for it to sniff. In doing so, Heraclius gave Berenger a curious sight as he began to talk to the bird. Hey there, little fellow. What are you doing here so far from home? The bird instantly recognized Berenger's status by the extravagant attire and the fact that he was in the castle's study. Thus he knew this man was likely Honoria's target and decided to provide some assistance to his master. The bird was quite surprised to see the man while taking a routine flight and had thus approached Berenger of his own free will to gauge his character. Seeing that Berenger did not shoo him away and was instead friendly, left a good impression on the eagle. However, Berenger's words that came next greatly shocked it. Berenger had been staring in the eagle's eyes this entire time. While he was observing Heraclius, he recognized that the eagle was also sizing him up, and thus he laughed at this. My, aren't you quite the intelligent bird? Tell me, have I gained your trust yet? Very few humans ever spoke to Heraclius as if he could understand them. Only Honoria did so, and Berenger had quickly found out the bird's intellect. Thus Heraclius was just as curious with Berenger as he was with him. Tell me, my feathered friend, are you here on your own? Or did someone bring you here? I find it hard to believe a mighty eagle like you would venture this far into the Alps on your own accord. Hearing this, Heraclius merely cawed before flying out the window and down towards the docks. Seeing where the bird was headed, Berenger chuckled and shook his head before saying his thoughts aloud. All right, I'll bite. Thus Berenger quickly gathered his medallion cape and slung it over his right side before placing his cavalier hat upon his head. Afterward, he promptly departed from the castle and followed the bird down to the docks. Heraclius had made sure to hover in the air and guide Berenger towards Honoria, who was waiting patiently by the ship she had arrived on. After a short journey through the streets of Kufstein, Berenger found his way down to the docks, where he saw Heraclius land upon the shoulder of a gorgeous young woman. This woman had white hair, brows, and lashes. While having pale skin and mint-green eyes, she appeared to be a beautiful albino at first glance, and this immediately caught Berenger's interest as he gulped the saliva down his throat. When Heraclius landed upon Honoria's shoulder, an elegant and pretty smile spread across her perfect face as she petted the eagle on the head while addressing him. Heraclius? Where have you been? We have only just arrived, and you already wandered off. Heraclius cawed in response to this and pointed his head toward Berenger, who had just arrived in front of the beautiful princess. It was not until this moment that Honoria had noticed Berenger's presence and was taken back by his handsome demeanor. There could only be one man in Kufstein dressed so lavishly and having such a perfect appearance in her mind. While dressed in his black and gold Elizabethan attire, with a cavalier hat, the embellished eye patch added to his striking figure, rather than take away from it. As such, Honoria was attracted to Berenger to the same degree he was to her. Berenger put on a charming facade before creating a subject to talk about with the attractive young woman standing in front of him. He decided to speak in Latin for one simple reason. He could tell by the woman's attire that she was from the Byzantine Empire, and though Greek had replaced Latin as the primary language of the empire, she would surely know Latin as a noblewoman. Berenger's Latin was a little rusty, but as a nobleman in the Holy Roman Empire, he spoke it to a degree. Thus, he was able to communicate with the woman effectively. Heraclius, huh? A fitting name for a majestic creature like the Eastern imperial eagle. Emperor Heraclius was a great man to depose the despot Phocas and lead his armies to victory against the Sassanids to the east. As Berenger said this, he prayed that his knowledge of Byzantine history in his previous life was the same as it was in this timeline. Luckily for him, he appeared correct because the girl covered her mouth in shock as she heard this. She had no idea that the Count from Kufstein would be so well educated in her own people's history. Honoria was also surprised that Berenger's Latin was fluent. Though he spoke in the church's dialect, it was still surprising to see a German nobleman pronounce the tongue that she and her ancestors spoke with such proficiency. The girl was greatly enamored by her first impression of the man in front of her. Having seen that Honoria was thoroughly ensnared by his charms, Berenger took the time to introduce himself. "Apologies, my lady, I should have introduced myself first. I am Berenger von Kufstein, Duke of Austria. Might I have the honor of knowing your name?" It took Honoria a few moments to process her thoughts. When the princess heard Berenger refer to himself as a duke, her heart fluttered for a moment. However, eventually, she managed to calm her beating heart before responding with what she had planned to say for some time now. "I am Valeria Zanara. I am but a minor noblewoman from Antioch here to engage in the jewelry trade with Kufstein. Your gems are legendary, and I would very much like to sell them in the empire." Hearing this, Berenger sighed heavily within his mind while thinking to himself, if only she were a princess. After hearing Honoria was a minor noblewoman and not a princess, he had lost interest, despite her exceptional beauty that was on par with Linda's and Adela's. Berenger had told himself he would not take in another girl unless there were significant benefits tied to it, like an alliance with a foreign kingdom. Thus Honoria had unknowingly shot her initial chances into wooing Berenger in the foot without realizing it. Instead, Berenger controlled his animal instincts and shifted Honoria to the back of his mind into the category known as strictly business. Thus he no longer gazed at her lustfully and instead put on a friendly smile as he addressed her business concerns. "Well, you're not wrong. We have the finest gems and jewelry here in Kufstein. I would be more than happy to negotiate with you about a trading agreement. How about you come back with me to the castle, and we can have a discussion about this over a hot meal?" Honoria noticed the shift in Berenger's gaze as she stated her identity and felt as if she had somehow said something that displeased him, but she could not tell what. Ever being the wise bird, Heraclius realized that Honoria had ruined Berenger's initial impression of her and lightly pecked at her cheek, trying to warn her that she was friend-zoning herself. Unfortunately, he could not speak the human tongue and could not inform the princess of her mistake. Thus Honoria merely shrugged the eagle off of her as she proceeded to bow gracefully to Berenger. "It would be my pleasure." Hearing this, Berenger smiled and led her back to his castle. He had no idea that this Lady Valeria was Princess Honoria in disguise, and by now, he had mostly lost interest in trying to snatch her for himself. On the other hand, Honoria had other plans. She fully intended to win Berenger's favor, especially now that she had seen him in person and was intensely infatuated with him. Thus an awkward lunch was about to occur between Berenger, Linda, and Honoria as the trio introduced themselves over a meal. Of course, Honoria had utterly forgotten that she had promised to wait for Agnellis behind at the dock, and thus this would greatly outrage the man when he found out he had been left behind so that the princess could dine with the duke. However, he was registering the boat with the dockmaster for the time being and was unaware that Honoria had left with Berenger. Chapter 244, 243. The princess arrives too after arriving in the castle with a new, young, beautiful woman tied around his arm. Linda was unhappy, to say the least. She could not take her eyes off of Berenger for a single moment without him chasing after the next prettiest girl in the room. Before Berenger even explained the situation to her, he had himself, Anuria, and Linda sit down at the dining table, where the best food in Kufstein was prepared for them. While they waited, Linda stared furiously at Berenger, and this did not go unnoticed by Anuria. However, Anuria saw Linda as competition in the war for Berenger's affection. The only question on her mind was whether or not Linda was Berenger's fiancée or his mistress. As such, she casually approached the conversation by complimenting Linda to Berenger. "Your Grace, your wife is lovely. You must be quite proud." Linda was no fool. She immediately understood Anuria intended to inquire about her identity, and thus she responded on Berenger's behalf, like a lioness protecting her alpha from an unknown stray. "Our marriage is a happy one. We even have a child together, a beautiful baby boy named Hans." After hearing about Hans, Anuria instantly knew Linda's identity. She was the lover Aretha's had told her about. However, she was confused about why she lied and said they were married when they weren't. As such, she posed the question to Berenger. "I am sorry, I heard you were engaged, but I did not know you were married. When did you two get married?" Knowing that Linda was the lover and not the fiancée, Anuria felt she had a greater chance of securing a spot in Berenger's heart and quickly shot back at Linda's bluff, which caused Linda to be visibly outraged. She thought to herself, "Whoever this bitch is, she has done her homework." Berenger instantly knew that the two girls were fighting, but there was not a whole lot he could do to stop it, and thus the best thing a man should do in this scenario was clarify the issue at hand before it spiraled further out of control, while at the same time placating his lover with affection. "Linda is not officially my wife, but if I could have two wives, she would be one of them. She is my lover, the mother of my child, and my partner. We consider ourselves bound by our souls, so in a way, you could say that we are married, right, honey?" Linda instantly rolled her eyes at Berenger. He was not usually the diplomatic type. The fact that he was approaching this little feud as a mediator meant he had some interest in the girl, or so she thought. Anuria, on the other hand, acted as if she was shocked about the news. Though she knew Berenger had two women in his life, she felt the need to criticize him. If his fiancée was as beautiful as Linda, wasn't he just being a bit too selfish? As such, she let her jabs fly. Of course, it was all dealt with a sultry smile and a seducing voice. "Why Berenger? I did not know you were that kind of man. Tell me, if you already have two women, then why not three? Or four?" To this, Berenger scoffed as he quickly drank from his skull chalice. He was well aware of the glares he was receiving from Linda at this moment, and thus he decided to approach this landmine without setting it off. "My love life is already complicated enough. The only way I would entertain adding a third woman into my life would be if she was a princess of a powerful foreign kingdom. That way, I could gain something from the massive headache I would receive, such as a political alliance." With this, Anuria instantly realized why Berenger stopped looking at her with passion when she told him she wasn't a princess. She could only imagine the trouble he must have by making two women happy. A third would be a nightmare, but she was undeterred. After all, she was, in fact, a princess. Heraclius heard this and started cawing in a manner that resembled laughter. He did this while giving Anuria a gaze that displayed his thoughts for everyone to see. Those being something along the lines of, "See, you should have been honest from the start." However, Anuria would not so quickly reveal her status as a princess. Instead, she inquired about Berenger's intentions and thus asked him another question. "I have a hypothetical question for you, if you don't mind answering." To this, Berenger merely nodded his head before replying. "Go ahead, as long as it is not something too personal. I do not mind answering your questions, Valeria." With this, Anuria put on a pretty smile and rested her gorgeous face in the palm of her hand while staring at Berenger with a longing gaze. Suppose a princess runs away from her marriage and shows up on your doorstep because she had heard legends about you and was fascinated with the idea of being with you instead of her pillow biter of a fiancé. What would you do? To this, Berenger chuckled and responded with a sly response of his own. This pillow biter wouldn't happen to be the crown prince of France, would he? Anuria's surprised expression told Berenger all he needed to know about the identity of this girl. After all, he had a conversation with Aretha's about Anuria being upset because she had a gay fiancé. Now Berenger had not suspected Anuria until the moment she brought up this hypothetical. The reason it so quickly clicked in his mind was twofold. One, he seriously doubted there were more than a single openly homosexual prince in all of Europe. Secondly, he had heard from Aretha's that Anuria was a beauty no less gorgeous than Linda. Considering Linda was in the top 1% of women he had seen in the entirety of his 2 lives, he felt it was improbable that this woman would bring up a hypothetical that so perfectly described Anuria's situation while being as beautiful as the princess was said to be. At the moment, it was only a suspicion, and Berenger had no definitive proof that the young girl in front of him was Princess Anuria, but all signs pointed to it. She was roughly the same age as Anuria. She came from the Byzantine Empire. She was as beautiful as Anuria was said to be, and she just so happened to describe a so-called hypothetical that matched Anuria's situation perfectly. Then again, as far as Berenger knew, Anuria was still within the empire. Thus, unless he could confirm her disappearance, he would not be able to say with certainty that the woman before him was Princess Anuria. So rather than out the girl, he merely responded with a non-answer. As such, he put a sly smile on his face before answering Anuria's question. That would depend. Anuria was still recovering from her shock that Berenger knew about her engagement, so it took her a few moments to adequately address Berenger's statement. Depend on what? To this question, Berenger took a drink from his skull chalice before responding. It depends on whether or not I live up to the hype. So let me ask you a hypothetical question of my own. Let's say you are this hypothetical princess who has run away from her marriage and her home to come to visit me to see if I am her dearest Prince Charming. From what you have observed about me until now, do I match the image you had in your head? In response to this question, Anuria quickly drank from her chalice before answering Berenger's question. It is too early to tell. To this, Berenger merely chuckled while Linda eyed Berenger and Anuria's actions closely. She could easily tell what mind games Berenger was playing with this so-called Valeria Zanara. After all, Linda had a mind for intrigue, and if Berenger could guess her identity, so too could Linda. She was also privy to the conversation with Aretha's about Anuria's dissatisfaction with her betrothal. This created a deep sense of worry in Linda's heart. Not because Berenger might fall for the princess, she was already willing to share with Adela, and a third girl wouldn't hurt. It was because if this girl was Princess Anuria, then she had just brought trouble to their doorstep. The kind of trouble that Berenger might not be able to get out of, and nothing worried Linda more than her lover and her son's safety. Linda knew she would have to investigate the real identity of this young woman who presented herself as Valeria Zanara, though it would be difficult. After all, her intelligence network did not reach the Byzantine Empire, and if Anuria indeed ran away from home, it would be a tight-lipped secret. The damage such a scandal would cause to the prestige of the emperor and his dynasty was no laughing matter. If the emperor could not properly control his own family, how could he possibly control an empire with any degree of competency? Of course, Anuria had no way of knowing that Berenger and Linda would dig into her background. It might take some time and effort, but with enough elbow grease, they could very well find out the truth of the matter, and when they did, hopefully Anuria had entrenched herself into Berenger's heart by then. Else she would be shipped back to the empire to await her fate. Thus the conversation at lunch would continue for some time. After all, They had only just begun to break the ice with one another. Chapter 245, 244. The princess arrives 3 while Anuria was visiting Berniger for lunch at his castle. Agnellus eventually returned from the dockworker with whom he registered his arrival. Of course, he had to pay a fee for using the dock, but that was not an issue for the veteran merchant. What was an enormous issue was that the moment he returned to his galley, the princess he had been tasked with protecting by his sister was nowhere to be seen. This caused an immediate sense of panic to fill in the man's gut. Though he technically said he would help her until she arrived in Kufstein, he had at least wanted to make sure the young woman made it to the castle okay. After all, if she was going to be meeting with Berenger, he too wanted to meet with the man so that he could negotiate access to Berenger's jewelry trade. Both he and Anuria agreed beforehand that he would accompany her and pretend to be her servant, which would allow him to negotiate with Berenger for the jewelry business while maintaining the girl's cover. Yet before he had the opportunity to take advantage of that, the girl just up and disappeared on him. Thus Agnellus began to search around the city of Kufstein for Anuria quite frantically. He would never forgive himself if something happened to her on his watch. As for Anuria, she was currently eating lunch with Berenger and Linda. It was utterly unknown to her that her cover was already blown, at least enough to warrant a full-scale investigation into her identity. As such, she was enjoying her time getting to know Berenger, who was more than happy to oblige the girl he thought may very well be the Byzantine princess. To Berenger, it was better to keep the girl he suspected to be the princess of the empire by his side and provide her safety and security in his lands until he could verify her identity. The reason for this was simple. If Valeria turned out to be Anuria, and he turned her away on the suspicion that she was the princess, the Byzantine Empire could blame him for any misfortune that might befall her after he had kicked her out of his domain. After all, the more Berengar talked to Anuria, the more he realized she was just a naive girl who had only recently come to know the cruelties of the world. For example, at this moment, Anuria did the unthinkable. She asked Berenger about a serious matter that a person would typically avoid discussing in their first meeting with someone who had a noticeable disability. So tell me, Berenger, how is it that you got yourself that fashionable eye patch? The food had yet to arrive when Anuria asked this question, which meant that they had been speaking to one another for less than half an hour. Hearing this question, Berenger put on a bitter smile as he tried to deflect the painful memories of how he nearly lost his life in battle. Let's just say I was wounded in battle, and we should leave it at that. Though Berenger often reflected on his mistakes, as that was the only way to learn from them. He did not enjoy others learning of them. As such, his propaganda network had spun quite the tale about how Berenger found himself surrounded by multiple Teutonic knights and, through sheer force of will and overwhelming skill, managed to overcome the odds, losing his eye in the process. In truth, in a moment of recklessness, Berenger charged beyond his lines and into the fray, where he lost his trusty steed and suffered a grievous injury in single combat against his brother before blowing the kid away with a pistol. Despite this unflattering truth, the battle at Oberstdorf was too chaotic for anyone to witness how Berenger was indeed injured, so he used his injury to paint a picture of invincibility in the face of immeasurable odds. After all, if anyone could pull off such a feat, it was surely Berenger. Despite having made up such a story to conceal his costly mistake, Berenger did not feel like lying to the girl about how he was injured, and thus tried to kick the can down the road to inform her at a later date. That is, should they ever grow close enough for him to reveal the humiliating truth of his injury. However, Anuria didn't seem to take the hint and continued to press about the issue. You lost it in battle? That is fascinating. Who were you fighting? Do you still have the eye, or is it completely removed? Can I see it? Meanwhile, Heraclius merely shook his head at Anuria's response and looked at her as if she were an idiot. If an eagle like him could tell Berenger did not want to talk about the issue, why could this girl not see it? As such, the mighty eagle began to peck at Anuria's face lightly. It was not enough to break her skin, but it was his way of saying that she was making a mistake. Anuria reacted by shoving Heraclius to the side, and the eagle rolled his eyes in response, with an expression on his face that said, "It is your funeral." Luckily for Berenger, a distraction came in the form of food, and as such, an excited expression appeared on his face as he announced its arrival. "I am afraid we will have to discuss this some other time. The food has arrived. I hope it is to your liking." Anuria took one look at the food on her plate and thought it was relatively simple, at least when considering the fine Byzantine cuisine she was used to. However, the moment she bit into the pork schnitzel, she felt as if her taste buds had entered heaven, and she could not help but moan in pleasure. After eating a few bites of the food in front of her, Anuria exclaimed her thoughts aloud, having already completely forgotten about her question. "I had no idea Austrian cuisine was so delicious." To this, Berenger smiled proudly before responding to her comment. "Well, I am glad you enjoy it. My chefs work very hard to prepare the best cuisine for myself and my guests to dine on." At this point, Anuria had begun digging into her food, completely forgetting the reason she was officially in Kufstein to begin with. That is until Berenger brought it to her attention. "I suppose we should get down to business now that the food has arrived. How much of my jewelry can I expect you to purchase, and what is the price you offer for it?" The moment she heard this, Anuria dropped her fork in shock and began to panic as she voiced her thoughts aloud. Agnellis. Berenger and Linda were confused by her actions. As such, Berenger tried to figure out what she was talking about. "I am sorry, who?" It was at this moment Anuria realized she had made a scene and calmly collected herself before speaking. "Agnellis. He is my subordinate. He handles the business affairs. I accidentally left him at the docks." Berenger desperately wanted to face bomb at the girl's remarks. Anuria had spent all this effort to create a cover story, and in the end, she left behind a critical asset at the docks, one that could seemingly verify her identity in the event there were some suspicions. Berenger did not know who this Agnellis was or what his relationship with the girl was, but he figured it could not be anything good. Now that Anuria was in Berenger's lands, she was under his protection, and as such he wanted to get to the bottom of this. If Agnellis had done anything inappropriate to this girl during their travels, he would be severely punished. As such, the young duke clapped his hands, and a couple of guards stationed nearby walked over to him. As they did so, they saluted their liege by pounding their breastplates and standing at attention before Berenger gave them their orders. "Search for this Agnellis from the Byzantine Empire within the city and bring him to me. He is probably looking for the girl as we speak, so it should not be too hard to find him." With that said, the guards yelled in the affirmative. "Yes, Your Grace." After doing so, they immediately departed from the castle and formed a search party to find Agnellis, while Berenger, Linda, and Anuria waited. Berenger began to ask a question of his own to the girl. "So tell me, Valeria, what is Antioch like?" Anuria had no response to this question. She had never been to Antioch, nor had she ever had anyone describe what the city was like to her. She could probably imagine a fake answer, but it would be easily discovered if Berenger looked into it. As such, she gave a vague answer trying to deflect the question. "Oh, it is just like any other city in the empire." To this, Berenger smiled and nodded his head politely while saying a typical response. Of course, however, her lack of knowledge of the city she claimed to be from only further convinced Berenger that the girl in front of him was, in fact, Princess Anuria. Only a girl locked up her entire life would use a major city of the empire as her backstory and not know the first thing about it. Linda was also cautiously watching the scene, and though Anuria did not realize her lies had been seen through, Heraclius sure noticed it. However, despite being on alert, he did not sense any hostility from Berenger and Linda, only pity. Heraclius had an excellent judge of human character. Something told him that Berenger was not the kind of man that would cause unnecessary harm to Honoria, even if deep down the eagle could tell that Berenger was by no means a kind-hearted man. As such, the trio began to make pleasant conversation over the meal, waiting for Agnellus to arrive so they could continue this grand charade that everyone in the room was aware was an enormous lie. It would be some time until Agnellus was found, and by the time he arrived, all of the food would have been consumed by the people sitting at the table. Chapter 246, 245. Getting down to business. By the time Agnellus arrived at the castle, Berenger and the others were long since finished with the meal and had been making small talk. At the moment, Berenger was sipping tea out of a porcelain teacup that his ceramics industry had created. It was painted with the depiction of the battle at Oberstdorf. Berenger commonly sold porcelain tea sets that depicted his various deeds, inspired by the old Greek vases that showed the legends and myths of their mythology. They were pretty popular among the nobility of Austria due to their high quality and visually appealing aesthetics. Agnellus was out of breath when he walked in and saw Honoria with a broad smile on her face, carelessly chatting away with the Duke of Austria. He had spent the last hour or so searching all over the place for her, only for the town guards to grab him and escort him to the castle without explanation. As such, he quickly called out to her. "Lady Valeria, you had me worried sick." The man had become accustomed to calling the princess by her alter ego for some time now and had no trouble doing so. Berenger was not surprised by this in the slightest and merely had his servants open up a place at the table for Agnellus. "Agnellus, I presume? You must be starving. Sit, and I will have some food brought to you as we dine on dessert." Seeing that the princess was safe and sound while appearing to get along quite well with the target of her affections, the worry that had built up in Agnellus' heart began to subside. As such, he did as he was instructed and sat down at the table, where a chalice of wine was quickly poured for him. Only after the man had taken a sip from the chalice did Berenger begin to address business concerns. "I have heard from Lady Valeria that you are the one in charge of business matters. I am quite curious, what is your relationship with the young lady?" Agnellus looked over at Honoria and slowly examined her for a moment. He was unaware of what she had said about him towards Berenger, so he decided to play it safe and answer vaguely. "Your Grace, I am just a humble servant who has a mind for business. The lady wanted to visit you personally as a show of good faith, and thus I brought her here." Berenger nodded his head at the man, though behind his warm facade, he was slowly examining Honoria's reaction to his statement. As such, he decided to continue the conversation. "So tell me, what exactly is your proposal to get involved with my jewelry business?" Hearing that Berenger had shifted onto the topic of he had been waiting or, a broad smile appeared across Agnellus' face as he made his proposal. "I can ferry your fine jewelry to a new market throughout the empire. For this, I would like to split the profits gained from the trade 50-50. Hearing this, a sly smile formed across Berenger's lips as he began to make a counteroffer. "If it is merely ferrying my goods to the east and selling them, I believe a 50-50 split is a bit unfair for me. After all, I have to incur the costs of acquiring the materials and paying for the labor of the jewelry's construction. Before long, I will have a trade fleet of my own that is capable of sailing across the Mediterranean. Tell me, why would I need you?" To this, Agnellus was not discouraged. Instead, he presented his reasoning. "If you wish to trade in the empire as a foreigner, you will have to pay tariffs. You will also have to go through weaving a trade network in the East from scratch. With me, you can bypass the tariffs and make use of my extensive trade routes that cover the entirety of the empire." After hearing this, Berenger thought about it for a few moments. Tariffs would be a minor problem, but trying to access the empire's trade networks as a foreigner, especially as a German, was not the simplest of tasks. After all, there was still some prejudice in the empire towards his kind for destroying the Western Empire centuries ago and claiming to be the legitimate successors of Rome in the form of the Holy Roman Empire. After careful consideration, Berenger decided to negotiate further. I will agree that you make a persuasive argument, but 50-50 is out of the question. As the producer of the supplies, I will take a 75% cut, and you will take 25%. Despite the massive profit this could yield for both parties, Agnellus was not content with such terms, and thus he counteroffered with a more balanced offer. 60-40, that is as low as I can go. I still have to grease the palms of imperial officials to avoid the importation tariff. Berenger found this acceptable and nodded his head with a smile on his face before reaching out his hands to accept the terms. Very well, 60-40 it is. I will have a contract drafted where we will both sign. Seeing as we both have a witness, you do not have a problem with such a thing, do you? Agnellus smiled amicably at the terms Berenger presented and responded to his question. Not at all. It sounds fair to me. At this moment, another thought appeared in his mind, and it pertained to the girl sitting next to him. Thus he quickly hatched another scheme as he made one more request of Berenger. By the way, could you help me out with the situation I am in? Hearing this, Berenger frowned. He could tell exactly where this was heading, and as such, carefully eyed Honoria with his peripheral vision before responding to Agnellus. It would entirely depend on what is requested of me. Seeing Berenger's expression and tone shift, Agnellus knew to pawn the girl off onto him would be an uphill battle, but he had to do so for Honoria's sake. Thus he mustered the courage to make his demands to the mighty duke sitting in front of him. The Lady Valeria's home life is somewhat volatile at the moment, and for her safety, I would like her to stay here in Kufstein under your protection far from the troubles in the east. Do you think you can keep her here for the time being as a representative of my interests? Hearing this, Linda began to scowl, which did not go unnoticed by Honoria. Since her arrival, Linda had been feuding with the runaway princess over her attempts to get close to Berenger, and Berenger had maintained his distance because of this. Thus Honoria was worried Berenger would send her away. If he did so, she did not have a backup plan. Berenger was a wise man and immediately pointed out the flaw in Agnellus's request with a snide remark. But Agnellus, you stated earlier that you were a mere servant of the Lady Valeria. What gives you the right to appoint a noblewoman such as herself as your representative? Hearing Berenger's response, Agnellus knew he had overplayed his hand and had to think of an excuse quickly. As such, he made up a lie on the spot hoping Berenger would buy it. The truth is that I hold a fairly prestigious position within the Zanara household, and I do have the authority to negotiate such a thing. What do you say? You would be doing me a solid, and in return, I can go 65-35. Agnellus lamented the loss he would be taking in profits, but at this point, he had grown too attached to Honoria to allow her to roam the streets of the world like a wayward vagabond. Thus he was willing to take a loss to ensure her safety. After all, Berenger seemed like he was fully capable of protecting the princess. Agnellus could see he was interested in Honoria despite the duke's hesitation, which was a good sign. Thus he felt like she would be safe in Kufstein and was willing to take a minor cut to ensure the girl's security. Melissa would never forgive him if he put profits over the princess's safety. Berenger sighed heavily as he took a sip from his tea. After a long period of silence, he made his decision known. Fine. If it is just keeping her safe for a while, I don't see why not. Especially since you are kind enough to increase my share in return. The moment Berenger said this, Honoria was delighted and filled with excitement, while Linda stared at Berenger with a scornful expression. There were two reasons for this. One, she did not yet approve of Honoria as a candidate for one of Berenger's wives. After all, there was a high possibility the girl was lying about her identity and thus could not be trusted. Secondly, if she was really who Linda and Berenger suspected her to be, Berenger was bringing trouble upon their doorstep if he accepted this girl into his care. This was what worried Linda the most. Berenger may be powerful, but to contend with the Byzantine Empire was not something he was fully capable of at this moment. Could he defend their borders from a possible Byzantine incursion? Quite likely, but the Byzantine navy could make trade exceptionally difficult with Austria, and in doing so, stagnate their economy. Such an outcome would be disastrous for Berenger's restoration efforts. Berenger could not deploy his troops to the Mediterranean, and thus what was most likely to occur was a complete blockade on Austrian ports in Istria. Of course, this was the worst-case scenario and entirely depended on if the Byzantines found out about Honoria's location and decided to blame Berenger for her disappearance. To Berenger, on the other hand, he was much more worried about sending the girl away without protection. If she was truly Princess Honoria and he dismissed her from his care, and some harm came to her. When the Byzantines found out about such an event, they could blame him for the incident. Thus he decided to keep her under his protection until he could verify her identity. If she turned out to be the princess of the Byzantine Empire, he would contact Arethusa, informing him of the princess's location, and tell him to bring a caravan to escort the princess back home. Thus, while Honoria was happy she found a place to stay, Berenger was already scheming to find out her real identity and how to defuse the time bomb that her arrival had potentially become. After agreeing to Agnella's terms, the man smiled and thanked Berenger from the bottom of his heart. "You have my eternal gratitude, Your Grace." Berenger put on a friendly smile and nodded. With this, business was concluded, and for the time being, Honoria was allowed to stay within the castle of Kufstein. Chapter 247, 246. Glory to the Empire. Over a month had passed since Honoria's disappearance, and despite the Byzantine imperial family's best efforts, they had completely and utterly failed to locate the girl. They were beginning to fear for the worst. While the emperor was struggling to deal with the fallout of his daughter's reckless behavior, Arethusa was marching an army into Egypt. They had set sail from Ionia not long ago, and they arrived in Egypt not far from what remained of the territory of the Byzantines' decades-long conflict of invading the region. Despite the Byzantines' best efforts, the Mamluk Sultanate still held control of Egypt, Cyrene, and most of North Africa, thus leaving the Byzantine Empire in a never-ending war for reclaiming lost territory. If not for the vast wealth gained from the Levant and the trade routes connected to the Mediterranean, the Byzantines would have had to give up this conflict long ago. However, today was different. Today, Arethusa marched with an army of 15,000 men. These men were equipped with matchlock arquebus firearms and pikes. Through Berenger's intervention in the timeline, the arquebus, or arquebus, had become a reality far earlier than in his past life, and he had sold them in great numbers to the Byzantines while aiding them in the development of pike and shot formations. The reason for this was simple. Berenger intended for the Byzantines to be a great power in the East and act not only as a bulwark in defense of the Muslim world, but as an ally he could rely upon to aid him against his enemies. Berenger had thoroughly outraged the Catholic world with his Reformation, and in doing so, created many hostile states surrounding his borders. If he did not foster a powerful alliance with the East, he would undoubtedly be fighting a coalition of the European powers by himself. After spending a lifetime at war, he would surely end up like Napoleon. Thus, in order to ensure that he would have a powerful ally, Berenger intended to restore the lost glory of Rome to fight alongside him against his enemies. Today was the first day that the Byzantine Empire showed off its newfound military might against the Saracens who sought to destroy her. Arethusa sat on horseback at the rear of his formation, protected by his guards. In the field, the Byzantine army equipped with their mirror-pattern armor held their arquebuses and pikes in their hands as the Mamluk forces gathered on the other side of the sands. Arethusa had spent a significant degree of time, effort, and expense arming and training his army in the new weapons and tactics. Initially, he had desired to spend more time getting acquainted with their use, but unfortunately, Alexandria had fallen, and he was forced to move his forces to retake what was lost before their training was complete. Unlike the Hussites, Berenger had not provided the Byzantines with any primitive form of field artillery. Thus, at the moment, they were merely organized into arquebus, pike, and cavalry units. The Mamluk army was a traditional medieval formation and was quite confused when they saw the formations and weapons wielded by the Byzantines. Nevertheless, the battle had begun as the Mamluks began to march into battle. Seeing this, Arethusa ordered his armies to meet the enemy in battle. Soon, the troops would clash in the center of the field, where they would fight to the death to determine a winner. Eventually, the armies began to close the gap where Arethusa shouted his commands, which the officers and NCOs relayed among the rank and file of the soldiers. Hold your ground. Hold your ground until you see the whites in their eyes. This was a phrase Berenger had given Arethusa as the basis of when his troops should fire their weapons. Berenger had long since surpassed the need for such tactics with his rifled muskets. Still, for a smoothbore arquebus, the effective range was limited, and to gain the most effective use of their weapons, they would have to fire upon their enemies when they were at extremely close range. The Byzantines held their ground for some time. However, many of the men in their army did not have the discipline and strength of will to hold on until their enemy was mere feet away. Thus, when the enemy drew near one by one, they would fire their shots, often missing their targets in the initial charge. Though Arethusa tried to control this, it created a ripple effect. Pretty soon, the entire line had fired, and though many of their shots had hit their mark, cutting down the enemy infantry, the impact they had was not as destructive as it could have been. After the rounds were fired, Arethusa was forced to deploy the pikemen to protect his infantry as they reloaded. Thus, the Mamluk soldiers quickly found themselves skewered at the end of the 20-foot-long weapons. By the time the Mamluks had gotten past the pike wall, the Byzantine arquebusiers had fully reloaded and fired a second volley. This time the effect was far more devastating to the enemy line. Seeing his forces being rapidly cut down by the Byzantine firearms, the Mamluk general instantly ordered his cavalry to charge. Thus the heavily armored Mamluk cavalry rushed towards the Byzantine lines, and yet as they drew near, the pikes were lowered in their direction, causing the horses to buck wild in fright and flee in the other direction. Many of their riders had been cast from their horses onto the sand below as a result. Others found themselves incapable of controlling their mighty steeds until they had reached a point where they were safe from the enemy pike wall. Seeing this, Arethusa merely smirked. The battle was beginning to head in his favor. Though the Mamluk forces outnumbered them, the combined force of pike and shot was well beyond this medieval era's capabilities. Though it was not as effective as Berenger's tactics, it was more than enough to crush the armies of the Mamluk Sultanate. Arethusa watched the sight of the battlefield with glee as the Mamluk forces began to rout. Quickly saying a prayer to God, he rallied his cavalry forces and began to charge the frightened Saracens. The Byzantine cataphracts rushed down the hillside and into the fray, where they collided with the routing enemy while wielding their lances, skewering them upon impact and sending their souls to the afterlife. The result of this battle was an overwhelming victory in favor of the Byzantine Empire. After cleaning up the battlefield, Arethusa stood along with his ranks of men, where he began to chastise them for firing their first volley early. All of you are soldiers of the Empire, and yet you have failed in your duty. If not for the overwhelming advantage of our weapons and tactics, we could have lost this battle today. Why? Because many of you were frightened by the enemy charge and fired your first shot out of fear, missing your targets entirely as you did so. I expect more of the men beneath my command, and thus during the rest of this campaign, I want you all to perform much better than you did today. If every one of you can get to the point where you follow my commands to the letter, then this campaign will be an overwhelming victory for our armies. Glory to the Empire! After hearing Arethusa's speech, the men of his army all began to salute him and yell their battle cry. Glory to the Empire! In doing so, Arethusa looked fondly upon his men. They had suffered very few casualties this day, and though the Mamluk army had routed in large numbers, likely to return in the future for further conflict, this battle was an overwhelming success, one that inspired Arethusa. While armed with these weapons and tactics, maybe, just maybe, the empire could reclaim its former glory. Arethusa had one man to thank for this victory, his trading partner and friend to the west. He did not know what Berenger had planned for the future, but he was certain that one day the man would surely be a mighty king, and after this battle, he felt great regret for not trying to convince the emperor to marry his only daughter off to such an outstanding young man. Then again, Berenger was already happily engaged, and Arethusa doubted he could convince him to accept Honoria as his lawful wife and instead turn his fiancée into another concubine. As for the emperor, Arethusa knew the man was too stubborn to make his only daughter the concubine of some king from the west. Thus it was simply not meant to be. As he thought about this, Arethusa began to wonder about what had happened to the princess. Had she been found during the time he was away? Was she even alive? He would never guess that the girl had run off to Kufstein because of a few good comments he had made about Berenger. These were the thoughts that plagued Arethusa's mind as he campaigned to restore the empire's borders in North Africa. This was just one battle of many to occur with the Mamluk Sultanate. Only time could tell if the empire was to restore its former glory. Chapter 248. By days had passed since Honoria had arrived in Kufstein, and it was now time to say farewell to her friend Agnellus. Unlike Honoria, the man could not stay in Kufstein for long. He had a business that he had to conduct, and after settling the deal with Berenger, he had to be on his way. At the moment, Honoria was at the docks of Kufstein, surrounded by a few of Berenger's guards. She was sending Agnellus off as the man returned to the borders of the Byzantine Empire. In Honoria's hands was the jewelry she had snatched from her room before running away from home. It was the payment she had promised Agnellus for taking her to Kufstein. She quietly handed the jewelry over to Agnellus with a bitter smile on her face. During their journey together, she had grown quite fond of the older merchant, not to the point of romance, but strictly as friends. As such, she was sad to see him go. Here you go, Agnellus, as promised. This is payment for taking me to Kufstein. You and your sister have my eternal gratitude. I pray that I have not caused you too much trouble in assisting me. Though Honoria was naive due to being locked away her entire life, she had seen some of the evil of the world and knew if Melissa or Agnellus were caught for their crimes of assisting Honoria in her escape, they would likely be executed. And as such, she greatly dreaded this possibility. However, Agnellus' actions shocked Honoria as he pushed the small box filled with jewelry back into Honoria's hands and returned her bitter smile with a friendly one. Keep it. Truly the honor of assisting you in your journey was payment enough. Besides, I was going to go to Kufstein anyway, and thanks to you, I was able to establish a rather favorable trade deal with the Duke. Hearing this, a small tear began to form in one of Honoria's mint-green eyes. Agnellus and Melissa had taken such a huge risk for her, and in the end, they wanted nothing in return. They were truly good people. As such, she ran up and hugged the man and thanked him for his assistance. Thank you so much. Agnellus blushed in response to this as he eventually broke free from the girl's grasp. After doing so, he gave her some solid advice. Be careful around Berenger. He is a very sly and cunning man. His lover also appears to have a sharp wit. They may not be as good as people as you think they are. I am sure they already have begun to suspect that you are lying to them about your identity. If you genuinely want to make the Duke yours, you will have to settle for being another one of his women. I could tell at first glance that he was not the kind of man to give up his treasures in return for another prize of equal or slightly greater value. Whatever you do, please do not reveal your identity before you are confident he has fallen for you. If you do, he is liable to inform your family. After all, the moment he finds out who you are, he will be knowingly harboring a runaway princess, which is a severe crime in the eyes of your family. Hearing this, Anuria began to wipe the tears from her eyes, and a determined expression took over her flawless face as she nodded at Agnellus' advice before responding to it. I will take what you have said to heart. Anuria was impressed with Berenger, but she, too, sensed some form of danger from the man. Thus she was not yet sure if she was the man she wanted to give herself to. Nevertheless, she would use this time to learn more about the man and herself. It would be quite some time before Berenger found out her true identity. If Berenger disappointed her in any way, she would move along in her life. After all, she did not plan to be a bird in yet another cage. Hearing Anuria takes his advice to heart, Agnellus pet her glossy white hair before saying his goodbyes. Well, I trust you to take care of yourself. I must be going now. Not only do I have to unload these jewels, but I also have to search for my sister, who should surely be in hiding right now. I pray that we may meet again, Your Highness. With that, Agnellus bowed before stepping onto his galley. The ship quickly set sail, leaving Anuria in the harbor, watching her friend depart. Heraclius was flying in the sky following the vessel to make sure it had reached the river well enough. He would return in a few hours after he was satisfied with the results. Anuria was not like Conrad. Berenger had no intentions of leaving her confined in the castle. She was free to roam the city so long as she had a proper escort. The escort's job was simply there to protect Anuria. As for collecting information on her, there were plenty of spies in Kufstein under Berenger's command who could silently track her movements. After Anuria's arrival, Linda had quickly set her spies to task with infiltrating the Byzantine Empire and collecting information on two people, Princess Anuria and the identity she was using while in Kufstein, Valeria Zanara. However, it would be some time before her spies even arrived in Constantinople and Antioch, let alone began to gather intelligence. Thus, for now, all Berenger and Linda could do was watch the girls' interactions in Kufstein. With Agnellus' departure, Anuria had some free time on her hands, so she decided to spend it walking around Kufstein and getting acquainted with the locals. The fact that Berenger's guard protected her meant she was essential to the Duke, and as such, nobody threatened to make a move on her as she walked through the city. The city of Kufstein was beginning to look like an early modern city. It had small and large shops located in the trade district. Some of these shops were owned by the nobility, others by Berniger's dynasty, and the growing middle class owned a few. As such, she visited a clothing shop to witness the beautiful Austrian fashion she had seen Linda wearing. Despite her luxurious silk clothes, she was fascinated with the designs that had appeared in Kufstein and began trying on dresses in the shop. These dresses were made for the common folk, and yet they still had some degree of embroidery on their bodices. The noblewomen typically had their dresses hand-tailored by unique shops dedicated solely to upper-class fashion. Thus, after getting acquainted with the common folks' fashion, she entered one of the largest noble fashion stores, where she saw exquisite and detailed dresses that were like works of art. While Berenger had implemented modern women's underwear, he was also a big fan of the corset. They were now commonly worn by women of all statuses with their dresses. When Anuria saw that several of the women in the shop looked abnormally busty, she was surprised. She had no idea what a corset was or how it helped with a woman's figure. Seeing the beautiful young woman dressed in foreign attire enter the store, the shop clerk quickly came over to Anuria and began to inquire what kind of fashion she was interested in. I apologize if this comes off strange, but you're as beautiful as a princess. I think you would look wondrous in some of the dresses our shop has to offer. I suggest this lovely mint green and gold dress that is exclusive to our shops. It will go perfect with your eyes. Anuria was immediately overwhelmed by the shop clerk. Still, before she could respond, she was thrust into the changing room and quickly measured all over her body by the tailor, which she felt significantly violated her privacy. As such, she immediately began to blush. After doing so, the tailor, who was a woman, formed a smile on her face as she proclaimed Honoria's measurements aloud. 30 minus 20 minus 30, not bad. Do not worry, I will have a dress fit for you in no time. The shop's clerks and tailors did not bother to see if the woman could pay the ridiculous price for the high-end fashion. After all, she was protected by Berenger's guards, and if that were the case, even if she couldn't pay, they could always bill the castle for the expense. Berenger was known to pay a fair price for his fiancées' and lovers' dresses, and because of this, nearly every tailor in the city had desired to make a dress for one of his women. After some time, Honoria walked out of the stall in a mint green dress with gold embroidery in the Elizabethan fashion style from Berenger's previous life. Due to the corset she was wearing, she felt incredibly uncomfortable at first, and yet it highlighted her already perfect figure, making her look far more desirable. As she approached the counter with an awkward smile, she informed the clerk that all she could pay with was jewelry. I don't have any of the local currency on me. I can only pay with jewelry, is that all right? Though Honoria was uncomfortable with being forced into this situation, she loved how the dress looked on her and did not want to leave it behind. However, the clerk merely smiled at her and informed her it was hers to take. Do not worry about that. If you are close to Berenger, he will properly compensate us. Just make sure to tell everyone where you got the lovely dress. With this, Honoria nodded and departed with her bodyguards. After doing so, she headed back towards the castle. She did not know why, but she wanted to get Berenger's approval of her new dress as quickly as possible. Chapter 249, 248. Dreams of the future. Honoria quickly returned to the castle with a desire to show off her new dress to Berenger. However, she was not familiar with the layout and promptly got lost. By sheer chance, she ended up at Berenger's study, where he was currently working on approving naval expenses and drafting new ship designs. A powerful navy was a versatile navy, and while Berenger's shipyards were being constructed, he would draw many different blueprints for future vessels. Berenger was drafting a 20-gun sloop of war based upon the USS Boston, which was commissioned in 1825 during his previous life. It was a fast and agile single-deck ship armed with 20 24-pound cannons. While drafting the blueprints, Berenger heard a knock on the door and assumed it was Linda, as she was usually the one who visited him during the day. As such, he said with a smile on his face, "Babe, you know it's open. Do you need to knock?" Upon hearing this, Honoria began to flush as she slowly opened the door and revealed her gorgeous figure in her new dazzling dress. Berenger was quite shocked when he saw this and scratched his head with an awkward expression when he saw it was not Linda in his doorway. "Lady Valeria, I am sorry I mistook you for someone else. Is there something I can help you with?" Honoria meekly entered the room as she responded to Berenger's comment. "Not really, I was just curious, is all. I haven't seen your face in a few days and wanted to know what you were up to." After doing so, the princess twirled around in her new dress, giving Berenger the hint to comment on it. Berenger had to admit she did look perfect in the dress, but he had a nagging suspicion that he would be the one ending up paying for it. So instead of complimenting her as she wanted, he merely asked the question on his mind. "How much did that dress cost me?" Hearing this, Honoria began to pout. She had not gotten the response that she desired and quietly muttered under her breath, "I don't know." Berenger found this to be adorable, and as such, he smiled before giving the girl what she wanted. "Well, whatever it cost, it was worth it. It looks perfect on you." After hearing this, Honoria blushed and smiled before she began to sit down in the chair in front of Berenger's desk. As she did so, Berenger placed his quill down before covering the ship blueprints with his naval expense reports. He did not want such sensitive information being leaked, and as such, he began informing the girl of his more boring actions these past few days so that she would lose interest. As for what I am up to, I am merely attending to matters of the state. As a duke, I have a lot of work cut out for me. For the most part, it is rather boring. Anuria merely nodded her head, disinterested as she heard this. However, she read the bold words at the top of Berenger's paper. Her understanding of the German language was rudimentary, but she could still read the word naval. As someone deeply fascinated with sailing, she was curious about this and thus asked, "Naval expenses? Am I reading that right? I didn't know that Austria had a navy." Hearing this, Berenger's pleasant smile turned sour as he tried to conceal what he was up to. The building of a grand Austrian navy was crucial to his plans, and at the moment, he was trying to hide his dreams for as long as possible. As such, he tried to dissuade the girl in front of him from prying into his business. "Lady Valeria, I know you are naturally curious, but it is not polite to pry into the business of someone else's territory. I will forgive you for the moment, but I hope you do not try to entangle yourself with my affairs any further." Hearing this, Anuria began to pout as she responded to Berenger's words. "I am sorry, I am just interested in sailing, is all. I got excited when I saw the word naval. I promise I won't look at your documents in the future." Hearing this, Berenger was curious and thus asked Anuria the question on his mind. "You are interested in sailing, huh? Is that your dream? To sail across the Mediterranean as free as an eagle with nothing but the salty wind of the sea to keep you company?" Anuria began to contemplate Berenger's words for a few moments before responding honestly. "Truthfully, I do not know. I have never had the luxury to think about." Web audio channel announcement. Thank you for listening. If you want to listen to the full series and hundreds of audiobooks similar to this, please join our Discord or join our Patreon on patreon.com/webaudio. The link will be in the description and also pinned in the comment section. Thank you. What my dreams for the future are. I suppose you could say I am still finding that out. Hearing this, Berenger began to feel pity for the girl. However, the next question she asked him shocked him. "What about you? What are your dreams?" This was a question Berenger commonly thought about, and as such, he put on a pleasant smile as he informed Anuria about his ambitions for life. "At first, I wanted nothing more than to inherit my family's lands and spend a good 30 years or so bettering the lives of my people, and by extension my family and myself, before retiring to some villa near a lake to live the rest of my days in peace." Hearing this, Anuria was curious. It seemed like a noble goal. However, she noticed he prefaced the statement with the term "at first," and as such, she was curious about what he thought. As such, she inquired further about it. "And now?" Berenger sighed before his expression turned solemn. As it did so, he revealed the heights of his ambitions. "The world is a cruel and unforgiving place. I learned that pretty early on in life. If I can do a little evil to achieve great things, then I will do so. I yearn for the unification of my people, and I don't simply mean the Austrians, but all Germans. Those who speak the German language and have some form of German culture should be united in a single empire to thrive and determine their destiny free of foreign interference. Everybody else contending for the title of King of Germany is doing so in pursuit of their vain glory. I know I can do better, and in doing so, I can better the lives of all German people, even if it comes at the expense of other cultures and ethnic groups. Thus I will fight trying to achieve this and even die in pursuit of my dream if necessary. A dream is something you should pursue even if everyone else says it is impossible, something you are willing to kill and die to achieve. When you finally feel such overwhelming passion for something, you know that you have found your purpose in life, or so it is my belief. History will either remember me as the world's greatest villain or Germany's greatest hero. Either way, I do not care, so long as I can accomplish my dream." Hearing Berenger speak so passionately about his dreams inspired Honoria to find what she cared about so deeply. As such, she asked Berenger for guidance on the issue. "What do you think my purpose is?" Berenger sighed heavily and shook his head before responding. "That is for you to find out, but if you are fascinated by sailing, it might be a good place to start. For now, I can hire a few sailors to teach you how to sail a riverboat. If you end up falling in love with it, I can always send you to Istria in the future, where I am establishing a naval academy." Honoria was touched when she heard this and instantly placed her hands on her heart as she listened to Berenger's kind words. She quickly followed up by asking Berenger the thoughts on her mind. "You would do this for me?" Berenger smiled and nodded as he said so. "Sure, why not? You are here under my protection for the time being. You might as well learn a thing or two while you can." Tears began to form in Honoria's mint eyes, and she could no longer control her overwhelming emotions. She knew it would be no small cost for Berenger to hire sailors to teach her how to sail, and yet despite barely knowing her, he was willing to go so far to help her find out her dreams in life. She could barely contain her happiness, and as such, she quickly latched onto Berenger and hugged him tightly while whimpering in his chest. "Thank you." Berenger did not know what exactly this girl had been through to be so happy over what to him was such a little favor. However, he decided to let the girl cry herself out into his doublet and merely patted her head as she did so. Of course, the moment Honoria latched onto him, Berenger could see the sky-blue eyes of Linda staring at him with a murderous glare in the doorway. This sight immediately sent shivers down Berenger's spine, and though he tried to jump up from his seat, he was held down by the whimpering princess. Linda did not bother entering the room. Berenger had already seen her displeased appearance in the doorway, and that alone was enough to send a message to him. When she finally left, Berenger sighed deeply before thinking in his mind, "I am going to pay for this later." Chapter 250, 249. A jealous lover. After having his little discussion with Honoria, Berenger sent her away from his office, claiming that he had work to do. She was happy to oblige and thus left Berenger alone in the room. Not long after Linda arrived and appeared rather upset. The moment she closed the door behind her, Berenger knew he was in trouble. Linda stood before Berenger's desk while staring him down. After a few moments of awkward silence, she sighed before sitting down and resting her pretty face on the palm of her hand before speaking. "I can't leave you alone with the girl, can I?" Berenger had a worried expression on his face. He was well aware of how dangerous Linda could be when she was upset, and though it was a misunderstanding, she would not easily believe him. Thus he tried to explain his innocence to his lover. "I swear I am innocent. I simply did her a favor, and she latched onto me like a leech. How was I supposed to know she is so clingy?" Linda's sky-blue eyes stared at Berenger with a curious gaze before she asked the question on her mind. "You did her a favor, huh? What might that be?" Berenger had nothing to hide, and as such, he explained the conversation he had with Honoria. "I merely told that since she was interested in sailing, I could hire someone to teach her how to sail a riverboat properly. If she was interested further, I could always send her to the Naval Academy I am building sometime in the future." Linda had a hard time believing Berenger's words. After all, the girl was clinging to him so tightly, and thus she narrowed her gaze at Berenger to see if he was lying. Though Berenger was nervous, he was innocent of any foul play, and as such, he returned Linda's glare with one of grit. Seeing how Berenger wasn't lying, Linda sighed before giving him a friendly warning. "Don't let that little vixen dig her claws into your heart. If she turns out to be the Byzantine princess, it could only bring trouble." Berenger nodded his head in response as if he understood Linda's message. Though in reality, he had begun to reconsider his options regarding this so-called Lady Valeria. If the girl was Princess Honoria, then several paths presented themselves on how to proceed. Linda was no fool the moment she saw Berenger nod his head. The look in his eyes flashed from being genuine to being deceitful, and thus she glared at him before demanding answers from him. Just what is it that you are thinking in that scheming mind of yours? When Berenger heard that Linda had already discovered he was plotting something, he smiled bitterly before revealing this thought. I can't hide anything from you, can I? Fine, I will tell you my schemes. Hearing this, Berenger poured himself and his lover a drink as they began to chat about his plans. He ran a chalice of fortified wine for himself, but since he and Linda aimed to have another child, he poured her a cup filled with water. Let's say that the girl is Princess Anuria. Aside from appeasing the Byzantines and preventing a diplomatic crisis, what can we possibly gain from shipping her back to the empire? When Linda heard this, she thought about it for a few moments and answered her question. We could potentially gain their gratitude, further increasing the amount of trade we have with them. Isn't that enough? When Berenger heard this, he wagged his finger and clicked his tongue. TSK, TSK, TSK. You are thinking too small, my dear. If she is the princess and has fallen for me, why not take advantage of this and have a son with her? If I do this, my dynasty gains a claim to the Byzantine Empire, a weak claim sure, but enough to depose the next emperor if he proves hostile to us. Linda looked at Berenger as if she were speaking to a madman before expressing the thoughts on her mind. That is a little risky. If the Byzantines find out we are harboring their runaway princess with the intent for you to make her into another one of your consorts, they will surely take action against us. To this, Berenger leaned back in his chair and smiled before speaking his opinion on the matter. By the time they can take any practical action against us aside from severing trade, our army and navy will be greater than theirs. It will take years for them to conquer North Africa, assuming they ever find out that we harbor the princess. How many people know what she looks like? How many of them are here in Kufstein? Only Aretha's would be able to reveal her identity, but she can easily be hidden from him. Sure, there is a significant risk, but there is an even greater reward. Even if they do paint a picture of her and use it as a bounty for her safe return, let's be honest, how many people will recognize her? The artistic talent of people these days is not exactly lifelike. Not like the artists I have fostered here in Kufstein. Of course, all of this relies on the fact that she is the princess. If she is who she claims she is, then I have no interest in the girl, and you can rest easy. After hearing this, Linda sighed before looking deeply into Berenger's eyes and asking the question on her mind. So you don't have feelings for her? Berenger smiled with a wide grin on his face while leaning back into his chair. As usual, he was blatantly honest with his lover on how he felt about the other women around him. At the moment, no, I am simply planning for the future. However, if she proves to be Princess Anuria and my plans come to fruition, which is to say I do not fall for the girl. After all, her innocence is quite charming, and I have more than enough love to give to 3 women. To this, Linda scoffed. It was hard enough balancing things with Adela. If a third girl entered the picture into their already complex relationship, she knew she would have a headache. Despite this, she also knew that once Berenger had set his mind to something, it was impossible to convince him otherwise. As such, she took a hold of the chalice she was provided and quickly downed its contents, carefully making sure not to spill a single drop of the water within before responding to Berenger's audacious claims. I hope you know what you are doing. Before Linda could get up and walk away, Berenger spoke again, instantly gluing her attention to the words he spoke. Of course, there is another option available. I could always marry the girl and seal an alliance with the Byzantine Empire. Though this would require effective diplomacy, and at the very least, I would have to elevate my status to that of a king in order to gain the emperor's approval. Hearing this, Linda was shocked and immediately began to stare at Berenger as if he were a scoundrel. You would break your betrothal to Adela for this woman you barely know. To this insinuation, Berenger feigned offense as he clarified his thoughts to his lover. Why, Linda, I am offended that you would suggest such a thing. You know how much I love my little fiancé. Of course not, but who is to say I am limited to one wife? As king, I could easily enact polygyny. After all, with my new succession laws, it will not be an issue for the future of the kingdom, and if the reformists have a problem with it, I can always justify it with the fact that Abraham had multiple wives. Hearing this, Linda stared at Berenger with shock for a few moments before expressing the thoughts on her mind. You have truly thought through everything, haven't you? To this, Berenger nodded his head with a smug grin on his face before answering in the most arrogant way possible. Someone has to, do they not? After hearing this, Linda smiled before departing, though after she left, that smile quickly shifted to a frown. She was not happy about this new arrival or Berenger's plans for her. As such, she quickly got to work writing a letter to Adela to inform her about the appearance of a new rival in their complicated relationship. Perhaps together, the two girls could convince Berenger not to go through with such a thing. Of course, Berenger had no idea that his two women would begin to scheme behind his back to prevent Anuria from entering his little harem. After all, he was much too busy overseeing the management of the Duchy of Austria and implementing a series of reforms that would change the political and legal landscape of the realm for the foreseeable future. Under his guidance, the industrial age would soon be forced upon Austria. If he wanted his territory to enter the new era peacefully, significant changes would have to be drafted to his rudimentary constitution and transitional government. Chapter 251. 250. More constitutional reforms. A new day had arrived, and with it, Berenger had found himself thrust headfirst into work and approving his reforms. The first order of business was redrafting his constitution so that it could apply to the entirety of the duchy. As the Duke of Austria, who had just put down the rebellion of his most disloyal subjects not long ago, Berenger was in a unique position to overhaul his territory. As such, he was currently in the process of fixing some of the errors of his constitution that he had previously established. For example, he was moving away from the House of Commons and House of Lords to implement a more streamlined bicameral legislation partially based upon the early days of the United States Constitution from his past life. A House of Representatives was established as the lower house of his bicameral legislature. These representatives would be voted in by those people who met the qualifications to vote, such as German men of upstanding character and proven intellect. The second department of his legislature was the Senate, which was voted in by the county legislatures. Much like America, the House of Representatives would be determined by the total population, while the Senate would have 2 individuals per state, or in this case, county, as senators. These representatives and senators had a term limit of 4 years. If deemed incompetent, corrupt, or any other number of charges could be removed by the executive and replaced with a person of his choosing until the next election. The House and Senate worked was similar to that of the United States, but functioned in a more streamlined manner. Those would first introduce a bill, which would be sent to the Senate for retirement or acceptance when passed by a majority vote. From there, it would be given to the Duke, where he could either sign it into law, revise it to his wishes, and then send it back to the Senate for approval once more, or veto it. Unlike the American Constitution, there was no overriding of a Duke's veto, though the bill could still be reintroduced through the legislative process. However, a veto was usually considered a firm stance by the Duke that he did not desire such a law. The so-called House of Lords would be repurposed as the Duke's Council, which essentially acted as a cabinet. Their responsibility would be to help lead Berenger's reforms while serving under him. The Duke's Council could be appointed and dismissed at any time according to the reigning Duke's determination. Part of the Duke's Council's responsibilities were selecting a successor to the Duke in the event that the Duke had passed away without appointing a successor himself. The process to this was voting upon eligible members of the von Kufstein dynasty for the position. Whoever had the most votes was chosen. This was a failsafe, established so that the most competent successor would be chosen in the event that the Duke was to pass away before selecting the best candidate from his dynasty to replace him. The Duke's council would only choose the successor in very limited circumstances. The executive branch of government was ruled by the Duke at a federal level. As for a state and local level, the reigning noble of the territory would act as governor. They would still need to introduce a localized form of government such as a state legislature and court system to aid them in their reign. The nobility who ruled over their territories were allowed to continue to do so as governors, though the succession laws that applied to the Duke were also applied to all governors. This was to ensure the most competent person was selected as the governor of their region. Of course, each duke had executive powers, which allowed them to pass legislation without the approval of the federal and county legislatures. However, these could just as quickly be repealed by the next duke. This was to ensure the political power of Berenger and his descendants so that they did not just become another powerless figurehead. With the legislative and executive branches refined, the judicial branch was further elaborated and based upon the American Republic from Berenger's previous life. With a Supreme Court, which determined what was legal based upon the Constitution. As with all judges, these Supreme Court justices were appointed by the Duke and served for life. However, if the Duke determined that they had failed to fulfill their duties according to the law and instead operated on some form of personal agenda, he could have them removed and replaced. This constitutional system allowed for some semblance of freedom while still retaining significant control of the government in the hands of Berenger and his dynasty. In doing so, he created a semi-constitutional monarchy, as in practice, Berenger still had the power to effectively make any decision he pleased and could stack the government in his favor. He also maintained a strict stance of a small, intelligent electorate comprised of full-blooded law-abiding German males, preventing any foreign influence in his elections as the non-German minority had no voting rights whatsoever, thus maintaining the idea of a united German fatherland for years to come. Of course, he once more allowed a transitional period of 10 years where he still ruled as an absolute monarch. This transitional period could be further extended by the Duke if deemed necessary. This way, he could slowly assimilate his territory into his new style of government. After drafting these constitutional reforms, Berenger sighed heavily. He had spent a lot of time and effort revising his constitution. It would also likely change in the future when he went from Duke to King to Emperor. For now, this was the best effort he could put forth. With this, Linda arrived in his room and placed a flagon of beer on Berenger's desk, and in her own hands was a goblet filled with milk. She took a look at the reforms and noticed the exhausted expression on her lover's face. After doing so, she sighed before commenting on Berenger's work. You do realize that when word of this gets out, the neighboring duchies and kingdoms will be even more upset with you than they currently are. You are single-handedly overhauling centuries of governance into something new which greatly strips away the nobility's power. To this, Berenger laughed as he grabbed a hold of Linda's perfectly shaped face before expressing his views on the matters at hand. Sure, the nobility loses their ability to draft troops, issue their currency, and own all of the lands. However, they will still act as de facto governors of their territory and will have more wealth than before when my reforms go into place. At the moment, most noblemen gain their wealth by taxing poor peasants. With the industrial age upon us, businesses will boom and goods will be sold. The common people will grow wealthier and afford nice houses, which the currency they used to purchase the land to build those houses upon will go into the hands of the nobility, who currently own that land. It is not like I am taking all of the lands of nobles away from them. They will still have vast swaths of territory, and they will more than make up the loss of land with shares in the businesses that are bound to sprawl across Austria in the coming years. The nobles may not hold all of the wealth of the duchy in their hands, but they will be wealthier than they were before, and that is all that matters. When the neighboring kingdoms realize that our realm's nobility is more affluent than they will grow envious and spiteful. They might lash out against us, but we have the power of industry on our side, and their feudal armies have already proven not to be the match of my professional army. Hearing Berenger's long-winded speech about the forthcoming age, Linda grew wide-eyed as she imagined what it would be like. She greatly admired Berenger's vision for the future and the lengths he was willing to go to achieve it. Thus she wrapped her arms around her lover and gazed at the latest draft of the Constitution and asked another question that was on her mind. In the end, all the power rests in your hands, doesn't it? Everything else is just a ruse to appease the commoners and the nobles. According to this Constitution, you can pretty much replace anyone you don't like in the government with someone who supports you. To this, Berenger smiled and took a sip from his beer. After doing so, he thought about it deeply for some time before responding. The average person can't be trusted with any semblance of political power. Even if I were to make my population fully literate, the masses would never understand the inner workings of government. They inevitably will vote into power people who promise to give them the most benefits at the expense of the nation. With that, corruption will take hold of society, and the nation will slowly decline into total collapse. Only by maintaining an educated and intelligent electorate can a Republican-style government genuinely thrive. However, the more literate people become, the more they will ultimately want representation. Thus, if I try to hold on to all the power like a despot, there will inevitably be a revolution. Creating a lasting empire is built upon compromise. With this, I hope to make a long-lasting system where our descendants maintain power, and those intelligent enough to understand how the government works are placated with appropriate representation of their interests. Hearing this, Linda nodded her head, and a sly smile appeared on her face. In other words, the Duke knows best, right? To this, Berenger chuckled before responding. I suppose you could say that. Thus with this, the Constitution of the Duchy of Austria was drafted in a system that somewhat resembled a limited republic, while still giving significant control to the nobility and the Duke. Berenger had carefully drafted a constitution that he felt limited the negative effects of constitutional republics and monarchies alike while still maintaining a significant degree of control for himself and his dynasty. Chapter 252, 251, Adela's concerns within the city of Graz. Deep inside the belly of its castle was a young woman in the middle of her adolescent years. This girl was Adela von Graz, the fiancée of the infamous Duke Berenger von Kufstein. While Berenger was beginning to introduce a series of legal reforms that would shock the European world, his fiancée was reading a letter written to her by her rival in love. This rival was none other than Linda von Habsburg. With the arrival of Princess Honoria, Linda felt a significant threat to her position and thought it was necessary to inform Adela about the situation since Berenger had purposely neglected to mention the appearance of a new potential rival. This letter did not openly entail the secret that Linda suspected this young woman from the East to be the lost princess of the East. Instead, it merely introduced her as a young maiden lying about her identity and trying to get close to Berenger. However, as Adela read the contents, her expression began to sink. She was well aware of the relationship between Berenger and Linda at this point. After all, it was common knowledge. She had even come to terms with the idea of Berenger taking a lover on the side and had convinced herself that great men were capable of doing such a thing. However, news of a foreign beauty from the East who was potentially lying about her identity while trying to capture Berenger's attention was something Adela did not take lightly. Judging by the contents of the letter, Adela figured there was more to the story. If Linda was worried about this new arrival to the point where she would write a letter to Adela, it was a fairly serious situation. Adela lay down upon her bed as she read the contents of the letter with a pouting face. She instantly voiced her discontent with the situation. Berenger, you dummy. Adela had a quick wit, and she instantly looked closer at the letter, Perhaps something that she missed would explain Linda's worry more adequately. After studying the letter, Adela found it was written in code. If she could write down the first letter of every third word, it formed an expression of its own. She quickly began to decipher the content, and after writing it down on a separate piece of paper, 2 words stuck out like a sore thumb. Princess Honoria. Adela was not too familiar with the royal court of the Byzantine Empire, and as such, was utterly unaware of who Princess Honoria was. Still, the fact that this young maiden from the East had the title of princess could only mean one thing. Adela's position as the primary wife was being threatened. After all, if Berenger were to add a princess to his collection of beautiful young women, then indeed it made sense for him to marry her instead, especially if she came from a powerful kingdom. With this news, the young girl was beginning to nibble on her thumbs in anxiety. After careful consideration, she realized that her 14th birthday was around the corner, and she would have to have a conversation with Berenger about this when he finally arrived. As such, she wrote a letter to Linda thanking her for informing her of these matters and requesting her presence at her birthday so the 2 of them could confront Berenger about this issue together. After writing the letter, Adela heard a knock on her door. As such, she quickly walked over to the door and opened it, revealing the voluptuous figure of her eldest sister Ava, who by now had a worrisome expression on her face. Since Berenger's reconquest of Austria, Ava's husband Wolfgang had been deposed as Count of Salzburg and replaced by his younger brother at Berenger's behest. Despite her and her husband's apologies for their actions while Berenger stayed in Graz, the man had gone through with his threat. He thoroughly removed Wolfgang from any position of authority. He did so while Conrad was still alive, and he was the regent of Austria. Since then, Wolfgang and Ava had permanently moved to Graz at the behest of the new Count of Salzburg. After all, the man could never forgive his older brother for forsaking their homeland and fleeing Steiermark while Salzburg was embroiled in warfare. Since then, Ava and her husband had become humbled, and with Adela being the fiancée of the new Duke of Austria, Ava no longer found her for the daily conflict. Instead, she had begun to grovel at Adela's feet so that the young girl might convince her future husband to restore Wolfgang's position. Thus, after Adela saw Ava in her doorway, she began to sigh and shake her head as she asked Ava the question on her mind. "What now, Ava?" "I am a little bit busy." Ava could tell that Adela was distressed, which was unusual for the little girl who was usually so full of life. As such, she instantly saw it as a way to curry favor with her younger sister. Thus Ava put on a worried facade and returned Adela's question with one of her own. "Little Adela, is everything all right? You look quite upset." Though Adela knew what games Ava was playing, she honestly didn't care, as it would be nice to vent her frustrations to someone. As such, she opened the door all the way and allowed Ava into the room before she sat down on her bed and hugged her pillow. "A princess is visiting Berenger, and I am afraid he will try to marry her instead." Ava was quite shocked by this. When she had tried to seduce Berenger, he paid no attention to her natural charms. Thus she was also quite upset when she heard some other woman had begun to attempt to latch onto her little sister's beloved fiancé. However, she hid her inner fury and tried to console Adela instead. "A princess, huh? What princess? Do you know her name and what kingdom she is from?" Hearing this, Adela merely shook her head before responding to her sister as she stared at the floor. "I have never heard of her before. Do you know who Princess Honoria is?" Ava had to think about it for a few moments before a light sparkled in her eyes, and she remembered where she had heard the name. "Where did you hear that Princess Honoria had visited Berenger?" "That should not be possible. As far as I know, there is only one princess by that name, the imperial princess of the Byzantine Empire. Supposedly she is quite the beauty." However, she has been locked up in the palace her entire life and is restricted from interacting with outsiders. There is no possible way she has visited Kufstein to see Berenger. Her father, the emperor, wouldn't allow it. Hearing this, Adela's eyes lit up, and the dread she felt began to fade away. She might have been reading too much into the letter. Still, the odds of a hidden message like what she had found by pure coincidence were entirely non-existent. As such, she decided to show Ava the letter, and after explaining to her how she found out about the princess's name, a scowl formed on Ava's face as she tried to think through what this meant. Eventually, Ava came to a conclusion and began to suggest what she thought the message conveyed to her little sister. In the actual letter, it appears as if this girl is going by the name Valeria Zanara, and she claims she is from Antioch. However, Linda suspects she is lying about her identity. The hidden message might be the guess she has about her identity. I highly doubt that it is Princess Anuria, unless, of course, she ran away from home to visit Berenger, but that's impossible, right? I mean, how would she even know who Berenger is? Let alone, how could she get to Kufstein by herself? This has to be some form of mistake. Adela nodded at Ava's comment. It made sense. However, she also knew Linda's character well enough to know that she would never panic like this and send Adela an encrypted message with a suspected identity unless she was positive about her conclusion. Thus her sister's comments did little to calm Adela's nerves, despite the sound logic. After a few moments of thinking things through, Adela realized there was no point worrying about such a thing. She would have to confront Berenger when he arrived for her birthday. It was not far away, and she could wait patiently for an answer until then. Seeing Adela cheer up, Ava began to ask her the question that was actually on her mind. Now that you are in a better mood, can you ask your fiancé to restore Wolfgang's position for me? Hearing this, Adela merely rolled her eyes and began to push Ava out of her room. Get out of my room, Ava! Despite Ava's protests, she eventually found herself on the other side of the door pouting. This was the 13th time she had asked Adela today, and as per usual, she was rejected. She would have to find some other way to convince the girl to talk to her fiancé about the issue at hand. Chapter 253, 252. Berenger and Anuria. While Berenger was in the middle of his usual office work, Anuria patiently waited outside his study. Even though she was allowed to move within the city of Kufstein freely, she mainly had stayed inside the castle, waiting for opportune moments to approach the man that had caught her interest. Because Berenger was constantly guarded by Linda's watchful gaze, Anuria had few opportunities to get to know Berenger very well. Berenger had not responded well to her advances up to this point. At least not as well as she had hoped. She was beginning to doubt her charm. After all, Berenger already had Linda, a woman so beautiful she was dubbed one of the 3 heavenly beauties of Austria. Even Anuria had begun to doubt her charms when in comparison to Berenger's lover. Nevertheless, she was undeterred. So long as she was staying in Kufstein, she wanted to find out more about Berenger and determine whether or not he was indeed fit to be her man. Thus she was waiting outside his study door, so she could conveniently run into him, giving her an excuse to ask him to lunch. After several hours of waiting around the castle, Berenger finally receded from his seclusion. When he did, Anuria immediately began to walk by and attempted to bump into him casually. However, she somehow ended up tripping over the air and fell to the ground. Luckily, as she was falling, Berenger reacted and grabbed a hold of her, steadying the young princess on her feet as he did so. Berenger gazed worriedly into Anuria's mint-green pupils as he asked the question on his mind. "Are you okay?" Anuria began to blush as she stared into Berenger's one good eye. His charming face, gazing at her with worry, filled her heart with feelings she was uncertain about. Thus she looked away and pulled herself from his grasp, standing on her own 2 feet. "I am fine." Seeing her embarrassed, Berenger laughed and nodded his head as he expressed his thoughts. Good. That's good. After saying this, Berenger began to depart. It was about lunchtime, and every day he would meet up with Linda at this time to share a meal. It was what you could call their daily date. However, the moment he began to walk away, Honoria started to panic and quickly grabbed a hold of his puffy sleeve, stopping him in his tracks. After doing so, Berenger looked behind him to see what was obstructing his journey to see Honoria's cheeks flushed as red as can be, her eyes fixed to the ground in front of her as she did so. She was holding onto her chest with her free hand and seemed to have difficulty getting the words out. After a few moments of Berenger staring at her, Honoria finally managed to work up the courage in her heart and quickly voiced her thoughts. "Will you have lunch with me?" Berenger thought about this for a few moments before shrugging his shoulders and agreeing to her request. Sure, why not? He ate lunch with Linda every day. She would not be too upset if he missed a day, would she? Upon hearing this, Honoria's eyes lighted up in response, filled with excitement. She quickly grabbed a hold of Berenger's hands, her heart fluttering as she did so. "Do you mean it?" To this, Berenger was taken aback ever so slightly. However, he did not reveal it on his handsome face, and instead, he patted the girl on the head and nodded his head before responding. "Of course." Honoria nearly passed out from excitement upon hearing this. Nevertheless, she quickly got a hold of herself and explained the date she had planned during the previous night. She had stayed up late thinking about it. "I thought we could go to one of the sandwich shops in Kufstein. I have never tried such food before, and I felt as if it would be exciting." To this, Berenger nodded his head in agreement. It was good to eat a sandwich every once in a while. After all, he dined exclusively on top-quality German cuisine while living in the castle. As such, he responded to her idea positively. "An excellent idea. I know just the place. If you would follow me, I would be more than happy to escort you." With that, Berenger offered his arm, where Honoria quickly latched onto it with a happy grin on her face. Afterward, Berenger led her out of the castle and into the city below. Of course, on the way, he picked up an escort of his guards who closely trailed behind them, watching with careful eyes for any attempt on their sovereign's life. After entering the city, Berenger led Honoria through the streets until they arrived at the old sandwich shop that Berenger had previously taken Adela to during their first date. The city had grown exponentially since then, and thus Berenger felt great nostalgia looking back on what was merely a year ago a small agricultural town. As Berenger entered the sandwich shop, he noticed there was an extensive line. Because Berenger frequently visited the shop in the past, it had become quite the popular destination within the town. The owners even purchased a hold of the nearby buildings and rebuilt the shop into a much larger and more delicate destination that employed over a dozen employees. There was outside dining available for those who desired it, and due to it being the end of summer in the Alps, it was the perfect time to do so. Who knew when Berenger would have another chance at such a thing? As they entered the sandwich shop, the line quickly parted for the Duke and the pretty girl on his arm. The people in line instantly began to comment about the unknown women attached to Berenger. It was commonly known that the Duke had both Adela and Linda, yet the white-haired beauty latched onto him with a loving smile was an unknown entity for the people of Kufstein. Immediately men began to gaze at the Duke with envy and sigh to themselves. They instantly admitted defeat when comparing themselves to Berenger. Helga was quite surprised to see Berenger arrive, as he had not been to her. Seeing the defensive look on her face was outright adorable, and as such, Berenger merely shook his head before responding to the girl. "I am only joking, Valeria. You do not need to be so terrified. Sit, enjoy some food and wine." Hearing this, Honoria began to settle her racing heart and sat in her chair while Berenger and Linda sat beside one another at the head of the table. Eventually, Henrietta arrived and sat in her spot as well. Thus Berenger drank from his gold chalice once more. After taking a sip, he exhaled heavily before peeking over at Honoria, who still seemed to be a bit flushed from the passionate display he had shown her with Linda. Thus he used this opportunity to inform the girl of the upcoming events. "Valeria, the sailor I have hired to teach you will arrive in Kufstein tomorrow. It would be best to awaken bright and early to receive your training. I do not want my kindness to go to waste." After hearing this, Anuria's appearance began to return to normal, and she nodded her head slowly and silently. It had taken some time for her to get accustomed to the sight of Berenger and Linda kissing passionately in the open. Despite being inexperienced, she knew enough to understand what Berenger and Linda had gotten up to after leaving her behind. In a way, she felt defeated by Linda once more. Though she was interested in Berenger, it was not until she saw him locked in another young woman's embrace that she began to understand her feelings for the man. Inside her heart was a mix of emotions she was trying to work through, and as such, she merely ate her meal in silence while the other three members sitting at the table discussed various topics. She began to ponder the possibility that the reason she was jealous of the attention that Berenger showed Linda was that she had fallen for the man. After eating her meal, Anuria returned to her room, where she prepared herself for sleep. While waiting for her weariness to overtake her, she had thought long and hard about what complex emotions she had felt throughout the day. Chapter 257, 256. Anuria's request today was the day that the sailing instructor from Venice had arrived in Kufstein to teach Anuria how to sail. Anuria had awoken bright and early to begin her instruction and had not taken Berenger's kindness for granted. She was currently learning to sail a caravel, a simple sailing vessel used by most nations in the Mediterranean. Berenger had already purchased a few of these vessels for teaching his naval draftees how to sail, and as such, he had more than one available for her to train with. Today was a special day for Anuria. Berenger took the day off from work to observe her progress and see if she was using the time and resources he had given her wisely. To his surprise, she was already partially knowledgeable in the art of sailing. Even though her instructor was not pleased with teaching a woman how to sail, he never complained. After all, he was being paid an absurd amount of money to teach this young maiden to sail. Instead, he did his best to equip Anuria with the knowledge necessary to do such a thing as such. Berenger stood next to Heraclius, who was perched on a post next to him, as the two of them observed Anuria's actions. The pretty smile on her face was one of genuine happiness as she began to rig the sails as instructed. Seeing this, Berenger and Heraclius both looked at each other before gazing back upon Anuria. The moment their eyes made contact, there was a slight nod of their heads, as if they were thinking the same thing. Which was, "This girl is too precious." After sailing down the Danube for a bit and back to Kufstein, Berenger, Anuria, and Heraclius departed the vessel where Berenger handed the instructor a sack filled with silver coins before thanking the man. "Thank you for this. I know about your reservations, but you have helped me a lot." The man quickly snatched the pouch from Berenger's hands, where he began to count the coins to ensure the proper amount that was agreed to was still there. After doing so, he spat in the river before addressing Berenger's statement. "I don't like it. A pretty young thing from her should not be sailing. She should be at home making babies. However, you are the Duke of Austria, and if this is what you like to do with your playthings, far be it from me to complain." Hearing this, Berenger merely scoffed. He could not care less what this sailor thought of him. He was simply a means to an end. After confirming the payment, the sailor departed to the city of Kufstein for the day. Like every night, he would spend the silver he gained from Berenger on wine and wenches. As for Berenger, he escorted Anuria back to the castle as he began to ask her about her day. "I see you are not wasting my charity. That is good. Tell me, now that you have some experience sailing, how do you feel about it?" Anuria thought about Berenger's questions for a few moments before responding with a bitter smile. "I enjoy it. However, something feels off. It is not like when I was sailing with Agnellus. Berenger thought about this for a few moments as he began to address her concerns. I can think of two potential reasons for that. First, you have feelings for Agnellis, and you were more interested in spending time with Agnellis than you were sailing. Hearing this, Anuria began to laugh at Berenger's speculation before teasing him. Why, Duke Berenger, are you perhaps jealous of my relationship with Agnellis? To this, Berenger scoffed before replying, You greatly overestimate your importance. When Anuria heard this, she instantly pouted, and the two walked in awkward silence for a while. After they had walked for a few minutes, she asked Berenger about the second possibility he had mentioned. What was your second idea? Berenger seemed to be knowledgeable and worldly. As such, Anuria highly valued his opinion. After hearing the princess's question, Berenger scratched his chin for a few moments before saying the second thought he had on her reasoning for not enjoying sailing as much as she used to. The second reason could be that the thing you loved most about sailing was the freedom you experienced, and because I have you in a controlled setting as you learn how to sail, you feel as if that liberty you once felt is missing. The moment Berenger said this, Anuria's eyes flashed, and she looked at Berenger with a complicated expression. After doing so, she smiled bitterly and revealed some of her past to Berenger, completely forgetting her cover story as she did so. You are right. Growing up, I was never allowed to leave the palace. My father was strict and overprotective and did not even allow me to associate with other nobles my age. Though he doted on me for the most part, the reality is that the only company I had was my siblings, and they all treated me like a doll in a glass house. I used to gaze down from my window into the harbor every night as the sun began to set, imagining what life would be like if I were just to run away and hop on a ship sailing to parts unknown, going on a grand adventure, discovering new lands, and meeting new people. When my father tried to marry me off to the various princes, I was too shy to talk with them. Of course, I was too proud to admit that and merely told myself that they were too lazy, skinny, fat, ugly, unambitious, drunk, or any other excuse I could think of to justify in my mind that I was too good for them. As such, I rejected every suitor ever brought to me, resulting in me being betrothed to the worst of them all. Hearing the girl's story, Berenger was fully convinced that she was Princess Anuria, as her background was the same as what he knew about the princess from the Eastern Empire. Not only that, but she had used a term like palace to describe her family home instead of villa, which was an obvious indicator of her real identity. However, Berenger did not spoil the moment and merely decided to pet the girl on the head and comfort her. This caused Anuria to look up at Berenger in shock, where she saw his charming smile before he said the words. I am sorry you had to go through that. It must have been terrible. I too know what it is like to live a life of loneliness, without a single friend to call my own. Berenger was genuine when he said this. In his past life, he had spent most of it alone. Both of his parents worked all day, and he was forced to endure a life of solitude in an empty house. When he was at school, he was always reading some books, thus causing the other kids to ignore him often. From the day he was born until he died, he did not have a true friend, merely a string of acquaintances that came and went from his life as time passed. At one point, he, too, had put on a confident facade. In doing so, he convinced himself that he was better than everyone else and that no woman was good enough for him. Because of this, he could partially understand Anuria's feelings about her lonely past, as he experienced a similar childhood. Hearing Berenger expresses his sympathy as a kindred soul, a tear began to form in Anuria's eye, which Berenger quickly wiped away with his finger and grabbed a hold of the girl, forcing her into his embrace as he stroked her silky white hair while speaking words of comfort. Don't cry. You have something that I never had. Anuria began to sniffle as she looked up at Berenger's gleaming sapphire eyes with curiosity in her minty orbs before asking Berenger what he meant. What's that? Berenger then glanced up at Heraclius, who was flying in the sky above, watching over his master like a guardian angel. While doing so, Berenger spoke his words. "You have a loyal companion in Heraclius. At the very least, that gives you an advantage I never had." Hearing this, Anuria began to break out in laughter. It was true. She was incredibly blessed to have such an intelligent and caring pet. The more she laughed, the more her sorrow in her heart began to fade until finally there was silence. After two stopped outside the castle's gates, Anuria looked back at Berenger with a gentle smile on her face before making a request of him. "Promise me something, will you?" Upon hearing this, Berenger merely smiled and nodded his head before responding, not expecting it to be anything serious. "Sure, what is it?" After getting Berenger's assurance, Anuria spoke her conscience. "When you next find yourself troubled by your lonesome past, seek me out and talk to me about it. In return, I promise to tell you everything there is to know about me." Berenger was stunned about this. However, before he could respond to Anuria's request, she wrapped her arms around his neck and kissed him on the cheek. As she did so, her cheeks began to flush as she boldly announced her feelings. "I think I am starting to fall for you." With that, Anuria ran off into the castle, too embarrassed to face Berenger any longer. Berenger merely stood in the doorway to his castle while stunned, utterly unaware that Linda had seen the entire display from the tower above the courtyard with a frown on her face. Chapter 258, 257, Legal Reforms. After getting a good night's sleep, Berenger awoke the next day, and after having his morning tea, he immediately thrust himself into his work. For starters, he had begun to refine the legal system of the Duchy of Austria. Berenger was of the mindset that crime could not be tolerated, whether from the perspective of the law or within a community. To Berenger, the level of crime that existed within a community was whatever the people within it were willing to tolerate. He planned to expand legal reforms and included propaganda to inspire communities to report crimes to their nearest official. As such, he was in the process of designing comprehensive legal reforms. Though crime in itself was rare in Tyrol and especially within the city of Kufstein, it had begun to become widespread throughout much of Austria, and not just minor offenses either. The devastation caused in the wake of the Bavarian occupation resulted in thousands of peasants fleeing to the city's sanctuary. In their desperation, these peasants turned to crime to survive, which in turn led to the creations of criminal syndicates that had begun to pop up across the more impoverished regions of Austria. Because of this, Berenger had started his legal reforms with strict countermeasures to organized crime. Any person convicted of a crime who was determined to be associated with a criminal syndicate recognized by the Department of Intelligence's Internal Service was to be sentenced to death by firing squad. The criminal syndicates were still in their infancy. Thus, they had yet to entrench themselves in the critical sectors of society. Berenger fully intended to rout them out and destroy them from the roots to the stem. He refused to allow businesses and politics to tie themselves to criminal syndicates like in his previous life. Thus, even if someone committed a nonviolent misdemeanor like fraud or theft, so long as they had ties to any known criminal syndicate, they would be sentenced to death. It was cruel, but Berenger had seen the rise of narco-states in his past life and desired to end such a possibility before it had a chance to become a reality. Gangsters were the first among the people who would be sentenced to death under this new system. Other heinous crimes such as murder, kidnapping, and rape were also deemed worthy of such a punishment. As for child molesters, Berenger had a special hell intentionally designed for them. They would be castrated and then sentenced to indentured servitude. They would engage in hard labor for the remainder of their miserable existence. If they dropped dead from overexhaustion, Berenger did not care. That was just one less mouth to feed. To make his stance clear, a strict federal age of consent was applied at the age of 16. Any adult caught having sexual relations with a minor would be tried as a child molester and, if convicted, sentenced to the punishment mentioned above. Every other violent crime had a sentence varying from 3 years to life in prison, depending on the severity of the crime. Berenger intended to construct labor camps to act as the prisons in his society. The convicted criminals would pay off their debt to society with physical labor, usually in the form of dangerous jobs that provided significant risks to the civilian population or monumental projects like canals and road building. There was a 3-strike rule in place for the system when it came to felonies of all kinds. If convicted 3 times of a felony, they would be sentenced to death, just like the gangsters, murderers, kidnappers, and rapists. In this court system, if one were sentenced to death, they would be allowed a single appeal to the courts. In doing so, the crime would be reinvestigated, and if the criminal were found innocent of the crime, they would be released from their sentence. However, if determined guilty after a single appeal, they would immediately be executed by firing squad. Berenger had seen taxpayers' money wasted on keeping criminals who were clearly guilty but awaiting their 7th appeal alive during his past life. To him, a second chance at a trial was fair enough. After that, if they were still determined to be guilty, there was no point keeping such monsters alive. It was an absolute waste of resources. For Berenger, mismanagement of the finite resources on this earth was a grave sin, and he had no desire to provide food and water to a criminal while it could be given to a starving child instead. As for nonviolent crime, it would entirely depend on the crime that had been committed. For example, if one were to be convicted of theft, they would lose the hand they used to steal the item. Others included imprisonment for a limited duration, assuming they survived the backbreaking work given to prisoners. They would either fear going back to such a hell or become a repeat offender, thus adding to their 3 strikes. Anyone convicted of a felony was eligible to vote in the future. As such, they were also losing their say in how society was run, assuming they met the qualifications to be a member of the electorate in the first place. Though the system was harsh, it also had its fair points. For example, it was based on the American principle of innocent until proven guilty, and the burden of proving guilt fell upon the prosecutor. The determination of guilt was left up to a jury of the suspect's peers. Berenger also declared the need for public defenders and the need to pay these public defenders well so that it is considered a desirable position by talented lawyers. Like all of the other reforms Berenger had begun to make, a date is set for transition, which was 25 years. This date could be renewed if there were not enough lawyers that existed to fulfill the needs of the criminal justice system. The law enforcement system would be partially based on the United States of America from Berenger's previous life. Small towns and villages would fall under the jurisdiction of sheriffs that were local to their community. There would also be state and federal agencies, including a dedicated Department of Border Guards. Ensuring the migration of people into Austria was through a legal and safe manner. As for cities and larger towns would have dedicated police departments comprised of volunteers, these had to be Austrian citizens who did not possess a criminal background. They were authorized to use lethal force in self-defense and in scenarios where a perpetrator was fleeing the scene of their crime. Torturing criminals for a confession or intelligence was outlawed, so long as they were Austrian citizens. While advanced interrogation methods were legal to be used on foreign agents and criminals, the more barbaric practices were outlawed altogether. To outfit these upstanding men of the law, Berenger would supply them with breastplates, gorgets, burgonets, and revolving flintlock pistols. These pistols were rifled for greater accuracy and fired a smaller caliber variant of the mine ball for more significant effect. They also had a rifled flintlock cavalry carbine. This carbine could have a bayonet affixed if necessary. These officers would be trained in the skills needed to fulfill their duties to the best of their ability, including horseback riding. Unlike the Grand Army of Austria that wore black and gold lanzknecht attire beneath their armor, these police officers wore blue and black lanzknecht attire beneath their blackened steel cuirasses. NCOs and officers' armor was trimmed with a mirror polish that slightly resembled silver. The reason for this was twofold. Firstly, it was to protect the officers from potentially violent criminals. More importantly, it was established so that it was easy to distinguish law enforcement from military officials. Until now, Berenger's cities were garrisoned by military personnel who also acted as law enforcement agents. Because of this, there was a feeling of oppression in the air of many of the regions whose lords had previously rebelled against his rule. By establishing dedicated police forces from among the locals, he attempted to appease the masses by allowing them to be policed by their own people. Berenger had worked the budget around to fund all of this, and due to his business that would soon start production, Berenger knew he could easily afford it. He had to stamp out the new wave of crime as quickly and efficiently as possible. Until such law enforcement agencies could be drafted, the garrisons would have to fulfill their duties according to the new laws. Berenger did not need prisons but labor. One could never have too much of that, as such dedicated prisons like those that existed in his past life would practically be non-existent in his state. However, detention centers for those awaiting trial would be constructed shortly. Compared to the medieval ideas of justice, this system was the fairest and most righteous treatment of suspects and criminals that anyone had ever imagined. Though many from Berenger's past life would label it as cruel and inhumane, it was a significant step forward in progress. Besides, those people did not exist in this world. As for those from the future of this timeline, hopefully, they would one day look back and be intelligent enough to realize that everything Berenger did was to modernize the medieval German world. Sometimes harsh methods were necessary to do so. Chapter 259, 258. Venetian response. Weeks had passed since Berenger had begun production on the first glass factory, and at the moment, it was partially functional. Using Agnelli's trade connections, Berenger had started selling the new crystal glass in limited quantities to the wealthy noblemen of the Byzantine Empire. His plan was simple: create a demand for his luxurious glass products, and then increase production at a rate capable of overtaking Venetian business. The crystal glass had become extensively popular in the East after the first batch was sold at a high price. As Berenger eyed the Republic of Venice's glass monopoly, they too had begun to observe his actions, especially regarding the shipyards being constructed in the region known as Istria. The construction of 3 large shipyards, far larger than the ones which Venice owned, was of great concern to the Venetians. In response to this, the Venetian Doge sat in his office surrounded by members of his admiralty. These admirals were the greatest of his naval commanders, and they had gathered to discuss the potential rise of a grand Austrian navy and the threat such a thing posed to Venice. One of the admirals stepped forward and immediately presented a sizable transparent glass bowl. This absurdly clear glass was shocking to the president, and he gazed upon it with wonder as he pondered where such a marvel had come from. The Doge was a position similar to that of President from the United States of America in Berenger's previous life. He was the de facto head of state for the Venetian Republic, which was a vassal state in this timeline of the Kingdom of Italy. With the unification of Italy in this timeline and their current monarch being the Emperor of the Holy Roman Empire, the Venetian Republic and the Genoans were allowed certain autonomy in regards to how their local governments functioned. If anything, they were closer to protectorates than they were to vassals. The Venetian Doge was shocked when he saw such high-quality, transparent glass and began to question his eyes. "Is this glass? Who created such a masterpiece?" Without hesitation, the admiral responded to the Doge's statement with a frown on his face. "That would be the Austrians." While the Doge initially smiled, his face immediately turned sour when he heard this news. This immaculate crystal glass was a threat to Venetian dominance of the market, and as such he had to make sure his ears were not lying to him. "Are you telling me that bastard Berenger has created such pristine glassware? Does he seek to seize our monopoly on the glass trade?" The admirals looked at each other silently before the head admiral placed a document on the Doge's desk with a grim look in his eye before summarizing its contents. "That is not all," There are reports that he is building 3 shipyards, far more significant than our own. We can't even fathom what kind of monstrous vessels he seeks to create within them, but needless to say, it does not bode well for us. If Berenger seeks to challenge not only our monopoly on the glass trade, but also our authority on the sea, then we cannot simply stand by and allow him to build a navy capable of competing with us. Something must be done. After hearing the head admiral's concerns, the Doge nodded his head. However, he was not as concerned as the admirals, for how could Berenger challenge their might? They had hundreds of naval vessels, some of them were even armed with bronze cannons. It would take years for Berenger to build a navy capable of challenging the Venetian Republic, or so he believed. As such, he was much calmer than the men gathered in his room. I understand your concerns. However, we can't just take action against the Austrians. Our navy might be superior to theirs, but their army could easily invade our lands and cause us serious trouble. We should wait and observe. At least until we know what kinds of ships Berenger is manufacturing. There is no way he will be able to compete with us. It will take him years to build enough ships to challenge our authority. Even if he were to somehow use the methods we have achieved to rapidly produce vessels. It is not something to be worried about. We can always declare war on him and sink his ships before he can produce enough to be a threat. For now, we should focus on building our army and strengthening our ties with the Emperor. If all of Italy unites behind us, there is no way for Berenger to defeat us in a war. For now, we should bribe pirates to seize the glass he seeks to sell across the Mediterranean. Hearing this, the naval officers gathered had awkward expressions on their faces, which spurred the Doge to question their glances. What is it? Is there something I am missing? One of the admirals who was standing at attention immediately presented his report. It would appear that Berenger is currently trading what little glassware he has produced so far to the Byzantines, using their merchants' vessels. If it were revealed that we were sponsoring pirates to rob Byzantine ships, it could ignite a conflict with the empire to the east. When the Doge of Venice heard this, his expression sank. Even if it was a slight possibility, they could not risk a war with the Byzantines. After all, that was one of their most significant trading partners. As such, he was left at a loss in how to handle the scenario he was facing. This crystal glass was infinitely superior to the quality of glass they produced in Venice and could quite easily put them out of the glass business, which was one of their biggest trades. The blow to their economy that such a thing could cause would be disastrous. Berenger had risen to power too quickly for anyone to predict what he was fully capable of accurately. It seemed like every time the man's name was mentioned, he had either achieved another overwhelming victory in warfare or invented something new that was worth a fortune. To many observers, the rise of Austria as the preeminent German state was a certainty. However, if they were allowed to possess a powerful navy and merchant fleet on top of their overwhelming army, then they were destined to rise to a status that could rival the greatest kingdoms and empires within Europe and the Mediterranean. Such a thing could not be allowed, especially since Austria had become the heart of the German Reformation. As such, the Doge of Venice came up with only one solution to halt the progress of Austria. Contact the Pope and offer him our unlimited support in his upcoming crusade against the Berenger heresy. Berenger von Kufstein must die. Since infiltrating Kufstein and assassinating Berenger was not an option due to Berenger's effective counter-espionage network, the only solution was to throw the weight of the Catholic world against him and pray that he fell. As such, the Admiralty saluted as they announced their support for the Venetian Doge's decision. Yes, Your Eminence. With this, all admirals except for one, the head admiral, had left the building and begun to prepare for the upcoming conflict. The admiral who remained looked at the Doge with a grim expression on his face before asking the question on his mind. I hear he has cannons capable of launching explosive projectiles. Do you think he will mount such fearsome weapons on his vessels? In response to this, the Doge was silent. The confident facade he had shown the other admirals instantly crumbled. As such, he reached for a glass out of his cabinet and began to pour the wine. This glass had a deep blue color and was not exactly the most transparent material. After pouring wine into the blue glass, the man handed it to his admiral before pouring another drink into the crystal glass Berenger had created. After carefully observing the Merlot liquid within the container, the Doge began to frown. He could quite easily see the deep red color of his wine, and this infuriated the man. After seething in rage for a few moments, the Doge finally answered the admiral's question. Without a doubt, I have no idea what kind of effect such mighty weapons will have on our ships, but it most certainly will be disastrous. Even if he manages to create a few dozen vessels armed with those weapons, it could cause us some trouble. Thus, in response to this threat, I want our armada expanded. I want a total of 1,000 naval vessels, each armed with a minimum of 4 guns created within the next 5 years. I don't care how you have to do it, just make it happen. To this, the admiral sighed. At the moment, the Venetian navy had between 300 and 400 ships. If they were to gain a total of 1,000 in 5 years, they would have to produce over 600 ships in that time. It was simply outrageous, yet he would try his best. As such, he responded by saluting the Doge. "Yes, Your Eminence." After doing so, the Doge merely sneered before uttering his next word. "Dismissed." Afterward, the admiral left the office of the Doge, where the man was left to his lonesome. He quickly downed the contents of his glass before swiping it off his desk in a fit of rage, shattering the perfect piece into thousands of tiny shards. After doing so, the Doge began to curse in the air. "Make no mistake, Duke Berenger von Kufstein, I will make you regret sticking your nose in my business." Chapter 260, 259. 14th birthday. Weeks had passed, and finally, Adela's birthday was nearing the corner. As such, Berenger had already left the castle in Kufstein. Much to his surprise, Linda was invited to come with him. He supposed his 2 women were beginning to get along, which was a good sign. He had no idea that the reason for this was because the 2 women had conspired behind his back to meet up and convince him together to end his newly formed relationship with Honoria. As such, he was in a good mood as he sat in his carriage, which drew him closer to Graz, with his arm wrapped around his lover, holding her tightly. Linda was frowning heavily at the moment. Despite the affection Berenger was showing her, there was an unwanted person in this carriage, and it was not Henrietta. Though the little girl was also present, the person who had so thoroughly ruined the mood was none other than Honoria. To be frank, Berenger did not trust the girl by her lonesome. She was a spoiled, entitled brat, and though he was beginning to take measures to correct this behavior, he had ultimately decided to take her with him to Adela's birthday, rather than allow her to cause trouble in Kufstein while he was absent. Even though Honoria had apologized for her rude behavior, Linda was still unhappy with the girl's presence. Though she was aware that Berenger's intentions for the girl mainly were political at this point, she was still worried that Berenger might fall for the young, naive princess. Thus there was an awkward silence in the carriage as Berenger and his companions waited to arrive in Graz. After most of the day had passed, the caravan finally arrived in Graz, and they were not the only visitors. Count Otto held an esteemed position in Berenger's government. He was on the Duke's council and, as count, was the de facto governor of Steiermark. This was thanks to his daughter, Adela, who was Berenger's fiancée. However, Otto had made a name for himself in Berenger's campaign against the Bavarian occupation and, as such, was held in high esteem by the other counts. As Berenger and his carriage entered the castle's courtyard, they were greeted by Count Otto and his family. Berenger was the first to step out of the carriage, followed by Linda, then Henrietta, and finally Honoria. Adela needed one glance to tell that this beautiful young girl was her competition and highly likely to be Princess Honoria. Ava, who was well aware of Adela's grievance, had a wide smirk on her face. She could tell instantly that the girl harbored feelings for Berenger by the way she glanced at him. Count Otto also noticed this and felt slighted. Berenger had not just brought his lover, but another young woman to his fiancée's birthday celebration. Regardless of this, Berenger approached the Count and greeted him. "Uncle, it is good to see that you are still in such good health." Count Otto merely nodded, his gaze never shifting from Honoria's presence. Henrietta, on the other hand, sheepishly greeted her uncle. "Uncle." The little girl hid behind Berenger as she said this. She was shy by nature, and though she had begun to make friends, often at the expense of her brother's reputation, she was still nervous around unfamiliar people. After all, Count Otto was seldom a part of her life. Finally, Count Otto could not contain his curiosity and asked the question on his mind. Who might this beautiful young woman be? To this, Berenger glanced over at Honoria before returning his gaze to his uncle. He smiled while answering his question. "This is Lady Valeria. She is from the Byzantine Empire and is a guest at my court for the time being. I did not trust her to behave herself by her lonesome in Kufstein, so I brought her along with me." This was the truth of the matter, but for some reason, Count Otto expected there to be more to their relationship than this. As for Honoria, she pouted when she heard this. She was not necessarily a troublemaker, aside from getting on Linda's nerves for the fun of it. However, after being threatened with removal from Berenger's court, she had halted such actions in fear that Berenger would go through with his threat and ship her back to the Byzantine Empire. As such, she had been behaving herself for the last few days. Honoria greeted Count Otto by bowing respectfully. "I thank you for your hospitality, Count Otto." To this, Otto merely nodded before shifting his attention back to Berenger. "Welcome to my home, Your Grace. I trust that my daughter's birthday celebration will be to your liking." Berenger nodded when he heard this and followed Count Otto and his family inside. While doing so, he approached his little fiancée and grabbed a hold of her hand. However, to this, she merely ripped it away from his grasp and pouted. She was already displeased that Berenger had taken a liking to yet another girl, yet he had the gall to bring her to her birthday celebration. To this, Adela felt insulted. Seeing that his fiancée was upset, Berenger sighed heavily before expressing the thoughts on his mind. "You look beautiful, Adela. It has been some time since we last met. Did you miss me?" Adela pouted in silence, not bothering to speak with Berenger. After seeing both Linda and Honoria clinging on to her fiancé, Adela had grown quite self-conscious. Not only in regards to her position in Berenger's life, but also in terms of her appearance. Though she was still growing, she felt as if her charm did not match that of an exotic princess from the East like Honoria, nor did it match the sex appeal of a buxom beauty like Linda. As such, she simply sulked for the time being. Eventually, Berenger was led to his quarters, where Linda was separated and given her room. It would be disrespectful to Count Otto and his daughter for Berenger to have carnal relations with his lover while under their roof. After a while, Linda regrouped with Adela and hugged the girl before stuffing her into her bust, nearly suffocating the girl in the process as she stroked Adela's golden hair. "Oh, sweet little Adela, I understand how you feel. If you need to cry, let it all out. I am here for you." An unlikely alliance had formed between Linda and Adela, who were usually at each other's throats. For the time being, they were united against Honoria in this awkward trio that had been formed around the man they loved. As women, they naturally needed comfort when they were upset. Thus they provided it for one another. Adela began to break down in tears as she tried to break free of Linda's large bust and sobbed heavily while expressing her thoughts. "I didn't expect him to bring the girl here. I am so envious." To this, Linda sighed as she tried to comfort Adela. "Berenger doesn't love the girl, at least not yet. He sees her as a political tool to be used against those he deems his enemies. For whatever reason, he is confident he will be fighting France in the future and wants to do everything in his power to break the alliance between them and the Byzantine Empire. Besides, now more than ever, he needs a powerful ally, and as such, he will likely enact polygamy to marry the three of us. Despite this, he wants to make you empress, so that should show you how much he cares for you and your position as first among his future wives. Upon hearing this, Adela began to wipe the tears from her eyes as she slowly sniffled. After she had calmed herself down, she questioned the legitimacy of what Linda had just said. Really? Adela did not know how to feel about this. Her worries about her spot as the wife being taken had become realized, in the sense that Berenger intended to become a polygamous monarch, but she still held the position of his empress and first wife, which meant that Berenger still had feelings for her. Linda nodded her head and smiled as she stroked Adela's hair. To this, Adela replied with a bitter smile as she came to a sudden realization. There's no convincing him otherwise, is there? Upon hearing this, Linda's smile also turned bitter as she shook her head. Though the two had initially conspired to bring an end to Berenger's budding relationship with Honoria, Linda had realized during the time since then that Berenger would not be dissuaded because he knew that neither Linda nor Adela were willing to leave him over such an issue. Thus, instead of convincing Berenger otherwise, Linda decided to convince Adela that it was simply not worth the effort and that Berenger still considered her first among his women. After all, Linda had gotten what she wanted in all of this. She would one day be an official wife of Berenger, and that was enough for her. Seeing the look on Linda's face, Adela sighed before she broke away from Linda's grasp and expressed her acceptance of the predicament she found herself in. Fine. I accept it, but that does not mean I will not fight for his affection. Chapter 261, 260, 14th birthday 2. While Linda and Adela were comforting each other, Berenger was preparing for the upcoming celebration. The gift he had gotten Adela was a white Arabian stallion. It was quite costly to obtain, but it was well worth the price. While he was making sure the gift was ready for its new master, Honoria played with Heraclius, who she had brought along for the journey. The mighty eagle flew outside the courtyard where Honoria played about, waiting for the celebration to begin. As such, the day passed before the guests had fully gathered, and night had begun to descend upon the city of Graz. As it did so, the various nobles of Austria gathered for the birthday celebration of the future Duchess of Austria. Berenger was flanked on all sides by three beautiful women as he stood at the center of attention. Adela was latched onto Berenger's right arm, while Linda was clutching the left in between her mighty bosom. Honoria was behind him, slung around his shoulder. The three girls were greatly intoxicated by the drinks provided at the party, and as such, they openly fought for Berenger's attention. Though many of the men envied Berenger for the love of three beautiful young women, he was having a hard time maintaining his composure. The three girls began to fight among themselves over his affection the moment the alcohol had entered their bloodstream. Thus he was trying his best not to chastise them for their unruly behavior. Adela put on doll-like expressions as she began to rest her head onto Berenger's chest. Her face was flushed red from the wine she had drunk, and she began to speak slowly. Berenger. I can't wait for our wedding. To this, Berenger petted the girl's silky golden hair before nodding his head silently. He felt like if any words escaped his lips, he would not maintain the calm facade he had created. These three girls were clinging to him like cats to catnip, and he was not even able to drink away his discomfort. Count Otto merely laughed as he drank with his wife Wanda. Though he was initially unsure about Berenger's little harem, he now felt great joy watching the young duke's displeasure. It was undeniable that he was not happy with it the way the girls were behaving. As such, Otto merely sighed before addressing the curious sight. Well, all I can say is His Grace brought this upon himself. He should not have been so greedy. To this, Wanda smiled, Seeing her husband in such a good mood about the awkward scenario displaying itself was a good sign. It was so uncomfortable that none of the nearby nobles approached Berenger or the girls and maintained their distance while commenting among themselves. Linda forced Berenger's hands onto her breasts as she boldly displayed her feelings. When she was intoxicated, it was common for her to forget her manners and act on impulse. "Darling, I missed you in bed last night. Maybe tonight we can have some fun." Berenger immediately withdrew his hand and looked away. When he did so, he noticed that Adela was pouting. Like usual, the girl could not handle Linda's suggestive comments. One could tell by looking at her that she was incredibly envious. Of course, what came next shocked Berenger. He felt a slight nibble on his neck, and when he went to address it, he noticed that Anuria had sunk her teeth into him ever so slightly out of jealousy. Even though it was harmless, Berenger would not tolerate such violent action, and as such, he quickly shoved Anuria off of him and flicked her on the nose. "Behave yourself, Missy, or I swear to God I will drag you back to Kufstein myself and put you on the first boat back to the Empire." Seeing Anuria scolded so fiercely, the other two girls began to laugh at her misfortune, and Berenger felt degraded. Though he was not the slightest bit embarrassed, he had since grown used to such large social gatherings and was accustomed to the way people stared at him. Anuria, of course, began to pout, and her adorable face as she did so caused many young men in the audience to clench their fists with envy. The three most beautiful women in the room were all clinging to one man, openly displaying their affection for him. It was enough to drive any sane man insane, yet Berenger calmly reacted to this before deciding he had enough of the girls and their actions. Thus he clanked his glass before making an announcement. "I have an announcement to make, though I wanted this to be later in the night. I figured now is as good enough time as any. I will show off the splendid gift that I have gotten my future wife for her 14th birthday." After saying this, the servants left the room before shortly returning while leading a solid white Arabian stallion by the reins. Its saddle was made of the finest black leather and the blanket of the finest silk. The metallic components were made of gold, and it contrasted with the white fur of the mighty beast perfectly. Upon seeing this, Adela nearly lost control of the crystal glass in her hand provided by Berenger. However, she maintained a firm grip and merely covered her gaping mouth with her free hand. After doing so, she ran up to the horse and began to pet it while staring deep into its dark eyes. The moment the rider and horse met their eyes together, they knew that fate had bound them together. As such, Adela hugged the horse before deciding on a name for it. "I will call you Siegfried, after the dragon slayer." Hearing this, Berenger smiled. Adela seemed to have a similar naming convention to him. After playing around with the horse for a while, Adela jumped into Berenger's arms and pecked him on the lips as a token of her gratitude. "Thank you, Berenger. I love him." Berenger merely took a drink from the glass of wine he had procured while Adela was playing with her horse and smiled before making a joke. "Hopefully not as much as me, right?" In response to this, Adela merely smiled and stayed in silence. Afterward, the horse was led out of the great hall and back to its stables, where it would be resting from then on. Berenger, on the other hand, began to chat with Linda while the rest of the gifts were brought in. Adela revealed their contents like a kid on Christmas and thanked everyone for their support. However, nothing triumphed the mighty stallion from the east that Berenger had procured for his little fiancé. After Adela had opened her presents, she found a way to sneak off with Berenger to the balcony, where the two began to talk alone. Berenger sighed heavily as he drank from his glass, waiting for Adela to ask the question on her mind. After a few more sips of wine, Adela finally managed to get the courage to ask her future husband about her concerns. "Do you love her?" To this, Berenger made a snide remark, "Which one?" Adela began to pout once more as Berenger was being purposely obtuse. She did not want to ask the question outright. Nevertheless, Berenger forced her to say it. Honoria. When Berenger heard this, he nearly spat out his drink. However, he managed to choke it down and regained his composure before responding to Adela. Linda told you, did she? It only took Berenger a moment to figure out that Linda was responsible for Adela knowing the truth behind Honoria's identity. As such, he placed down his glass and looked off into the full moon in the sky above before answering honestly. At the moment, no, at least not to any severe extent. I will admit that I find her attractive, and sometimes she can be charming. That is when she isn't acting like a spoiled brat. What is important is that she has already begun to fall for me. I have no intentions to rush a relationship with our little runaway princess. I will take things slow and build a relationship with her step by step. After all, she has a part to play in my grand ambitions. Whether she finds her way into my heart as anything more than a passing fancy is up to her efforts to improve herself. Regardless of how I feel about her, that does not change what I have to do. An alliance with the Empire is too valuable to give up over personal feelings or a lack of them. While she was hearing this, Adela sighed before grabbing a hold of Berenger's hand and holding onto it firmly. After doing so, she looked him in the eyes with a solemn gaze before announcing the words she had in her heart. Even if you become a polygamous scoundrel, I will support you until the end. Just promise me that I will be your first wife and that you will never leave me. Seeing the sincere gaze that Adela was giving him, Berenger grabbed a hold of her and dragged the girl into his embrace before wiping a tear from her eyes. As he did so, he whispered in Adela's little ear, I swear on my life that I will never leave you. With that said, Berenger kissed the girl on the lips before releasing his hold over her. After doing so, he lifted his glass of wine and drank its remaining contents. The remainder of the night was spent in celebration, and Berenger would depart for his territory within the next day after all the work of a duke was never finished. Chapter 262-261. The war in Bohemia begins. 3 months had passed since Adela's 14th birthday. While Berenger was within Kufstein overseeing the reconstruction of Austria after the devastation wrought upon it by Bavarian occupation, the war for Bohemia had finally begun. After months of being supplied and trained by Austria and its industrial might, the Hussite forces had begun their attack on the Bohemian crown, which had fervently rejected their demands. Currently, the Hussites were split between two major factions, the moderates and the radicals. During Berenger's past life, the moderates had betrayed the radicals and ended the Hussite wars, causing the Catholic Church to achieve victory. In this timeline, Berenger had no intentions of supplying the moderates or sending advisors to them. A Hussite Bohemia would be a decent ally to have in his back pocket. Thus, Berenger intended to aid them in any way he could short a full-scale military intervention. That is, unless it was completely necessary. Eckhard and a group of Berenger's officers were standing alongside the subfaction of the radicals known as the Kasparians. The Kasparians did not exist in Berenger's previous life. Still, in this timeline, they had become a powerful force with Berenger's aid and had already won a total of 3 battles since the war had begun. The leader of the Kasparian sect was a nobleman by the name of Alexej Kasper. The man was young, a few years older than Berenger, but not by many. He was also handsome and charismatic, and it was these qualities that helped him gain the favor of so many other noblemen and knights to support his cause. Currently, the man was dressed in a complete set of plate armor, with the Kasparian banner draped over his torso in the form of a tabard. He was pointing at a map stretched out upon the table. Tiny figures were in place to represent the various armies of the ongoing conflict. Eckhard was standing nearby. He was dressed in a set of brigandine and plate armor. The reason for this was simple: to avoid a diplomatic crisis, Berenger had openly taken a neutral stance in the Hussite wars, due to how noticeable his nation's arms and armor were. It would be unwise for his military advisors to walk around in the equipment of the Grand Army of Austria. Thus they wore the attire afforded to average Hussite men-at-arms. Only the officers of the armies they supported knew that these men were a means of Austrian support. As Alexej spoke about his battle plan, Eckhard slowly watched while scratching his gray beard. "We will use our wagon forts to block the paths of the Catholic troops in this narrow valley. As they march upon our handgunners protected within the wagons, our cannons will rain fire upon them from above. A spear wall will protect the wagon forts. Once the enemy has engaged our defensive line, we will encircle them with our cavalry and clash against them on both sides, ensuring our victory." Though the Hussites had been victorious so far, the reality was that Berenger fully intended for this war to take years. The reason for this was twofold. For starters, the conflict in Bohemia diverted the Church's attention from Austria, buying Berenger time to not only expand his grand army, but establish a grand navy as well. Secondly, the longer the Hussites fought, the more in debt they would be to Berenger. When the war was finally over, Berenger wanted the Hussites to be so indebted to him that they would be forced to cede the Sudetenland to Austria as payment. Thus Eckhard did not offer any advice to the current plan, as it was good enough to ensure victory against the Catholic armies. Instead, he merely observed the map of Bohemia, which had been divided up into Hussite-controlled territories and Catholic-occupied regions. The Sudetenland was under Hussite control. The reason for this was quite simple. These lands were predominantly German in linguistic, ethnic, and cultural backgrounds. Because they were so close to Austria and were German themselves, they had been influenced by the German Reformation that Berenger and Ludolf had started. Thus, when the war broke out, they immediately threw in their support to the Hussite factions, as the Hussites were in many ways similar to the teachings of the German Reformation. As for the rest of the Bohemian lands, they were still largely under the control of the Bohemian crown and their Catholic supporters. Noticing that Ludolf was quietly observing the map, Alexej quickly voiced his concerns to the Austrian field marshal. "Marshal von Hallstatt, what do you think of the strategy as it has been presented?" To this, Eckhard looked around at the various Hussite knights and noblemen who had gathered and gave a nod of approval. "It should work just fine. I have nothing to add at the moment." Though Eckhard and his officers had assisted in training, tactics, and strategy, lately, they had taken a more background role and allowed the Hussites to proceed on their own. Alexej thought it meant that they would soon no longer be needed. He had no way of knowing that it was part of Berenger's plan to extend the conflict. As such, the young commander smiled and nodded his head. Hearing Eckhard's approval of the plan brought him great joy. If Eckhard was appointed as the highest commander of Berenger's forces, then Alexej believed he must be a capable man, and thus he highly valued the man's opinion. After observing the map for a while, Eckhard finally spotted an area that the Hussites were likely to lose, and as such, he walked over to the map and pointed his finger at the location. If the enemy is allowed to move unchecked in this region, they will conquer the lands held by the Taborites. It is necessary to send reinforcements to secure the region. I suggest sending a contingent of 2,500 men to assist our allies. Hearing this, Alexej nodded his head in agreement. Losing ground at this stage in the war would be detrimental to the cause. He moved two figures that represented 2,500 men into the region that Eckhard had pointed out. This left a finite number of men that the Kasparians could field to win the upcoming battle, but even then, the commander was confident in his ability to achieve victory. As such, Alexej asked for the opinion of men gathered at his strategy meeting. "Does anybody else have any suggestions?" After several moments of silence, Alexej sighed before giving his command. Dismissed. With that, everyone began to leave the command tent. As Eckhard departed, Alexej called out to him. "If you don't mind, Marshal, I would like to have a word with you in private." Upon hearing this, Eckhard stopped in his tracks before turning around and facing the young commander with a stern expression on his lips. After glaring at the commander for a few moments, he asked the question on his mind. "What can I help you with, Commander?" Alexej poured 2 chalices of wine before he responded. He handed one of them to Eckhard before taking a drink from his goblet. "Could you relay my request for further material support from His Grace, Duke Berenger von Kufstein? If we are to win this war, we will need more hand cannons and armor than are currently fielded." Hearing this, Eckhard smiled slightly before nodding his head. "Of course, I am sure that His Grace will have no problems transporting more supplies into Casparian lands. I will send a letter to him with haste. Is there anything else I can help you with?" Alexej once more drank from his chalice before responding to Eckhard's question. "An opinion would be nice." Upon hearing this, Eckhard decided to partake of the wine and took a small sip as he did so before responding. "On what exactly?" A solemn gaze filled Alexej's eyes as he spoke the thoughts on his mind. "What are our chances of winning this war?" Eckhard pondered for a few moments before expressing his opinion on the matter. "With His Grace Berenger's support, 75%, though it will likely be a long and brutal conflict. Without such backing, your odds are significantly lower. If necessary, Berenger is likely to intervene in the war with his own army. Establishing a friendly state on his eastern border is critical for long-term stability. However, he would only do so if you and your allies fall into a state of total collapse. So I would not count on overt military support anytime soon. You can rest assured knowing that you are very likely to win this war with the help of our advisors and the supplies we give you. My advice is to be patient. Wars are not won overnight." Alexej reflected on this significantly and ultimately decided he would need some more time to consider his future. Thus he dismissed Eckhard with a single statement. "I thank you for your advice. You can leave now." After hearing that, Eckhard saluted the man before departing from his tent. He still had plenty of things to do, and Austria's request for further support was at the top of his list. As such, he wrote a letter to Berenger on behalf of the Casparians asking for additional material aid. This would be just one of many times the Hussites came begging Berenger for more support in their war. With each shipment of arms Berenger gave them, they would become indebted to Austria, and in doing so, fall further into Berenger's trap. Chapter 263, 262. Battle at the eastern border. Months had passed, and while wars waged in Bohemia and North Africa, Eastern Europe was far from peaceful. Seeing that the Rus and the Golden Horde had begun to invade the Teutonic state, the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth decided to avenge their loss at Grunwald and had joined the fray. After their defeat in Grunwald and the increase in the Teutonic states' power, the Kingdom of Poland and the Grand Duchy of Lithuania had unified into the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth decades earlier than in Berenger's previous life. The reason for this was simple: the Teutonic state was a growing threat, and by uniting their two countries they could gain an advantage against their common foe. As such, the Teutonic state found itself surrounded by hostile forces. All of them held considerable power. At the moment, the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth was considered one of the great powers of Eastern Europe. With the coalition of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, the Golden Horde, and the various Rus states, the Teutonic Order was now facing an overwhelming threat. The Order had already lost all of the territory gained from its war with the Grand Duchy of Moscow and had been forced back to their initial borders, where they were currently holding the line against overwhelming odds. The choice to withdraw from the newly conquered regions and defend the heartland was not taken lightly by the Grand Master of the Teutonic Order. He knew that his forces would be unable to keep a hold of the lands they had previously gained, and thus opted to make a strategic withdrawal. He hoped to sue for peace with the other powers by giving up their gains in their previous war. Instead, Poland-Lithuania joined the war and was hellbent on the Teutonic state's destruction. At the moment, the Grand Master of the Teutonic Order was standing on a castle's ramparts on the state's eastern border. In the field below was a coalition of forces waving the banners of their nations and individual feudal lands. The army was well over 50,000 strong, compared to the 10,000 defenders the Teutonic Order had managed to scramble together to defend the gateway into their territory. The man instantly cursed under his breath as he gazed upon the massive horde that had gathered outside the castle. Damn that fool, Simeon. If he were not obsessed with getting revenge on Berenger the Accursed, I wouldn't have lost so many troops in Oberstdorf. With those 10,000 men, this could have been prevented. The Teutonic state was on the precipice and besieged on all sides. Whether they would continue to survive as an independent state or face complete and total collapse was up to him. To this, the Grand Master merely sighed as he voiced the thoughts on his mind. The last Grand Master of the Teutonic Order? I don't know whether to laugh or cry. Luckily for him, none of the men beneath his command were around to hear his doubts. It would indeed harm morale if the word were to spread how doomed the Grand Master felt inside. The siege had yet to begin truly. Instead, the army had gathered outside the gates with the intent to intimidate the defenders behind its mighty walls. Of course, to an army of Catholic fanatics like the Teutonic Order, such a thing would never occur. Even if they had begun to fill their ranks with criminals to compensate for their losses, the indoctrination that occurred during initiation had completely brainwashed these criminals into soldiers of Christ, who feared no death. Thus, the intimidation tactics had not achieved the effect desired by the besieging forces. At the moment, the besieging troops were in the middle of constructing trebuchets in the field. These weapons would be used to bombard the castle for the foreseeable future. Of course, trebuchets were constructed below the walls by the Teutonic Order, and upon seeing the enemy siege weapons being constructed, the Grand Master yelled at his men below the ramparts. Prepare to fire into the enemy formation. I want those trebuchets knocked out before they can do some real damage. With this command, the siege had finally begun, and as such, the Teutonic Order instantly began loading the trebuchets with jars filled with pitch. These jars would be lighted before being tossed at the enemy trebuchets which were under construction. The hope was they could eliminate the enemy siege weapons before they could be built appropriately. The numerous trebuchets within the castle began to toss their burning pitch jars over the walls and enemy formations. The first volley fired utterly missed their targets and instead landed on soldiers in the field, lighting them aflame and spreading the tar-like substance across their ranks. With this, the Grand Master lowered the visor on his helmet and ordered the archers to fire upon the enemy infantry. Knock, draw, loose. With these commands, a volley of thousands of arrows began to fill the sky and rain down on the opponents below, blocking out the sun as it did so, at least to some degree. Despite this, the attackers did not move their position. Most of them raised their shields, and others were directly affected by the volley. Arrows and bolts made their way into the bodies of dozens of men. Some of them died on the spot, others slowly fell to the ground and began to bleed out. Many were utterly unaffected as their armor had blocked the projectiles from achieving their goals. As arrows and bolts were launched on the coalition forces below, the attackers returned fire upon the Teutonic Order soldiers and loosed their arrows upon the men stationed on the ramparts. It was significantly more difficult to hit an archer hiding behind a merlin than it was to rain arrows on opponents standing in the field. As such, the defenders were primarily protected by the castle's mighty walls as they continued to reap the lives of the enemy forces with their volley fire. While the arrows fell upon the attackers, the Teutonic Order had finished reloading the trebuchets and launched another volley at their targets. This time one of the pitch jars had landed on its target, and its flame instantly began to engulf the enemy trebuchet, which was nearing completion. Slowly but surely, the burning pitch began to turn the wooden siege device into ash. The engineers nearby who were unlucky enough to be covered in the flaming tar-like substance screamed in agony as the flames engulfed their bodies. Despite this, Nobody moved to help them, and soon they fell to their deaths. Under the missile fire of the Teutonic Order, the general of the Golden Horde gave his order from atop his horse. "Raise the ladders." With that, men from all coalition nations began to rush towards the wall while carrying ladders with them. The intent was to scale the walls and fight the defenders atop the ramparts. While these ladders were moving into position, the Polish-Lithuanian commander gave his decree. "Release the battering ram." Upon hearing this, the Polish-Lithuanian forces in the vanguard immediately began pushing the battering ram into formation. The ram was wheeled and covered with fortifications to protect against missile fire. The heavily armored infantry used to push the device was relatively safe from the defenders' actions. However, when the battering ram finally got into position, the defenders immediately unleashed a cauldron of burning pitch onto the enemy below, though the men operating the battering ram were directly protected from the substance. It slowly began to eat away at their covering. Eventually, the coalition soldiers were left without protection from the missile fire. More importantly, the next wave of the burning pitch left them roasted alive in their armor as the inflamed viscous substance coated them. When the Teutonic Grand Master gazed upon the sight of the enemy battering ram being destroyed, he smiled beneath his visor and yelled at the enemy, who could neither hear him nor understand him. "Enemies of God, I swear to the heavens that you will break your army taking this castle. Though I may die, I will enter the kingdom of heaven smiling, knowing that the Teutonic state survives." When the defenders heard these words from their Grand Master, they were overtaken with zeal and roared the battle cry of all crusaders into the air as they fought for their very survival. "God wills it." The chant of the crusaders while they desperately defended their castle on their eastern border echoed into the air as the coalition forces attempted to break through the Teutonic Order's defenses. In doing so, the enemy forces fully understood the determination of the enemy they were facing and knew full well that this war would be a long and bloody one. This was merely the first day of the siege at the eastern border, and it would last for many more. The brave German soldiers of Christ held on to their territory, fighting and dying for their belief against an army they deemed to be heathens. The results of this battle would not be known to the world at large for some time. Ultimately, the Teutonic Order would be defeated, and their Grand Master killed in battle. The loss the Teutonic Order suffered at the eastern border would open the floodgates for the coalition to invade their lands. Within a year's time, the Teutonic state would find itself in shambles, barely holding on to what little land they had left. Chapter 264-263 Requesting artillery. Months had passed since the Teutonic Order began its battle at the eastern border. On the other side of the world in Egypt, Arethusa had pushed the Mamluks back to Alexandria. Seizing the city of Alexandria was of significant cultural importance to the Byzantine Empire. After losing it, the emperor had personally sent his most excellent general to reclaim it. The rest of the territory would have to follow the recapture of the ancient city. Arethusa and his army were currently stuck outside the city of Alexandria. The siege had been going on for 2 weeks by now, and Arethusa was starting to become impatient. What he needed was superior artillery. However, he was armed with a few small bronze cannons. Because of this, he could not regularly bombard the city. Instead, he had to maintain these cannons in fear that they might rupture from overload. Because of this, the siege was going much slower than it usually would. After his first battle with the Mamluks, Arethusa realized the need for field artillery. After all, Berenger's forces had been largely successful because of this. As such, he desired to get his hands on some field guns and use them to bring down these walls. Since the first battle to recapture Egypt after centuries of being in the hands of other empires, Arethusa had sent word back to Andronikos, who was living in Constantinople, ordering the man to travel to Kufstein and negotiate with Berenger for the purchase of cannons. Today Andronikos finally arrived within Kufstein, and as Berenger was eating breakfast with his family and guests, a servant approached him and whispered in his ear. After doing so, the man placed down his silverware and wiped his mouth with his napkin. Afterward, he stood up from the table abruptly and alerted Linda and Anuria as to the presence of the Byzantine envoy. It would appear that Andronikos is here to discuss business. Lady Valeria, I do not want any confusion to occur from your presence, so I would humbly request that you sequester yourself in your room for the time being. Anuria quickly understood Berenger's intent. She had started to suspect that Berenger knew her identity, and as such, she nodded and smiled before departing. Of course, anything for you, Your Grace. With this, Anuria fled to her chambers and hid from the Byzantine envoy, though she did not know who Andronikos was, as she had never come into contact with Aretha's subordinates. She was aware of the difficulties if the envoy from the Empire learned that she was hiding in Kufstein under a false identity. After Anuria had vanished without a trace, Berenger ordered one of his servants to take her plate away and clean up the table. Get rid of Valeria's dishes and make it seem like she was never here, and quickly. Hearing this, the servants immediately bussed Anuria's spot while Berenger entered the great hall, where the man named Andronikos was waiting patiently. As for Linda, she stayed in the dining hall with Henrietta and continued her meal. The moment Berenger saw the man, he opened his arms wide and approached the man, giving him a friendly hug. Andronikos, my friend, it has been some time since I last saw you. Tell me, what is so important that you must travel all this way to Kufstein? Andronikos accepted the friendly embrace before the two men distanced themselves from one another. After doing so, he informed Berenger of his reason for visiting. My friend, the last time we saw each other, you were merely a count. Now you are a mighty duke. I am genuinely impressed with your growth. As for why I am here, the reason is strictly business. The Strategos wishes for me to negotiate the purchase of artillery. I know you won't sell us the magnificent guns you use in warfare, but indeed you can create something fitting for our empire to use against our enemies. Hearing this, Berenger scratched his chin for a few moments. If he wanted a powerful ally in the East, he would need to arm them with some form of artillery that was better than what was currently wielded by the feudal world. After thinking about it for a few moments, he got a brilliant idea, and as such, he clasped Andronikos' shoulder with a friendly smile on his face. I have a design in mind, but it has yet to be put into production. I promise you it will be more advanced than anything used by your enemies. However, these things are not easy to produce. I will need to set up an entirely new production line. For rapid transportation, I will need to establish it within a city closer to the Empire. It will take me some time to accomplish this. The design Berenger had in mind was none other than the falconet, an early cannon design from the Renaissance that was used extensively by the European powers. It was slim, relatively lightweight, made of cast iron, and fired a 1-pound projectile. It was also capable of firing grapeshot if necessary, grapeshot being a far more primitive version of the canister shot that Berenger fired from his artillery. This would be an enormous benefit in field battles against the Empire's enemies. Still, if Berenger went to war with the Byzantines, it would prove to be entirely ineffective against his 12-pound cannons. With this, Berenger could advance his allies to the east and curry their favor. Andronikos was incredibly excited when he heard this news, and as such, he bowed respectfully to the young Duke of Austria. You have my gratitude. Tell me how much such weapons would cost? To this, Berenger began to act casually as he swiped his hand to the side. Think nothing of it. I understand you are in a bitter campaign to reclaim your lost territory. I will gift the first batch of cannons to you as a token of my friendship, and if you require more, I will provide as many as you need. As for their cost, you do not need to worry about such a thing. I am sure the wealth you gain from Egypt and Tyranny will be more than enough to cover the matter of debt you will owe me after your campaign is finished. If you so desire, we can outfit your troops with as many arquebuses, pikes, and armor they need to accomplish this objective as well, under the same conditions, of course. To the Empire, this could be considered an enormous favor. Though the Empire was wealthy, affording to outfit an army with new and modern equipment was a hefty price, something they could not easily do while engaged in a war with the Mamluk Sultanate. At most, they could buy a few batches at a time, but Berenger was offering to fully equip their army with modern equipment effectively for free, at least for the time being. When they finally won the campaign and gained the territories of Egypt and Cyrene, the Empire would be basking in more wealth than they had in the past 800 years. By then, they could quickly repay the debt they owed Berenger in one giant payment. It was an attractive offer, but Andronikos did not have the power to negotiate such a monumental decision. As such, he quickly began to address Berenger's recommendation. I will have to ask the higher-ups about this. I do not have the power to make such a decision. Berenger merely smiled and nodded as he heard this and responded in a friendly tone. I understand. Do convey my message to your superiors with haste. In the meantime, I will begin the construction of the production line and begin to produce the weapons. If you do refuse my kindness, we can always sell the cannons and equipment to you up front. Berenger's kind words held a hidden meaning. By saying they would be refusing his kindness, he was implying that it would harm diplomatic relations with Austria. After all, it would be seen as an insult by Berenger. This minor threat was laced into his otherwise kind words, and though Andronikos did not realize it, the emperor surely will when he heard these words. Though Berenger would make a vast sum trading these weapons to the Byzantines, he could care less about this if the Byzantines were to accept his offer. There was only one thing Berenger would ask for as payment for their massive debt that would accumulate throughout their war with the Mamluk Sultanate, and that was Princess Anuria's hand in marriage. The desire for a swift victory in North Africa after decades of battling a stalemate with their enemies would hopefully be enough for Andronikos and Arethusa to convince the emperor to agree to Berenger's terms, and in doing so, they would fall straight into his trap. Berenger could consider the weapons and armor he provided to the Byzantine Empire's massive army as the dowry for Anuria, and the debt would be squared the moment they got married. To him, this was the perfect way to establish a long-term alliance with the Byzantine Empire while also cementing his dynasty's claim to the empire as a whole. More importantly, this would break the alliance between France and the Byzantine Empire. This was Berenger's true objective with his plans regarding Anuria. France was a neighbor that a united Germany was destined to clash with in the future. If Berenger did not wish to fight a two-front war, he would need to break the alliance the French had with the Byzantines. This was critical to his plans for the future. Germany had always suffered due to its geographical position as the center of Europe in his past life. Many wars had been lost because they were forced to fight on two fronts. By establishing an alliance with the great power in the East, Berenger could ensure his flank was secured to focus on his future enemies in the West. Thus, while Andronikos left the castle of Kufstein and began the long journey back to the empire, Berenger was smiling. If all went as planned, he would have dealt a significant blow to his future enemies without anyone even realizing it. Chapter 265-264 The Holy Maiden of France. Time flew by once more. Throughout the months, while Berenger was using the period of peace he had established in Austria to turn his duchy into a significant power, France found itself engulfed in war. For decades, the English had been attempting to invade the Kingdom of France in a bid for control of the French throne. England has seized considerable gains within the past year, and with each passing day, more French land fell to the English invaders. When Aubry returned from the Byzantine Empire, he was sent off to war against the English by his father, King Gilles de Valois. At the moment, the effeminate prince was clad from head to toe in steel plate armor. Unlike in Austria where steel was a shared resource, in France, it was a rare commodity. And to outfit a man in a full suit of armor comprised of the material was a great expense. Due to his tabard being sullied earlier in the day, Aubrey lacked the colors that distinguished him as a member of the royal family. If anything, he looked like a common man-at-arms. As such, few men in either army were aware of his identity. Aubrey was taking part in his first battle. Though a legendary swordsman, he was by no means an experienced soldier and, as such, was quite nervous about the conflict. Currently, he was acting under the command of the Duke of Burgundy while the French forces fought against the English in a field within the Duchy of Burgundy. In Berenger's previous life, the Duchy of Burgundy would betray the French throne and side with the English in the next year. Of course, this had happened after the French royal heir assassinated the Duke. In this timeline, such a thing may not occur. After all, Aubrey was the heir and was an entirely different person from the Crown Prince during Berenger's previous life. Aubrey fought fiercely beside the Duke of Burgundy as the man advanced his forces against the English lines. As a petite and effeminate young man, Aubrey lacked physical strength, especially compared to the veteran English knights he was facing. Thus he had to make up for his lack of power with his sword skills. He was currently protected by a great bassinet, which blocked his pretty face. His honey blonde hair flowed out the back of the helmet, creating the image in the minds of the English and French alike that he was a female warrior leading the charge against their enemies. His dainty feminine figure, clad in the slim armor, did not help resolve this confusion. The English longbowmen fired upon the French knights as they charged into the fray, atop their mounts. At the moment, Aubrey was equipped with a lance and couched it under his arm as he rammed the tip of the weapon into the breastplate of an English knight, skewering the man upon impact. The heavily armored cavalry of both forces clashed into one another, sending knights and lords to their deaths. Perhaps it was God's will, but the effeminate prince managed to survive the charge, and so too did the Duke of Burgundy. As both armies struggled in a battle of life and death, Aubrey was unseated from his horse by a lance, and though it did not kill him, it surely dented his breastplate and broke one or more of his ribs. Gasping for breath, a tear formed in the young prince's eyes beneath the visor of his great bassinet as he struggled to breathe. The pain was unbearable, yet despite this, he slowly rose to his feet, where he unleashed his long sword from his sheath and used it to dodge an oncoming blow from an English man-at-arms. After deflecting the blow, Aubrey spun his blade around, gripping the cold steel by the hand and using the pommel to strike his opponent's iron helmet, caving it in and crushing the man's skull as he did so. A sharp pain, like a knife digging into his abdomen, dug its way through Aubrey's ribcage. With each movement, he felt as if he were going to pass out. Despite this, the young prince continued to struggle on the battlefield. If he did not fight, he would surely die this day. Thus, he twisted his sword around so that he was once more wielding it by the hilt and pierced through the gambeson armor of a nearby English soldier. With the young prince surrounded by the chaos of war, the Duke of Burgundy led the army and began to encircle his position. He could not allow the crown prince to die on his watch. Slowly, but surely the tides of battle began to change in favor of the French army, and eventually, Aubrey was relieved by the courageous knights and men-at-arms of France who had caught up to him and allowed him a short reprieve from the battle. Aubrey winced in pain as he clutched the dented portion of his breastplate. Afterward, he was slowly led away from the battlefield by some nearby knights who were concerned for his safety. Aubrey was forced to retreat to the encampment while his soldiers fought without him. The field physician stripped Aubrey of his armor and clothes before examining the rib cage, where he shared the news with the boy. 3 of your ribs are fractured. You will recover in time. However, for now, I advise you to stay clear of the battlefield. One wrong move, and you could get yourself killed. After hearing this, Aubrey nodded before covering himself with a silk robe. The material was rare in France, But due to trade from some traveling Austrian merchants, the boy could get such a luxury, and he wore it whenever he got the chance. The prince clutched his side and winced in pain as he moved around. Shortly after that, the flaps to the tent opened to reveal the Duke of Burgundy with a grave expression on his face. The man was covered in the blood of his enemies, but he did not appear to be harmed in the slightest. When the physician had begun to examine him, the young duke, who was no older than 26, pushed him aside before barging over to Aubrey while wrapping the young prince in his blood-stained embrace. "Thank God you are all right. I don't know what I would do without you." After saying this, the man began to violate the prince's tongue with his own. Despite this act of passion, the prince did not turn away and instead accepted the gift. It was a little-known secret that the Duke of Burgundy and the French prince were in an illicit relationship. Though the Duke was married and had 3 children, the moment he first laid eyes on Aubrey, he fell in love, and thus for the past 3 years, Aubrey had been in a relationship with the Duke of Burgundy. Of course, the Duke of Burgundy was just one of Aubrey's many lovers. He was a rather promiscuous young man, and thus he had more than one man by his side. He was even in a scandalous affair with several of his knights. The Duke of Burgundy had no way of knowing this. Thus he thought that Prince Aubrey was loyal only to him. After their little intimate display, Aubrey wiped the blood from the Duke's face before putting on a gentle smile and asking the question on his mind. "Did we win?" To this, the Duke chuckled lightly before nodding his head. "Would I be here if we hadn't?" Though this was good news, it was far too early to celebrate. The English invasion was not something to be taken lightly. The French had been fighting the English for decades, and yet the war was still entirely unresolved. With this said, the couple maintained silence for some time. Eventually, the Duke of Burgundy spoke his views on the conflict that embroiled the Kingdom of France. "This war is far from over. However, this victory is a good start. With our holy maiden leading the charge, the morale of our forces is stronger than ever." Aubrey was confused when he heard these words and spoke softly, as he was attempting to limit the amount of pain he felt from his broken ribs. "Holy maiden?" The Duke of Burgundy removed the gauntlet from his hand and wiped the bangs out of Aubrey's eyes. In doing so, he whispered into the young man's ear, "That's what our troops are calling you. They saw your honey hair and petite figure as you bravely charged the English knights. Without your tabard, the men have begun to think that you are a woman. This is why they are calling you the Holy Maiden. Rumors have already spread of your feat in battle, and the men are speculating about your origins. Some are even saying that you are a young woman of low birth chosen by God to lead the French to victory in our hour of need. If you ask me, it is a nickname fitting of your divine beauty." Upon hearing this, Aubrey began to blush as he looked to the side, not willing to gaze into the eyes of his lover. He was far from pious. In fact, one could call him the personification of lust. Despite this, he had been given such a beautiful nickname. After a while, the effeminate prince began to giggle like a girl. To him, it was the greatest joke he had ever heard. However, for the sake of morale, he would continue to present the image of a pious young woman. After all, what France needed now more than ever was a symbol to rally behind. Thus the lustful trap that was the crown prince of France had become the Joan of Arc of this world, while in reality behaving far more similar to the ancient Roman emperor Elagabalus. Of course, the promiscuous character of the so-called Holy Maiden would never be revealed to the public at large, nor would his identity as the Prince of France. The war would continue to wage for some time. Who would win the 100 Years' War in this timeline had yet to be determined. Though with Berenger's intervention in this world's affairs, anything was possible. For now, the French would continue to fight against the English as they had for decades. Chapter 266, 265. The Holy Roman Emperor joins the fray within the Kingdom of Italy. In the city of Florence, there lies the Holy Roman Emperor, who was also the King of Italy. Sitting upon his mighty throne, within his palace, the middle-aged man of Italian descent gazed upon his ministers who reported the situation across the empire. One of the ministers was a tall and lanky man with a narrow face and a large hooked nose. He had a dark, unkempt beard that made him look particularly hideous. The man was dressed in silk robes imported from the Byzantine Empire. Currently, he held a document in his hands that he read from to the emperor. The German-speaking regions are embroiled in a war for the title, King of Germany. So far Duke Wilmar and the main Habsburg line has been eradicated, and with their deaths, so too has their claim ended. The man who seized power in Austria is a young upstart by the name of Berenger von Kufstein. As you may be aware, he is commonly referred to as Berenger, the Accursed. The man is a kinslayer, womanizer, heretic, and has been excommunicated by the previous Pope Simeon II. With his rise to power, the German Reformation spread from southern Germany into the neighboring German duchies. Saxony and the Rhineland, in particular, are being converted at a rapid rate. Upon hearing this information, the Holy Roman Emperor, a man by the name of Balsamo Corsini, began to frown. As a devout Catholic and a man with close ties to the current Pope, the Holy Roman Emperor dreaded the idea of the Berenger heresy spreading throughout the realm. However, the man contained his rage and spurred the minister to continue reporting. "Go on." Noticing the emperor's fury, the minister gulped down the saliva accumulated in his throat before continuing his report. The other two claimants for the title, as you know, are Duke Dieter of Bavaria and the legitimized bastard nephew of the previous king's brother. His name is Manfred von Luxemburg, if I am not mistaken. Manfred is the head of the Duchy of Luxembourg. He and his allies have begun to invade southern Germany. With the losses the Bavarians suffered in Austria, Dieter's forces are significantly weakened, and he is currently relying on his allies in Saxony and Württemberg to press his claims. Duke Berenger seems to be biding his time. He is either disinterested in the title or is amassing an army and waiting for the perfect opportunity to strike. Intelligence supports the latter of these two outcomes as the most likely possibility. The Venetians have reported that Berenger is constructing 3 large shipyards. They speculate he intends to create a powerful navy to project strength across the Mediterranean. Though at this time, it is unknown whether these shipyards are designed for the construction of a trade fleet or an armada. Upon hearing the last part of this news, the emperor's frowning face worsened to an ugly state. It was becoming apparent that if Berenger was left to his own devices, he could prove to be a troublesome opponent in the future. Still, there was not much he could do about such a thing, short of trying to revoke Berenger's title of duke, which would force him into a war with the Austrians. There was no way for the emperor to enforce his will on Berenger and the Austrian people. Despite the Holy Roman Empire being more streamlined within its political structure in this timeline, it still suffered from the same faults of feudalism when it came to the centralization of power. The fact that there were limited lands within the crown's direct control meant that Balsamo would have a difficult time raising the forces necessary to invade Austria. Though he could rely on armies from Italy to answer his call to arms, the Germans were in the middle of a civil war, and so was Bohemia. The only other vassals he could call upon with any large force was the leader of the Swiss Confederation, and he was a man known for minding his own business. The Emperor of the Holy Roman Empire was left with a headache, as he had no idea how to stem the growing tide that was the Duchy of Austria. Seeing that the Emperor was silent for an extended time, the minister began to speak of his reports again. The armies of Luxembourg and their allies have marched into Bavaria. After several battles back and forth between the von Wittelsbachs and the von Luxembourgs, it has turned into a stalemate, with the northeastern border of Bavaria under Luxembourg occupation. Only time will tell how long this conflict will last, and who will become victorious is still unknown. The war will likely continue for years without a clear victor. Unless we want to personally get involved and declare the next king of Germany of our choosing, then I suggest we leave it be, and let the Germans settle their disputes by themselves." The Holy Roman Emperor nodded in agreement to this stance. He had no desire to waste his armies on the infighting of the German people. Instead, he was more interested in suppressing Varangier and Austria as best as possible. As such, he asked the question on his mind. What is the status of the Pope's attempts to rally enough forces for a new crusade against Varangier and his heresy? As he was asked this question, the minister began to frown and spoke gently, knowing that his following words would greatly upset the emperor. The Pope has his attention divided to Bohemia at the moment. The outbreak of the Hussite heresy and their war to overthrow the Bohemian crown is a more immediate threat when compared to that of Varangier and his heresy. As such, the timeline established to prepare an army to invade Austria has been delayed. Instead, what few forces the Vatican has gathered will be marching on Bohemia first. Though Varangier has taken a neutral stance in the war, our spies report seeing a large number of hand cannons and cannons in the arms of the Hussite forces. The number that they wield is far more than they should generally be equipped with. Thus it is believed these weapons are manufactured in Vienna and transported into Hussite lands. However, none of this can be proven, as Varangier's agents are highly effective at counter-espionage. As such, whatever is occurring in Austrian lands is unknown to us at the moment. This news was enough to get the emperor to grind his teeth. It seemed as if this entire report presented to him was nothing but bad news. As such, the emperor began to lash out at his ministers. Is there any good news at all? Do any of you have a single idea on how to suppress Varangier and his rapid growth? Before long, that boy will be challenging my authority as emperor. Something needs to be done about this, and until the crusade is called, military conflict is not an option. The various ministers who were gathered all began to glance at one another in awkward silence. That is until one of the ministers began to speak up. We could impose taxes and tariffs upon Austria and their goods. This way, the Austrian economy will suffer, and Varangier, the accursed, will have a difficult time funding the expansion of his military. When the emperor heard this, he began to smile. This was a good idea. However, just as he was about to give the decree to place unfair taxes on Austria, another one of his ministers spoke up. Are you an idiot? First off, if we were to impose taxes strictly on Austrian goods, it would come across as the emperor bullying one of his vassals, which Varangier could use to breed conflict among the other vassals. That is the best-case scenario. The worst-case scenario is Varangier could outright refuse to pay such taxes, forcing us with two options: lower our heads in humiliation, or invade Austria and fight a war that we are not prepared for. The moment the emperor heard this, all the joy that had momentarily filled his heart dissipated, as the minister who reigned on his parade had made a valid counterargument against such an option. Thus once more, Balsamo and his ministers were scratching their heads trying to figure out a course of action. Ultimately, the ugly minister with the unkempt beard spoke up with the best option that the imperial crown had at the moment. If we wish to suppress Varangier's growth without giving him a casus belli, there is only one option. We must sabotage his industry. In doing so, we can maintain plausible deniability while still crippling his means to arm himself. The difficulty lies with getting our agents into Austria without being detected by Varangier's robust spy network. For starters, he is only accepting immigrants of German descent into Austria, leaving our options of spies solely from the Swiss Confederation. We will have to actively wage a war of intrigue against Austria and build up enough of a network to infiltrate into his industrial cities. Doing so could take months, if not years, to accomplish any results and would surely be costly. However, it is the best option available to us at the moment, aside from outright war. After hearing this, the gathered ministers began to mutter among themselves before agreeing to this proposition unanimously. As such, the emperor grinned from ear to ear, showing off his sickly yellow teeth as he did so. Afterward, he began to bellow in laughter before calming himself to a degree necessary to give his decree. So be it. Berenger, I would like to see how you prevent my agents from sabotaging your industry and crippling your economy. Thus the Italian kingdom and the imperial dynasty had begun to throw their weight into the fray by sabotaging Berenger's factories. He would not only cripple Berenger's economy, but also weaken the Byzantine Empire to the east, who the emperor had long since had a rivalry over with in regards to who was the true successor of Rome. Of course, getting past Linda's inquisitive gaze and that of Austria's intelligence agency is much easier said than done. After all, they had begun to rapidly expand across Germany and into northern Italy since they had started their reforms. What would follow would be a long and bloody shadow conflict between the Duke of Austria and the Holy Roman Emperor. Chapter 267, 266. A year goes by. A year had passed since Adela's birthday, and while the world changed around him, Berenger had been living in Kufstein, overseeing the reconstruction of the Duchy of Austria. The war with the Bavarians had left much of the land ravaged, and it was through great effort that the fields began to be restored, and the people returned to rebuild their homes with assistance from the state that Berenger had been establishing. Over the past year, Berenger had focused on 4 critical areas of development: agriculture, industry, infrastructure, and the military. In regards to agriculture, over the past year, the fields were resown, much to the help of the mechanized seeders that Berenger had begun to employ across the realm. The use of the steel plow and the mechanical seeder had greatly aided in the amount of farmland that could be utilized, while the fields were worked by significantly less population than was needed before. The 4-field system was implemented throughout the realm. Semi-modern irrigation was constructed across the fields, advanced fertilizers had begun to be employed, and selective breeding was introduced to livestock. Due to the massive amount of animal power needed to utilize combine harvesters, Berenger had spent a significant sum acquiring farm horses and mules to power these devices. In the end, he felt that this would be an essential investment, as the combine harvester combined the critical components of grain harvest, such as reaping, threshing, gathering, and winnowing, into a single process. With this invention, the work of thousands of farmers could be done by a handful of men. The only downside was that each combined harvester required 20 or more beasts of burden. To Berenger, it was well worth the price. The thousands of farmers who would typically be working in the fields doing all of these functions were now replaced by a single machine and a few men to operate it. The men who were previously employed in the fields could be put to work in industry, construction, mining, the military, or any other number of jobs needed in a semi-modern society. They could also undergo public education and further add to Berenger's scientific network. The agriculture of Austria had made a significant progress towards the early 19th century from Berenger's previous life. Within a decade, every field of Austria would be fully mechanized while utilizing advanced irrigation and fertilizers. The towns and cities destroyed or damaged during the Bavarian occupation had undergone reconstruction under Berenger's infrastructure initiative. It was a process that might take a decade or possibly 2. Still, in the future, every city and central town of Austria would be made to a similar degree of security and sanitation that Kufstein now found itself in. Roads were being constructed across Austria to connect the major cities and towns of the realm. Roads were an essential feature for commerce, and Berenger intended to make sure that his roads stretched across the entire duchy. As for the industry, several critical industrial cities had begun to pop up aside from Kufstein. Innsbruck had long since been established as an industrial city. Within it, the arms and armor Berenger manufactured for the Byzantine Empire were mass-produced. Arquebuses, pikes, falconets, and mirror-pattern armor were mass-produced there and supplied to the Byzantine Empire under the agreement to be paid for in the future, after their conquests. The emperor had agreed to Berenger's terms and unknowingly fallen into a debt trap. As for Vienna, it had begun the production of even earlier arms and armor, which could be sold to any medieval army Berenger chose. They focused on the production of brigandine armor, hand cannons, primitive medieval cannons, and any number of other medieval weaponry, most of which was being given as military aid to the Hussites, under the terms that they would pay for it in the future, creating a sizable debt among the Hussite forces. Within Istria, the glass and salt industries had greatly expanded over the past year, and Berenger had stolen a large portion of the market from the Venetians, much to their ire. Berenger had more than once received an unfriendly letter from the Venetian Doge demanding he cease production of his superior glass. Of course, being the terrible, aggressive, and arrogant man that he was, Berenger's response to the Venetians' outrage was to politely tell them to go pound sand. This had worsened the relations between Venice and Austria to the point of a naval arms race. As for Berenger's cathedral and Grand Palace, he had decided not to go with concrete and steel construction. As such, he had the buildings entirely rebuilt from scratch in the form of more traditional materials such as granite and mortar. In particular, Berenger had used his chemistry department to formulate modern type M mortar, the most robust and most durable type of mortar in existence within Berenger's previous life. It was also much quicker to set into stone, and as such, despite the traditional materials, the production rate of these structures was still more significant than that of the era. He would prefer that his cultural monuments last the test of time. Thus, it would be many years before he moved into a palace befitting an emperor. Then again, it would be many years before he became an emperor, or so he thought. During this era of peace, Berenger had also begun to reconstruct the city walls of Kufstein with granite and Type M mortar. Though the reinforced concrete walls allowed a greater level of protection against threats such as cannons, Berenger wanted his city walls to last the test of time, like that of the Theodosian walls of Constantinople. One day when people looked back upon the city of Kufstein, Berenger wanted these walls to be in place as a sign of his wealth and power during his reign. Thus, construction efforts across the realm were being made with more traditional materials, and the fortifications that Berenger had built with concrete and steel were being replaced and recycled. Austria held more than enough wealth to undertake such ventures, and Berenger knew it. However, out of all of Berenger's exploits over the past year, the most important was finished, and that was the construction of the shipyards. Berenger had poured an enormous amount of manpower and resources into the rapid construction of his 3 shipyards, and since then, they had been completed. 2 of his ports in Trieste and Pola were currently producing Berenger-class frigates at an unprecedented rate. Due to the prefabricated parts that Berenger had made during the last year, he had enough stockpiled in warehouses near those shipyards to construct dozens of vessels. With the assembly lines in place, Berenger had already built 5 frigates to comprise his first fleet. As for Fiume, the shipyard in that region had dedicated its production to manufacturing Berenger's merchant fleet, comprised of clippers. Though they had yet to set sail and bring his goods across the Mediterranean, it was only a matter of time before Austrians' goods were sold around the sea. The Grand Army of Austria had expanded to 50,000 men at this point, half of which were volunteers. The army paid well, and conscription would be mandatory the moment they went to war again. As such, many young men joined its ranks to prove their loyalty to the new regime, which had already begun to lift the peasants out of poverty. Berenger's forces were equipped with the 14-17-18 rifled musket, triangular bayonets, and quick-loading tubes. The artillery comprised 14-17 12-pound cannons, but they were also equipped with 14-18 Schmidt guns. There was no need for a dedicated howitzer since the 14-17 12-pound cannon could act as a field gun and a howitzer. As for the cavalry, they were split into cuirassiers, lancers, dragoons, and hussars. Out of all the units of Berenger's army, he had the least amount of cavalry. Horses were expensive to purchase and maintain, and frankly, he did not need a massive amount of cavalry. His infantry was already so effective that cavalry was overkill. A year's worth of progress had been achieved, and it was no small amount. If things continued to progress in such a manner, Berenger would soon be able to proclaim himself King of Austria and stand on his own. Though he still desired to expand his wealth, influence, and power before that happened. After all, the moment he did so, there was a potential for war to break out, and Berenger was rather enjoying the progress he was making at the moment. Thus, for now, he would continue to develop his land until no army could challenge him. Border forts were still being constructed, and they would need to be finished before he ever thought about fighting a war for independence against the Holy Roman Empire. Thus at the moment, Berenger was sitting in his study, enjoying a sip of fortified wine as he gazed at the documents in his hands that described all of the progress that had been made in a single year. Money kept flowing into his treasury, and he spent a great deal of it to invest in his country. Now that his first fleet and his merchant fleet were constructed, he would begin his expansion into the Mediterranean and its trade. If he could sell his goods to every kingdom with a shoreline, he would be sure to make a vast fortune. Thus his immediate plan for the future was to expand his trade network, even if it angered those around him. Chapter 268. 267. Anuria's diary. The giant oak doors of the bedroom shut behind the white-haired princess, where she proceeded to latch them. Anuria had a broad smile on her pretty face. She had just returned home after a long journey, and she had big plans for tomorrow. The young woman held her chest as she thought about tomorrow. She could feel butterflies within her heart. After taking a few moments to calm herself, Anuria pulled out a large, leather-bound book from within her pouch. This book was chestnut in color and had a strap around it that was secured with a lock. After reaching further into her bag and finding the key, she unlocked it before placing it down upon her desk that had gathered dust in her absence. After unbuckling the book, the princess gazed upon its contents. Since her arrival in Kufstein over a year ago, she had begun to keep a diary that contained her daily events. As such, she began to flip through the pages, reading through her past experiences while living under Berenger's roof. Some of these made her smile, and others made her frown. It had been quite the emotional journey while staying in Kufstein. After flipping through the initial pages, she found herself reading about her experience shortly after Adela's 14th birthday party. The journal entry read as follows. September 10th, 1418. I awoke in the morning to find myself with a splitting headache. I had far too much wine to drink last night. I don't remember my actions from the night prior, but Berenger began glaring at me since the moment he first saw me. I had a relaxed breakfast alongside Berenger and the other guests who stayed within the castle of Graz, which I vomited up shortly after. Note to self: greasy food does not settle well with a hungover stomach. Later in the afternoon, Berenger visited me and chastised me for my behavior the night before. Though I do not remember behaving in such a manner, I was slightly violent with him out of jealousy towards the attention he showed to the other girls. It serves him right. He doesn't notice me enough. Am I not worthy of his praise? Upon reading this entry, Anuria smiled bitterly. To think even back then, she was having problems with her relationship with Berenger. Not wanting to dwell on the topic, she quickly flipped through her pages to find the following passage of interest. October 5th, 1418. I have been learning to sail for some time now and have gotten quite good at it. Berenger has even promised to take me to Istria in the summer so that I can learn to sail on the sea. I am so excited I can hardly wait. After going through my daily sailing training, Berenger has given me a new task. He wants me to learn how to shoot and wield a sword to defend myself properly. I am not sure how good I will be at the task, but it makes sense. After all, some of the sailors have been eyeing me with ill intent. If not for fear of what Berenger might do to them, I dread the idea of what might happen to me. Luckily, Berenger wields enough respect that they seem to contain their lecherous nature. Then again, is it respect or fear that drives these men to behave themselves? I suppose I should ask around and see what the people under Berenger's rule think of him. Anuria fondly gazed upon this specific entry. It was one of the many moments Berenger had shown that he cared for the girl. However, the good times had lasted for such a short period. The beautiful young princess shook her head of such thoughts before flipping the page and moving on to the following central point in her diary. October 15th, 1418. Today is Linda's birthday, and Berenger has spent the entire day with Linda and their son Hans. The little tyke is so adorable. I wonder if I can have a son as cute as him one day. Wouldn't it be great if he looked like Berenger? What am I saying? It is now past noon, and Berenger has barely spoken to me. Instead, he and Linda have spent the last few hours locked away in their room. I think they are having sex. I don't know why, but that makes me so jealous. I know I shouldn't be thinking such things, but every time I walk by their room and hear Linda's pleasurable moans, I can't help but think what it would be like if I were in her position. Evening came, and at dinner, Linda announced she was pregnant, not only to Berenger, but all of the guests who came to visit. Her birthday is a big deal since she is Berenger's lover. Even Adela and her family arrived. I am certain that his little fiancée appeared just as envious as I was when she heard the news. Berenger seemed so happy that it made me bitter. I wonder how he would react if I were to carry his child? After reading this, Anuria began to smile bitterly as she quickly flipped the page, looking for another entry to read. The more she read, the more she had come to regret her actions that had led to her current predicament. As such, she read the next entry with tears in her eyes as she struggled to prevent them from dropping onto the diary and staining the page and its contents. November 23rd, 1418. Today is my birthday, and I celebrated it alone. I don't know why I did not tell anyone about it. Maybe because I feared that such information could lead to Berenger figuring out my identity. If he learned that I am the princess of the Byzantine Empire, would he send me home? I don't know if I would be able to live without the support he has given me. To go back home and marry that gay prince, I think I would rather die. Anuria quickly flipped the page after reading that. She was delighted that she was still in Kufstein, despite everything that had happened. As such, there was no point dwelling on the past. The following few pages contain nothing of significance, and as such, the girl flipped to another entry of interest. December 25th, 1418. Today is Christmas. A few days ago was Berenger's birthday, and though there was a large celebration, nothing of interest happened. Even though the house comprises nothing more than Berenger, Henrietta, Linda, Hans, and myself, I had a wonderful time. I even managed to spend some alone time with Berenger. It seems that the days where he interacts with me are starting to become less frequent. I think he is trying to distance himself from me, but I don't know why. What have I done to upset him to such a degree? For this new year, I will give even more effort to gain his affection. After reading this, Anuria began to skip a lot of entries before landing upon one filled with tears and ink smudges. She was pretty emotional when she wrote this. As such, she took a deep breath before reading the contents, fully aware of what it contained. February 2nd, 1419. I had a massive fight with Berenger today. I don't even know why we were arguing. He has been so distant lately that it is breaking my heart. I tried to tell him how I felt, but it just came out wrong. I ended up saying some profoundly personal and hurtful things. At the end of it, he simply glared at me with eyes of fury that I did not know he possessed. Afterward, he sent me to my room to think over my actions. Where did it all go wrong? Is this my fault for not being honest with him? After reading this, Anuria sighed and skipped through multiple entries. The relationship between her and Berenger only seemed to get worse as she flipped through the pages until she landed on yet another tear-stained entry. June 6th, 1419. Berenger has cancelled our trip to Istria, and by cancelled, I mean he has chosen not to go with me. Instead, he is tasking my protection to his guards. It seems he wants little to do with me at the moment. I don't know what is causing this rift, but I suspect it is my fault. I need some fresh air and a new perspective. Being cooped up in Kufstein all this time is starting to get to my head. This trip will be good for me. Even if Berenger is not coming, it should give me some time to think about everything that has gone wrong this past year. After reading this, Anuria smiled for a moment, reflecting on the beautiful memories she made on the journey she had taken. She flipped the page and found her smile continuing to grow as she wrote about her trip abroad. July 27, 1419. It has been almost a month since I last saw Berenger, and I have made it to the shores of Aragon. The freedom of the sea and the experience I have gained by interacting with various cultures have given me time to understand myself and why my relationship with Berenger is so toxic. Berenger doesn't trust me. I have been lying about my identity for some time, and he knows. There is no other explanation. However, this is not his fault. It is mine, and mine alone. My insecurities, jealousy, and lies are what have created this rift between us. I do not doubt that Berenger's child with Linda is already born, and he is probably delighted right now. It would be rude of me to barge in at such a time of happiness. So I have decided to write him a few letters, informing him of my journey and progress. Even though I know the guards he is tasked to protect me have been already notifying him, I feel it would be best if he heard from me directly. What we need now is space, so I will continue to write to him, and I will stay on my journey across the Mediterranean until I am ready to tell him the truth. Who knows what I might find? The following entry that Anuria flipped to is stained with her blood. After reading through it, a smile formed on her face, and she reflected upon that fateful day that had filled her with dreams and determination. September 3rd, 1419. Pirates have attacked my ship. Luckily, the guards assigned to me could defend our vessel. So much so that we managed to board the pirates' ship and wipe them out. I was forced to take up arms during the conflict and have sustained minor injuries. I have never felt so alive before. We plundered the pirates' cargo and stole the caravel they used. It is mine now. I have my own ship. Maybe I will form a crew of my own and sail across the sea, targeting pirates and brigands for their ill-gotten gains. I must thank Berenger for all the training he provided to me. I likely would have died in the conflict if not for him. I think I am ready to return home. Home? Is Kufstein my home now? I don't even know the answer to that anymore. All I understand is that I have matured on this journey and now know what I want in this life. After reading this, Anuria turned the page. This entry was blank. She had not journaled since the moment she decided to return home. Now that she was in Kufstein, she felt it was the perfect time to get her thoughts into place. As such, she dipped her quill into ink before writing the newest passage to her diary. September 15th, 1419. Over a year has passed since I first arrived in Kufstein. I can honestly say that even though there were times where I was miserable, it was a far better experience than being locked up in Constantinople. I did not have the chance to meet with Berenger long enough to express my thoughts to him upon my return. However, he seemed to be generally happy that I was back. Considering we left on such bad terms, I was slightly afraid he would still be mad at me. A little break is all that we needed, and some time to clear our heads. However, I am ready now. I will tell him everything there is to know about me tomorrow. I will be frank about who I am, where I come from, what I have become under his tutelage, and what it is I desire in life. To be honest, I am quite frightened, but I will no longer live in fear of rejection. If Berenger accepts me, it will be for who I am. I am no longer that scared little princess locked away in her father's palace. I am a sailor, an adventurer, and if Berenger thinks he can keep me locked up in his castle, like an obedient little princess, he is dead wrong. The worst thing that could happen is Berenger rejects me. If he does, I will pay him back for his kindness with the wealth I have gained from the pirates and set sail for unknown destinations. I have no idea what crew I will form or how I will go about it, yet I know in my heart that adventure and glory wait for me. After writing this, Anuria allowed the ink to settle before closing the diary and locking it shut. After doing so, she placed it within her underwear drawer and lay down on her bed. She would need a good night's rest if she were to talk with Berenger tomorrow about everything she had come to realize over these past few months. Chapter 269. 268. Anuria's confession. Berenger was within his study. It had been a year since Adela's birthday, and he had made significant progress in this time. At the moment, he was drafting a new form of naval law, one that would prove vital to the upcoming war with the Venetians. There was no doubt about it, relations with the Republic of Venice had deteriorated to the point where war was inevitable, and frankly, Berenger did not have enough ships built yet to combat the threat of the Venetian navy. Thus he had a peculiar idea from his previous life in mind to combat the Venetian menace. As he drafted this legislation, he began to think about a particular candidate on his mind to fulfill the role. A bitter smile formed on his face as he reflected on his poor relationship with Anuria. The past year his relationship with the girl had been strained. A year ago, she claimed she would tell him her identity, but the day never came, and the more he waited for the girl to be honest with him, the more his patience wore thin. If not for the trip Anuria had taken, Berenger probably would have done something reckless. However, when she returned after several months of absence, he felt as if the thing that had been missing from his life was finally fulfilled. He knew now that he had feelings for the girl, even if their relationship was by no means healthy. He just wished the girl would reveal what he had long since found out about her. Though it was difficult, Berenger used his spies to procure the intel that the princess had run away and was presumed dead. Throughout the past year, Berenger's spies worked hard to track Anuria's previous journey through the Black Sea and the Danube to Kufstein. Despite knowing the truth, Berenger had still waited for the young princess to reveal her past on her own terms. The constant lies and the insecure jealousy she had shown when Berenger was with other women were part of why they had drifted so far apart. As Berenger thought about this, he drank from his skull chalice. Shortly after taking a sip of the fortified wine, he heard a knock on his door, and as such, he got up and opened it to find Anuria standing in his doorway with a flustered expression. Before Berenger could say a word, she grabbed a hold of him and kissed him on the lips passionately. Though startled, Berenger accepted the gift and instead took charge as he showed the inexperienced princess how the art of kissing was done correctly. After a few moments of intimacy, Anuria broke apart from Berenger. She was fully blushing at this point and muttered beneath her breath in embarrassment, "I love you." Though Berenger wanted to tease the girl, he decided not to and instead led her into his study, where the two sat down across from each other. He could tell that this was a much-needed conversation and decided to be serious about it. Berenger poured Anuria a glass filled with the fortified wine and handed it to her before sipping on his own. The two of them drank in silence for some time before Berenger broke it. "I suppose you have something you want to say." To this, Anuria responded. She took a deep breath before uttering the first thought on her mind. "I haven't been entirely honest with you. My name is not Valeria, it is Anuria, and I am the princess of the Byzantine Empire." After saying this, Berenger merely stared at her with a stoic expression, which got on the princess's nerves. She began to pout. Anuria had expected that Berenger would have a far greater reaction to such news. However, the way he was looking at her as if he did not care in the slightest irritated her. Thus she began to voice her frustrations. "Well, what do you think?" Berenger placed his skull chalice on the table before revealing his thoughts to the young princess. "I know, in fact, I have known for quite some time. If I am being honest, I have been waiting for you to tell me, but you just never did, even after promising you would do so." I suppose that is one of the reasons why I grew so distant to you. I don't like being lied to by a girl I happen to fancy. Anuria was slightly shocked, though she had suspected Berenger knew the truth about her identity on more than one occasion. She had always rejected such notions. Instead, she always thought that he was angry about her for lying about other things. After calming herself down by drinking more of the wine, she eventually began to speak her piece. I have feelings for you, Berenger, even if we did not start on the right foot. However, I won't lie to you. I don't intend to stay trapped in Kufstein Castle for the rest of my life. I want to go out and explore the world and go on adventures. You asked me a year ago what my dreams were, and I have come to realize it. When I was gone, my ship was targeted by pirates. Due to your guard's assistance, we were able to repel them and even seize their assets. It was truly exhilarating. For the first time in my life, I felt truly alive. I want a ship and crew of my own. I want to sail the sea and plunder the vessels of those who deserve it. However, I also want a safe place to call home, and a man to hold me and comfort me after I come back from a long journey at sea. I want that man to be you, but if you're intent on keeping me locked up as you plan for Linda and Adela, I can't see myself agreeing to that. Hearing this, Berenger's lips curled into a smirk. The look on his face greatly dissatisfied Anuria. That is until the reason for it was revealed. Berenger handed the piece of paper he had been working on earlier in the day to Anuria while remaining completely silent. When Anuria gazed at the document in her hands, she was baffled. What is this? Berenger leaned back in his seat before explaining the details to the young princess. It is a letter of marque and reprisal. Essentially, I am looking for experienced sailors to attack and capture the vessels of the nations that I am at war with. You may not be aware of this, but conflict is brewing with the Venetians, and it won't be long before a fight breaks out. I am not ready for this war. They have hundreds of vessels and are cranking out their caravels at a much faster rate than I can construct my frigates. So I need people like you, sailors who seek adventure and glory to work for me, and take care of my enemy, whether that be their naval or merchant fleets. It sounds to me like the perfect job for you, do you agree? Upon hearing this, Anuria looked at Berenger with a gaze filled with affection and confusion. As such, she wanted to clarify what Berenger had just said. You want me to be a pirate? Berenger shook his head and corrected her instantly. To him, there was a distinction between a common pirate and what he was asking her to become. Privateer, essentially it is the same thing, but you have the protection of the ducal crown of Austria. You will fly my flag on your vessel and have the full legal authority to attack my enemies. However, you are forbidden from attacking neutral parties. If you do so, you will be branded a pirate and suffer the same fate. Anuria was shocked when she heard this. Such an idea did not exist until now, yet Berenger had essentially legalized piracy, at least to the extent of attacking his enemies, which was more than enough to earn a fortune. If a war broke out with the Venetians, one could become exceptionally wealthy by attacking their shipping vessels. However, what Berenger said next shocked her even more. As for a ship, I wanted it to be a secret, but I have begun the construction of a sloop of war for you as a birthday gift. I know it is still a few months away, but I assure you this 18-gun vessel is far superior to that silly caravel you have captured from those pirates. Anuria gazed at Berenger with further astonishment. She instantly wanted to clarify the issue at hand. You know about my caravel? To this, Berenger simply smirked as he responded in a haughty tone. Of course. Remember, my guards watched you the entire time. Nothing on your journey happened that I don't know about. I protect my women, and I can't protect them if I don't know what trouble they might be in. As you can see, I am very supportive of your dreams. You can come and go from Kufstein as you please, and I will be here for you when you desire to see me. However, I have two conditions for all of this. The last part of Berenger's statement invoked Anuria's natural curiosity. As such, she asked the question on her mind. And that is? Berenger began to sip from his chalice, finishing the fortified wine in the process. After wiping his mouth with a napkin, he informed Anuria of his condition. As you are probably aware, I am a very jealous lover. As long as you promise to stay loyal to me, I will be more than happy to give you everything you desire. Of course, I would prefer if your crew was entirely comprised of women. I would not be able to sleep at night worrying about your safety surrounded by a bunch of scoundrels. As long as you agree to these terms, I will be more than happy to fund your adventures and give you all the support you need to achieve your dreams. So how about it? Do you swear to be loyal to me as my woman and take up a crew of only women? Upon hearing this, Anuria began to giggle. After a while, she sighed heavily before calming herself down. You are such a hypocrite. To this, Berenger merely smiled before expressing his views, aren't we all? Anuria smiled and walked around Berenger's desk before sitting on his lap and kissing him passionately once more. After releasing herself from his grasp, she nodded her head and spoke her mind. Consider this my promise to you. Afterward, she began to strip Berenger's clothes while he removed her own. Before long, the two were enjoying the warmth of each other's bodies. As Berenger took Anuria's virginity, he gazed down at sight with a smile on his face before speaking his thoughts. It is good to be the Duke. Chapter 270, 269. Plans for independence. After spending the night with Anuria, much to the ire of Linda, Berenger had successfully cemented his relationship with the young princess of the Byzantine Empire. As for his plans for her identity as a privateer, he decided it would be best for her to keep up the ruse of Valeria Zoanara. Berenger had even helped her create a convincing persona that others would not look into. The days of Lady Valeria of Antioch were long gone. Now Anuria pretended to be Valeria Zoanara, an orphan from Constantinople who grew up as a captive of pirates. For the next few days, Berenger had spent much time with Anuria. Now that they were a couple, he wanted to show her some love. As such, he spent a great deal of time with the girl, going on dates and taking her to bed. After a few days, Berenger got back to work. He had more important things to worry about. Thus, while Berenger was working on expanding his navy to compete with the arms race that had appeared with the Venetians, Anuria was set to task recruiting an all-female crew. She had decided to promise wealth and glory to young women and girls who were down on their luck, orphans, prostitutes, bar wenches, any number of ordinary women who dreamed of a better life than what they currently had. As for Berenger, he was currently sitting in his study once more, while Linda was sitting in front of him with a scowl on her face. She was well aware of what Berenger and Anuria had gotten up to in the past few days, and she was displeased. Until now, she had Berenger entirely to herself, and though she knew eventually Berenger would marry Adela and sleep with her, she wanted to hold on to the fact that she was Berenger's only partner for a bit longer. Seeing that his lover was upset over the lack of attention he had given her over the past few days, Berenger began to tease the young woman. You know, dear, you could always join us. Nobody is preventing you from climbing into bed with Anuria and myself. By now, Linda thought there was no shameless thing Berenger could say that would make her embarrassed. However, when she thought of such a scenario, her mind went blank, and her porcelain cheeks began to flush red with embarrassment. Seeing Linda was pondering the decision, Berenger merely chuckled before shifting the topic. Eventually, she would come around to the idea. Out of all of the girls Berenger had by his side, Linda was by far the most open to new ideas. Even though he had not spent any intimate time with Adela and had just recently gotten to know Anuria in such a sense, he knew enough about their personalities that Linda would be the easiest to coax into group sex. For now, he placed the document in front of Linda and smiled devilishly. Your sister Adelheid has proven exceptional in counterintelligence. The Emperor's agents have attempted to infiltrate Innsbruck and sabotage the factories. Luckily, she caught them before they could do any damage, and they have been interrogated extensively, confessing to their crimes. I will have them publicly speak of their crimes and pin the blame onto the emperor, and thus erode the confidence his vassals have in him. If he is willing to sabotage my factories out of fear of my rapid growth, then it has become apparent that the emperor is my enemy. A war for independence is inevitable, and I need to know that our agents are up to the task. Linda looked at the report. Briefly, she was already aware of the issue as the Director of Intelligence and thus gave an honest situation report. The Department of Intelligence has extended into northern Italy, including Florence, where the Emperor resides. We can easily strike at him within his home territory. The real question is whether our armies are ready for war. I know you have 50,000 soldiers at the moment, nearly half a dozen vessels, and enough sailors and marines to arm them. But a war for independence against the Holy Roman Empire would drag the Italians and the Swiss into the conflict. We have no allies. What exactly is the time frame for this war of yours? To this, Berenger rose from his seat and walked over to the window, where he looked out upon the city he had created. After gazing into the distance for a few moments, he made his stance clear. It is not as simple as you make it seem. When the war in Bohemia ends, the entire Catholic world will shift its attention onto us regardless of who wins. When they do so, we will be beset by all sides by enemies and few allies to call upon. To ensure our victory in the upcoming crusade, my plan is twofold. First and foremost, we can take a preemptive strike against the Italians and, by extension, the Swiss. We can wage war for independence against the Holy Roman Empire, where we will destroy the Venetian and Genoan navies while crushing the Italian and Swiss armies in battle. If they are weakened before the crusade is declared, we will have dealt with our two closest adversaries and have given ourselves a fighting chance. After hearing this, Linda straightened her back and put down her wine cup. She provided her earnest attention to Berenger before asking the question on her mind. What is the second part? Berenger sighed as he heard this and pressed his forehead into his palm. Seeing that her lover was visibly stressed, Linda rose from her seat and approached Berenger's back, where she began to rub his shoulders. While she was doing so, Berenger stated the second part of his plan. As for the second portion, I will not lie. It is going to be difficult. As you know, I am far from a skilled diplomat, and this plan requires effective diplomacy. Essentially, we would need to secure alliances with the enemies of my enemies. In particular, I have my eyes on Iberia. Despite the ongoing Reconquista, the Catholic Iberians are a fiercely zealous people and would indeed send an army into Austria. To ensure that they are preoccupied, I will have to travel to Granada and gain the support of the Moors who live there. This has its downsides, as such an action will only further justify the activities of the Vatican when they declare a crusade against me, at least in the minds of the Catholics. Openly supporting the Moors against Reconquista will indeed invoke the ire of the Iberians. However, the benefits of this action are not just a matter of keeping the Catholic Iberians occupied. Building an alliance with the Emirate of Granada, who is inhabiting the Strait of Gibraltar, is crucial to my plans, as I will have a friendly nation in charge of the access to the Atlantic. When Linda heard this, she was confused. She had no idea why Berenger would care about access to the Atlantic, but she did not pay more than a second's worth of attention to such a thing. Instead, she nodded her head in agreement. What Berenger said had made sense to her. Berenger was always a big-picture kind of man. He constantly plotted 10 steps ahead of himself. While Linda was thinking of the short-term consequences of a war with the Emperor, Berenger was already planning for the upcoming crusade, which they both knew loomed over Austria and southern Germany as a whole. Linda ceased rubbing Berenger's back as he turned around and faced her, cupping her beautiful face in his hands as he soothed her worries. You asked me what the time frame for my war for independence is? Within a year, I intend to have a navy large enough to contend with Italy. By then, my army will have grown significantly more, and I will not have to fear the combined might of the Swiss and Italian forces. After we have crushed the emperor and his allies, I will declare myself king of Austria, and in doing so, secure my independence. When that is over, I can hold my head high as I marry you, 3 girls, knowing that I am the sovereign of my realm. Hearing Berenger speak of his grand ambitions always made Linda excited. Few men would have the courage to stare down the emperor of the Holy Roman Empire in a war of intrigue, while preparing for a full-scale military conflict. Such boldness was attractive to Linda and affirmed her choice of partner. Even if she had to share Berenger with others, she did not mind. After all, Linda was convinced that one day Berenger would become a figure remembered for all of history. In her eyes, it was better to be one of several wives that belonged to an extraordinary man than the single wife of a great man. With that said, Berenger had much to plan for and little time to do it. As such, he dismissed Linda before getting back to work. He would have his fun with her later in the night. As for Anuria, she was free to join the fun, though whether she would do so was another story. Chapter 270, Preparing for a Journey. The Emirate of Granada, the last Muslim kingdom in Europe, in Berenger's past life, fell to the Spanish in 1492. With the fall of Granada and having gained access to the Strait of Gibraltar, the Spanish hired explorers to set sail for parts unknown. The results of this were the fact that a man named Christopher Columbus rediscovered the Americas after such knowledge was lost following Leif Erikson's expedition to Vinland. This discovery resulted in the expansion of European power and plenty of previously unknown resources finding their way into Europe. However, in this timeline, the year is currently 1419, and the Emirate of Granada is still standing. Compared to its Catholic neighbors, it has been dramatically weakened from centuries of warfare. Despite this, things were about to change for the tiny Muslim kingdom on the southern edge of Iberia. Berenger had great plans in place for Granada. To put it simply, the mighty Duke of Austria needed allies, and to him, the enemy of his enemy was his friend. Considering how zealous the Iberian Catholics were, it only made sense to make use of their longest-lasting enemy. As such, Berenger had prepared a trade envoy with his new merchant fleets over the past few months, making waves within the emirate. His intent was simple: establish diplomatic ties to the Emirate of Granada and arm them with sufficient weaponry. The purpose was to distract the Iberian Catholics when the time came for the crusade against the German Reformation. After months of working hard to get the attention of the Granada royal family, Berenger had finally caught their interest. At the moment, Berenger was seated on his ducal throne, where he read the letter in his hands. This letter was from Sultan Hassan al-Fadl, the current sultan of the Emirate of Granada. This document addressed the desire to meet with Berenger in person, and upon reading its contents, a delighted smile formed on Berenger's lips. After months of hard work, he had finally gotten the invitation that he craved. As such, he was eager to set sail as quickly as possible. Due to the diplomatic nature of the visit, Berenger would not be taking one of his frigates on his journey to the Emirate of Granada. Instead, he would employ one of the many full-masted clippers he had designed for his merchant fleet. Such a ship was faster than any warship and would allow Berenger to safely reach the Iberian coastline even if he were pursued by hostile vessels. After reading the letter, Berenger raised from his seat. He knew his faults in regards to diplomacy. He was an incredibly prideful man who did not tolerate ultimatums or threats. To such things his usual response was violence. Due to his lack of ability in regards to diplomacy, he desired to bring someone along with him who could effectively nullify his naturally brazen attitude. From what he knew, there was only one person he trusted to convey his best intent calmly and effectively. As such, he headed to his study, where he took out a piece of parchment and wrote a letter to a 15-year-old girl whom he had been neglecting for far too long. The letter was addressed to Adela, and for the first time, Berenger planned to use her natural talents. As such, he sent the letter to his young fiancée, informing her of the desire to take her with him to the Emirate of Granada to aid him in his diplomatic efforts. It was also an excuse to spend some time with the woman who would become first among his wives. He quickly sent a letter explaining his circumstances and the desire to meet with her in Trieste, where he planned to sail with her to Granada. After doing so, he immediately began to prepare for his excursion. The first matter of business was informing his two lovers of his departure. As such, he quickly left to find them. After searching around the castle for some time, Berenger found Honoria and Linda in his newborn daughter's room. The two young women were playing with Hans and his little sister, who Linda had given birth to a couple of months prior. The little girl had a similar appearance to Hans, insofar that she had pale skin, strawberry blonde hair, and sapphire eyes. The infant child was no older than 2 months and was being exceptionally doted upon by both Linda and Honoria. As for Hans, he had begun to act up because he was not getting the attention from his mother that he had previously acquired. Hans had grown not only in body but in mind throughout this past year. He was over 2 years old now, and he was already beginning to read and write. He could speak in simple sentences and had displayed exceptional intelligence. So much so that Berenger was beginning to question whether or not the boy was reincarnated like himself. However, he highly doubted such a thing for one simple reason. Despite the boy's high intelligence, he still behaved like a small child. He showed no sign of maturity and wisdom that a child with the memories of a past life would typically have. So unless this kid was the reincarnation of an evil mastermind who decided to behave like a small child to blend in, then the likelihood of him being a transmigrator was slim. Still ever being the cautious man, Berenger kept a close eye on Hans and his behavior while he was able to do so. After standing in the doorway for a few moments in silence, his two beautiful lovers finally noticed Berenger's presence and beckoned him over to their side. However, the young Duke merely shook his head before responding with his intentions. "I will be journeying to the Emirate of Granada for a diplomatic visit. I will be gone for some time. I just wanted to let you know." Linda nodded her head as she heard this. She was aware of Berenger's plan to ally with Granada and was well prepared for his leave of absence. Honoria, on the other hand, stood up from her spot with sparkling eyes. "When do we set sail?" She had assumed that she would be tagging along, considering that she was an experienced sailor by now. However, Berenger merely shook his head before responding to Honoria's comments. "I am not taking you with me. Though you have begun to improve your acting skills, it is far too risky for you to follow me to Granada. If the Sultan were to find out about your identity, it could cause problems. For now, you should focus on finding your crew members. I promise I won't be gone for long." Upon hearing this, Honoria began to pout in silence. She felt that Berenger was leaving too soon after mending the rift between them, especially after they had finally become an official couple. Nevertheless, she felt pleased knowing that no other woman would be accompanying him, utterly unaware that Berenger intended to drag Adela along with him. After informing the two young women about his plans, Linda was the one to bring up a critical point of contention. "So, if you are leaving tomorrow, then who will you spend your last night with before your trip?" Honoria was also curious about this, and both of the girls gazed at Berenger with pleading glances. Upon seeing this, Berenger began to chuckle as he approached the two women and grabbed a hold of them each with one arm before dragging them into his embrace, where he made sure to grab a hold of their bountiful breasts. "Is it too much to ask for both?" Linda began to blush and cast her glance to the side as she heard this. As for Honoria, she shoved Berenger away and crossed her arms before pouting. It would appear the girl would need more convincing before Berenger could coax her into a threesome. When faced with such difficulties, Berenger gave his decree. "I guess I will have to go with Linda then. Sweetheart, put the kids to bed, and then we can go have our fun." After saying this, Linda began to do as instructed, and Anuria scurried off in disgust. She was leaving Berenger and Linda behind with their 2 kids. As Berenger watched Anuria's fine behind pass through the door, he called out to her, "You know where to find us if you change your mind." However, Anuria said nothing in response to this and rushed towards her quarters. As for Berenger and Linda, they put their kids to bed before absconding to the bedroom, where the couple had their usual fun. The next day, Berenger would travel to Istria to meet with Adela and set sail towards the Iberian coast. He had plenty of work cut out for him if he wanted to succeed in establishing an alliance with the Sultan. One thing was sure, he could finally spend some quality time with his future wife. He was ashamed that he could not spend as much time with Adela when compared to the degree he spent with his lovers. Thus he looked forward to the upcoming diplomatic visit to the Emirate of Granada and hoped that Adela would too. Chapter 272, 271. Arriving in Granada, the clear blue skies shone above the province of Istria. Within the city of Trieste, Berenger stood at the port. In front of him was a large 3-masted clipper. This ship was a transport vessel Berenger used to sell his wares across the Mediterranean over the last couple of months. Though Berenger intended to create a massive royal clipper for his family's travel in the near future, it was secondary to the concerns of establishing a naval armada and a large trade fleet. All he could do for now was to use one of his standard trading vessels that had been completed as his means of transport. Despite the fact that Berenger was inching ever closer to his dreams to discover the new world in this timeline, it would still be a few months before he was fully prepared for such a venture. Thus, Berenger intended to construct a large and powerful fleet before he ventured westward into unknown parts. At the moment, Berenger was working towards his other goal of independence by establishing an alliance with the Emirate of Granada. Not only were the Moors who inhabited the region instrumental in distracting Iberian Catholics from joining in on the upcoming crusade against Berenger and his duchy, but by providing them with sufficient arms to protect themselves against their Catholic neighbors, Berenger could delay the Reconquista. With this, Berenger could prevent Spain and Portugal from becoming significant rivals in the colonization of the New World. After gazing upon the mighty vessel with a sense of admiration, Berenger felt a pair of dainty arms wrap around him. These, of course, belonged to his future bride Adela. The young girl had grown immensely in the past few years since Berenger first arrived in this world. Though she was not as busty as Anuria or Linda, she had developed into a stunning young woman. Adela had a solid B-cup-sized chest and a petite stature. She was slim, and in a way, Berenger found this quite appealing. If one were to have a harem of women, it would be ideal to have some variety. Adela was dressed in a sapphire blue dress with golden accents. The jewelry she wore was a mix of fine gold and sapphires, which highlighted her matching eyes perfectly. She still wore her twin-tail hairstyle, and Berenger found this to be quite adorable. After taking in the breathtaking image of his young fiancée, Berenger smiled before greeting the young woman. "You have truly become a gorgeous young woman, Adela. I can hardly wait until the day we are married." Throughout these past few years, Adela had worked hard to become someone who could aid Berenger in his work as a head of state. Thus she had become quite efficient in diplomacy and administration. Berenger was aware of her growth in these aspects and had personally requested her for this diplomatic visit to Granada. When Adela heard Berenger's kind words, she bowed respectfully before responding with a formal greeting. After all, they were still in public, and thus she felt it inappropriate to refer to Berenger by his first name. "You honor me, Your Grace." After their initial greeting was over, Berenger grabbed a hold of Adela and hugged her. He did not care for formal etiquette, especially when it was with one of the girls he loved. Adela, on the other hand, began to flush red with embarrassment, but she did not pull herself out of Berenger's grasp. After all, she craved his attention, and now she was finally receiving it without any form of interference. After holding onto Adela for some time, Berenger whispered in her ear, "It's been too long." The couple shared the intimate moment for a few moments before Berenger finally broke away and got down to business. "Well, are you ready to depart?" To this, Adela nodded her head silently before her servants began to carry her luggage onto the vessel. Berenger walked alongside Adela while holding her little hand in his own as they stepped onto the ship that would transport them to Granada. After stepping onto the vessel, Berenger led Adela below deck where her quarters were awaiting her. While the two of them were on board the ship, the captain's quarters were allotted to Berenger, and the first mate's cabin was given to Adela. These cabins were large enough to host a queen-sized bed within them. As for the ship's captain, he stayed in one of the other cabins, and so too did his officers. After settling in, the boat began to depart. Berenger stayed within the saloon alongside Adela for the time being, where they continued to catch up on the events since their last meeting, which was not long ago on her 15th birthday. Days would pass before they finally arrived in Granada. Due to the unrivaled speed of the clippers, the journey from Istria to Iberia was substantially shorter than if they took one of the more contemporary vessels like the Carrack or Caravel. When the three-masted clipper finally docked at the port city of Motril, they did not stay long. Instead, they immediately got into a caravan and rode up to the capital city of Granada, where the Sultan and his family resided. After several days of travel, Berenger and his host arrived at the Granadan royal court, where the Sultan welcomed him with open arms. The man was even younger than Berenger. From his appearance, he was no older than 19. Hassan had recently inherited his position from his late father. He had a handsome, clean-shaven face with lightly tanned skin and shoulder-length dark hair. The young man also had eyes the color of chocolate. As the Sultan of Granada, Hassan was an ethnic Berber. Medieval Europeans used the term more to describe a group of people from North Africa, mainly comprised of a mix of Arabs and Berbers, and to a limited extent, they're sub-Saharan African slaves and mercenaries that were primarily taken from the areas that would be known in Berenger's previous life as Mali and Niger. Upon seeing the extravagantly dressed Duke of Austria enter through his palace gates, the man who ruled over the Emirate of Granada greeted Berenger in a traditional Islamic fashion. "As-salamu alaykum, O great Duke of Austria." Though the man spoke in Arabic, Berenger had a translator nearby. However, much to the surprise of everyone present, Berenger returned his greeting with an appropriate response. "Wa alaykum salam, mighty Sultan of Granada." Due to Berenger's tenure in Afghanistan, he knew a bit of the Arabic tongue. Despite the fact that Arabic was a minority language in Afghanistan, Berenger had spent many of his years there learning the language. The reason was that it was a more common tongue throughout the world than Pashtun or Dari, and thus after his service, he could potentially bring it into his professional life. Though it was a far more modern variant than the version spoken in medieval Iberia, he could still vaguely get his words across. Adela was also surprised that Berenger seemed to know how to speak Arabic, at least to some degree, and gazed curiously at her fiancé as he addressed the Sultan as if